Good morning, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, Commissioners, and members of the public. My name is Esther Johnson, and I'm the Commission Assistant. And I'm going to, there we go. I'm going to multitask. Okay. Today is the second day of our May Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. This meeting is being recorded and will become available for viewing. If you intend to testify for an agenda item, please sign up using our public sign-up form. If you're on the phone and would like to testify, please press *9. Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, Commissioners Lilac, Jacobson, Piermine, and Warren are in attendance, with Commissioner Sandoval with an excused absence. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Esther. I appreciate that very much. And I'm Robin MacArthur. Welcome, everybody. Thanks to my colleagues on the commission, as well as to staff for a great day yesterday. I know to some it was exhausting, but it was a really good process to get through. So thank you to all the great staff work on that. Today is Friday, May 21st, the second day of our May meeting. I think we can just jump into item number 11, Commission Business, and we'll start out with Carol Bovet, our Budget Director, to give us an update on DLCD's budget. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Carol Bovet, and I'm the Administrative Services Manager at DLCD. As you all may see in your packet, you should have received a copy of the report that came from our Budget Management Subcommittee, which met earlier this week. In that committee, we reviewed the financials for the month ending March of 2021. We have a little bit of a lag time between when we close our financials and when we report it out to you all. But as you can see, we're firmly in positive territory as an agency at this point in time. At this point, we are projecting a savings overall for the current biennium, which really is quite extraordinary given what we've been through and the budget cuts that all state agencies had to take earlier this year. A couple of items, or I think I have 3 items in the report that kind of highlight the different driving factors behind the savings that we currently have. First off, we have some contingency for Measure 56 that we did not need to pay to reimburse counties for claims that they sent out. We also have a couple of different items, most notably the projection for the DOJ bills was less than we had anticipated. And we also have very much, unfortunately, 2 staff vacancies. And so, as you might guess, that drives the savings that we have overall even higher. I also have some information in the staff report that talks about where we are with the budget development. DLCD received kind of an unusual late biennium appropriation of general fund to help us respond to wildfire affected communities across the state. So we have $100,000 in new general fund money that we are currently spending for those activities. We also asked for an increase in our other funds limitation by the legislature. I think many of you may be aware, but when it comes to every other fund type outside of general fund, we actually don't ask for the funds, but we ask for limitation to spend. And because of a real market increase over the last few years of the amount of other funded work that the department is doing, we just found that we were getting so close to what we had projected that we would need in terms of other funds permission to spend. So we had to ask for an increase there in our budget. I think that you're all also perhaps aware, I would imagine Director Rue has already reported out, if you haven't seen yourself, that the revenue report that is so critical in terms of determining what our next biennial budget is, it was very positive. This report was made to the legislature on May 19th. And so I think that bodes well for what our next biennial budget will look like. But on that, I think that touches on the high points or the important points out of the report. And I would make myself available for any questions.
Thank you, Carol. Questions for Carol, our budget director? Seeing none. I just really want to thank you, along with Director Rue and Deputy Director Green, for steadying the ship, so to speak, the budget ship over the past year. I can't imagine what kind of a ride it was internally, given that I recall in August, September, we were in really dire straits, having to lay folks off. And I know that hit morale as well as the individuals that had to be laid off. It just was a wild year, I think, for you folks. And I think you did a great job with the budget, and leadership made things happen. So thanks to the trio of you as well as the rest of your team, Carol. So appreciate it very much.
Chair MacArthur, thank you so much. I would just say, though, in administrative services, we just have a fantastic team at this point, and it really was a team approach by the agency overall. But I certainly appreciate it, and am here to serve. Great.
Well, you do it well. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll move on to the couple of other items under commission business. Yesterday morning, we talked a little bit about the diversity, equity, and inclusion training and work that the department is already doing. I mentioned really briefly that there'll be some kind of update or interaction with the commission in July. And I'm thinking we might want to just include that as a regular agenda item, even if it's only for 15 minutes or so, to get updates, to kind of remind ourselves. Just doing that, I think, gets it into our psyche and our language and everything else, because this is a culture change for me anyway. Perhaps not for all of you, but it's really kind of learning a new way of thinking and being and doing. So I'd encourage us to have that as a regular agenda item. Are there any, I also wanted to mention that Commissioner Pearmine, her last meeting is September, not July, thank goodness, because I'd like to have her as part of that conversation in July. But her last meeting is in September. We will do some kind of celebration, certainly, when that time comes, but I wanted to just recognize you. And I don't know if you want to say anything today. We'll have plenty of time the next two meetings, but I wanted to recognize your contribution to the department and the commission.
Just gratitude for everyone. I mean, some of Nick and Stuart and Katie, I haven't met you in person, and I still feel so connected to you all and the work that we're doing. And this is such a great group of people, both and the staff at DLCD. I'm just, every time we meet, it fills my heart knowing that this work is going on. So I feel really grateful to have been a part of it.
Thanks, Katie. Are there other topics that commissioners want to raise at this point, either to flag it for a future conversation or for today?
Chair MacArthur?
Yes.
May I just ask, is there a chance we will meet in person in September so that we'll be able to have the celebration in person, or are we still aiming for possibly November?
May I step in, Chair? And
yeah, please do.
So, Commissioner Lilac, thanks for the question. At this point, I would say probably not. That is, meeting in person in September. Katie Kova, the Chief Operating Officer for the state, gives us regular updates on reopening. Reopening usually means things like where and when do, or not when, but where and how do commissions meet, but probably more frequently, what about people coming back into the office to work? And because that issue is a subject of negotiation with the unions, and because they often do not wrap up those negotiations before late August, early September, the cautious approach at this time is that we're tentatively looking to some kind of September reopening. But right now, that's still very much an unknown. Could it happen? Yeah. Will it? I don't know. And so I wouldn't bet on it. We have a much better chance of being able to see each other face to face in November, but it's still very much an unknown.
And I think, are we shooting for November? Can we have some hope for November, or we don't know, I guess, is the point.
I think the simple answer is we don't know. We're hopeful, but we don't know.
Okay, thanks very much. Other questions, issues commissioners want to raise? Seeing, Anjali, do you? No, okay. I think we'll move on then. We'll close this agenda item and go on to agenda item number 12. Thank you. And as Scott Eidelman is setting up the screen, I just want to welcome our folks from Wasco County, Angie Brewer, the planning director, and Kelly Housley Glover. I'm really excited about this topic because I don't know if you've read in the staff report the point that Wasco County voluntarily went into periodic review, and because they had some things they wanted to address. It's a very exciting thing, and they're here to tell us about that work as well as perhaps some lessons learned from that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, and good morning, commissioners. It's nice to be here today, and today I've got the privilege of introducing two of the people that I get to work with in my region, of whom I have the greatest respect and really enjoy having the opportunity to work with. I always think of them a lot like Deschutes County Commissioners Lelak's crew, in that when I receive questions or emails with requests for various things, it's a similar kind of deep breath I have to take, because they're the two that if they don't know the answer, I probably don't either, and I'm gonna have a lot of work ahead of me to figure it out. It's just that kind of department. In recent years, the Wasco County has made a concerted effort to heavily invest in their planning capacities, and part of that is hiring planning director Angie Brewer and long range planner Kelly Housley Glover. And they're here today to talk about their successes through their comprehensive plan update. Back in 2000, when Kelly was hired, and shortly after Angie, the county decided they were going to do a comprehensive plan update. It wasn't necessarily through periodic review or with any assistance through DLCD, but they decided that was the method they thought would be the best to provide the framework that they wanted to use. And so they began talking to us about it in 2017. They brought forth a very ambitious program, as you see in the staff report, including 16 independent work tasks that were very broad ranging. And it was particularly ambitious because through the periodic review framework, they're required to finish it in 3 years, something that the vast majority of cities who've embarked on periodic review have not come anywhere close to, which is why we've frankly held off on requiring periodic review of cities. So for a county to come forward and request it was really unique. And then if you add into the scope of their project, the amount of public involvement they wanted to include was just really impressive. But they brought it to LCDC, the commission, and you approved it in 2018. And they embarked on their program through the next 3 years. They completed it on time. They submitted all their information at the end of last year and were formally approved by Director Rue in February. One of the things that they wanted to provide was a model and a resource for other counties who might want to do this. As I'm sure many of you are aware, most counties, especially in Central and Eastern Oregon, more of the rural counties, don't update their comprehensive plans. There's not funding available through the department to do that. Our technical assistance program is very stretched and limited to focus especially on housing and economic development, a few key priorities. And so they're generally done piecemeal. You'll see counties with some 50 independent amendments since they were initially incorporated, or since the comp plan was initially adopted. You very rarely see a full update like this. So it was a huge amount of work, and hopefully will be a great model and resource for other communities to use. Today, Angie's here. She'll be providing a few words, and then Kelly is going to provide a more detailed presentation. This was sort of, I don't know if we should say that staff requested this or they requested it, because I think both of us were equally eager for you to hear from them on their successes and to be able to celebrate them with it. So with that, I will, I believe, turn it over to Angie.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Scott. I really appreciate it. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good morning, Chair MacArthur and Commissioners, Director Rue and Deputy Green. It is so exciting for us to be here today. Forgive me, I'm almost nervous to share with you because it's been years and years of work, and it's you know, hopefully it lives up to its reputation, how much energy we put into it. For the record, I'm Angie Brewer. I'm the Wasco County Planning Director, and I wanted to share with you all our story about how we sort of dove into periodic review with this grand idea and where we've landed today. And I have with me here today Dr. Kelly Housley Glover, our long-range planner and project manager for this work, and she's done an outstanding job. And I'll turn over the bulk of the presentation to her. I thought I'd give you some context, and it's going to be a little bit redundant with what Scott just shared, but I think it's important to give you all that context. So our experience with periodic review has been rather unique, and you just heard a little bit about why we actually requested to pursue it, which is a rare and fun thing, I think. Wasco County is an incredible place to practice land use. There's literally never a dull moment. We're never bored, and that's not unique to Wasco County for sure, but being that we are centrally located and straddle the east and west, and also have a big chunk of the Columbia River Gorge National Scenic Area, we've got an incredibly diverse landscape with spectacular views and beautiful places, but it's loaded with natural hazards and a variety of communities at different scales. Our cities range from 12 people to 16,000 people, and as you can imagine, they're just as diverse politically and in their individual needs and goals for their residents. We have a rich and varied cultural history. Our farming community is alive and well. We've got wheat and cherries and cattle, just to name a few. And being so close to Portland and along several major travel corridors, we're certainly feeling the pressures of development demand and the housing crisis, public recreation, and climate change. We're sort of this melting pot of all the things, east and west. And it's something that we felt important needed to be addressed as proactively as possible and get our plans up to speed and ready to go. We started talking about comprehensive plan updates in 2015. Our ordinances and hazard plans were simply becoming irrelevant, and we struggled to address our local needs. We were having daily arguments at our front counter. Our electeds were struggling to respond in ways that felt effective, and we had a fractured team. We had a small budget, and we had a lot of frustration everywhere. So after a lot of research and a handful of presentations from our esteemed colleague, Scott Edelman. Scott Edelman joined us a few times at our Planning Commission and shared with us a couple of options to consider. And we certainly spent some time investigating periodic review as one path forward and eventually recommended it. Our board agreed, and we expanded program funds to bring on our long-range planner, and we just jumped in. In fact, I had a great meeting with several DLCD staff when I first joined Wasco County when I was new to Oregon planning. And I asked, how does this system work? How do you all do this? And they encouraged me to just jump off the deep end and go for it. And my goodness, that's what we did. So I appreciate all of that good advice and training and assistance. It's been wonderful. So our formal request to initiate periodic review happened in 2017, like Scott said. And our goals were really to revise our plans to more closely reflect our current needs and trends, to reduce our liability and litigation risks, to capture all of our legislative updates. We hadn't had a comprehensive legislative update in a very long time. We wanted to transition from a reactionary program to a proactive program, improve our education and outreach tools to our community to ensure that they understood the value and benefit of good land use planning, and to really bring that toolkit back to what it should be. We had goals of streamlining our permitting center and other current planning processes that had become a bit outdated and clunky. And we wanted to incorporate updates for farther reaching county initiatives for strategic planning purposes. And then also, as Scott shared, we determined that this would be a great opportunity to create some sort of easily shared grab and go materials for our colleagues who may be under-resourced and facing similar constraints across the state. So as you know, we did not request any funds because our goal was really to pursue the process. We knew we had a lot of work to do. We knew it would take a couple of years to get there, and we needed to survive any changes to political continuity that we could not predict. So we really wanted the periodic review boundaries and procedural integrity. It brings with it some hard lines and clear parameters that really protect that scope of work and the intent and integrity of the process. So we very intentionally pursued that process, knowing that it hadn't been done in a while, but also that it brought with it a team of technical resource experts from all of our partner agencies across the state and a slew of DLCD staff there and willing to help us. We got a lot of attention from you all, and we sincerely appreciate that. One sort of intangible benefit that, oh, of course, my dog would start growling. Sorry if you can hear that. Someone's walking by. One of the intangible benefits that may not have been as visible to you all that we were hoping for, and we're glad came to fruition, was that we were flagged by other agencies as what they called a highly capable county to be able to make progress on their goals and requirements with grant funds. So we received a handful of grants from FEMA, DEQ. We have one in process right now with the DoD, very intentionally to update our hazards plans and community protection plans. And that was sort of we were hopeful for that, but we're now grateful to be on the receiving end of that, because we've been able to do quite a bit of hazards planning work simultaneously with our plan update. So as a result of all of this work, we now have an up-to-date and relevant comprehensive plan, and we even were able to find a little bit of money to have a graphic designer put together a final. And I have to say, it's so nice to have a beautiful glossy plan at the end of a couple of years of work. I'm just so happy to see it. We also have a lot of support from our agency partners, our local leaders, and most importantly, our residents. We're now poised to tackle some tough issues in our ordinance updates that are currently in progress. And we have quite a few hazards planning efforts underway. We hosted many public events, and we spoke to hundreds of residents, and we have thousands of comments logged and documented, and our relationships have never been better with our community. Also in the process of this work, we hired a green team, and we were able to train them and grow them through this work with individual assignments and group development. And now they're empowered to be the next group of leaders in the state of Oregon to improve to improve things for the beautiful places and people of our state. So we're incredibly grateful for the support and your vote of confidence, LCDC. Thank you so much. We think that the outcome has been exactly what we had hoped for. I'm grateful that we've had continuity in our staffing to be able to carry this forward. And like I shared earlier, Dr. Kelly Housley Glover, she's been the project manager from this project from start to finish. She's done a commendable job with every detail. And I'm delighted to hand the rest of this presentation over to her and kind of give you the more detailed picture of how this went for us and what the lessons learned and key takeaways, and maybe how it can be helpful for others moving forward. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Director Brewer, and thank you, Chair and Commissioners and DLCD staff for the opportunity to share our experience with you. I have a presentation, a very short presentation. I definitely want to spend the bulk of our time today answering any questions, so I'm going to buzz through this pretty quickly. Let's see here. So I want to talk about what worked well, what we accomplished, the challenges that we really think represent opportunities for periodic review and for the program, and then what we gained, which is a little different than what we accomplished. So I have here a word cloud that we produced as a result of our 2017 visioning phase with the community. That's part of the periodic review process. Before we even enter periodic review, you have to go talk to everybody and see what they think about the plan and if they can identify challenges and opportunities. So we talked to a lot of people, got a lot of comments, and as you can see, two things rose to the top of our word cloud, and that's land and people. And the people piece is so critical to this experience and really was one of the core guiding principles of this process, and I think really our program. So what worked well for us? We had some outstanding coordination with partners. I particularly want to give a shout out to our local rep and the state rep, so Jeremy Thompson and Joy Vaughn of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. They were just in lockstep with us, really worked very well to accomplish, I think, a very difficult task of updating our big game habitat or sensitive wildlife maps. And we're creative, we're responsive. Jeremy went to so many public meetings and faced kind of a firing squad from folks to help us proceed with really necessary work to update these plans. This work wouldn't have been possible without the support of DLCD staff. Scott Edelman was in on the ground floor with this project and really went above and beyond throughout the process. He not only was super responsive to any questions or edits we needed to make, but he actually came and showed up to public meetings to listen to folks. And I think represented that support from DLCD in a very visible and vocal way, which was really helpful in making our community know that the state was watching and they were interested and supportive of this effort. I think the administrative staff sometimes doesn't get all the credit, but DLCD administrative staff throughout this process was exceptional. They're always very helpful, very responsive. Gordon Howard was fantastic in responding to our needs, particularly when we had some adjustments to our work plan. So just terrific. And then of course, this work wouldn't have been possible without the incredible advice and consultation from the subject experts at DLCD. So Farm Forest, Amanda with Goal 5 and so on and so forth. Angie mentioned one of the most critical reasons why we wanted to go through periodic review, and something that we found immensely helpful about this prescriptive process was the timeline requirements and having a defined scope set by a work plan. That really protected our process, and I think helped us from malingering where political pressure may have resulted in stretching out that timeline. So this was incredibly, having that rigid rules about when we needed to complete things was incredible from a project management perspective. And then something that I think this process, periodic review, because it's more formal than a post-acknowledgement plan amendment, really encourages is that diverse public outreach. And Scott mentioned in the staff report that we really took a multi-layered approach to reaching out to our public and engaging with our public. They are as diverse as our landscape is in Wasco County. We're a giant county with a lot of diversity in agricultural products and forestry, and people are very diverse, not necessarily in terms of the way they look, but more in terms of the way they think. So having that diverse landscape and really talking to so many people, I think worked extremely well for the success of our update. And I have some graphics here to highlight some of the things that we did to achieve those that goal 1, essentially. I looked at a lot of what other jurisdictions were doing for comprehensive plan updates and really tried to pull the best. So one of the things that we started with was a robust project website that had really tried to break things down in very visual and bite-sized pieces so that people can engage kind of in a 5-10 minute range, watch videos and comment. And we did this with low or no cost because not only, are we a county that has those concerns about budget, but we also wanted this to be reproducible by those jurisdictions that have even less resources than Wasco County has. One of the things I wanted to highlight that we did consistently was trying to have a feedback loop. So when people would give us feedback, we would produce an outreach report and also a lot of infographics. So, repeating what people told us and then letting folks know what we were doing with that information, because I think it's really critical to keep folks invested in the process, to understand that we are listening and we are doing things with that information. Angie and I really feel proud that we mastered the art of the slightly antagonistic postcard during this process to really encourage, spark emotion, and really engage people in the land use process. And Measure 56 language does that enough, but we also went above and beyond in choosing some very provocative imagery and some very provocative messaging to kind of wake people up and get them to pay attention. We did polls, we did surveys, lots of public meetings. One of the highlights, I think, that worked really well for us is we decided very early on that we needed to make this as easy as possible for folks to participate. And one way to do that is to meet people where they are. So as I mentioned, we have a huge county. It takes at least 2 hours to go from one corner to the next. And so what we did was we took the show on the road and we called it our road shows. Every year we had a whole series of these, 7 to 5 a year. And we met people in days of the week and times of the night and in places that they were comfortable and that worked well for their schedule. And as you can see, especially in the beginning when we were doing the fun visioning phase, people treated it like a party. They treated it like an event. Community members would make cookies and bring snacks and coffee and lemonade. And it was really such a special welcome that we received from so many of these communities who were just thrilled to be able to talk. And you can see some of the other, we wanted to highlight that some of these venues were Grange halls and community centers and places, again, that had a lot of meaning to the community. And we just felt so blessed to be invited into that and really have these tough conversations, but in a way that felt very comfortable to our residents. So Angie mentioned we've spent a little bit of money to have a graphic artist do some work on how it looks, the comp plan looks, and it is so beautiful. We're so proud of it. We haven't yet rolled out the final version, but we're in the final stages of rolling it out, and it's so pretty. But one of the main drivers for me, having been in planning for a while before this position, was comprehensive plans don't always get used, and a lot of time it's because they're outdated and they don't necessarily agree with the ordinances or the codes. So I wanted to see an updated plan that was fully updated and also really user friendly and made a lot of sense to planners and to our citizens, so that if they had questions about the nexus for rules or the history, they could find it in the comprehensive plan. So it could be a living document that was actively used. And one of the ways I did that, which I'm particularly proud of, is spent a good chunk of the introduction putting in that kind of information. So how to step-by-step how to use the plan, a lot of information about the history of our zoning and the history of Wasco County, planning in Wasco County, because some people aren't even aware we've been doing planning in Wasco County since at least the 50s. So that's great basic information for our citizens. Even though a lot of our colleagues thought we were crazy, we did tackle Goal 5 issues, and it was unsurprisingly a little painful and contentious, but it was well worth it because we really feel like our protections are accurately reflecting what the data reflects. And that was also a guiding principle. And something we heard from our citizens was we need to be using the best available data to make judgment calls about resource protection and other issues facing us. We're actively working, as we promised LCDC, we're actively working on preparing an workbook for our counterparts to use that will have templates and guidance on how to do a comprehensive update with little to no cost. Obviously, there are some built-in costs for staff time and Measure 56, but we're talking about the other pieces of it, really to try to make it as easy as possible for a 1 or 2 person shop to go ahead and update their comprehensive plan. And in addition, Angie and I have been blessed to have the opportunity to talk to groups like OPN and also the Association of Oregon County Planning Directors meetings. So they've given us a forum to talk about our experience and to really try to serve as a resource for other jurisdictions interested in pursuing this. Another thing I think I can't undersell enough about this process that was so important and so exciting was that we had a good 4 years to talk to our residents about the Oregon land use planning system and educate them, and in some cases re-educate them. So really getting folks reinvested and invested in this program. And it was so exciting because we were going to places that were convenient and at times that were convenient. I had folks show up to meetings that I talked to who had never done a permit, had never engaged with a land use planning system, but had things that were important to them that we thought we could help with. And those are things like housing and economic development. And then I think we're particularly proud of our high levels of engagement. We talked to, as Angie mentioned, in person, hundreds of people, and then through all the various channels, over 1,000 people, probably close to 2,000 or 3,000 people. And a lot of people more than once. But it was just really tremendous and overwhelming how responsive our citizens were. And on the general, I feel really positive about the program. So I just have one slide about the challenges and opportunities, things that we identified that we think are food for thought for DLCD and also LCDC. The ORSs and the OARs don't always get along. And I think it's that disconnect that we were experiencing with the comprehensive plan and our ordinance. So the revised statutes get updated and the OARs don't always get updated. So that can create some problems, especially for staff, because we're not, generally we're not attorneys. So when we have to go above and beyond and get legal counsel, that's costly and it's also time consuming. So two areas where I noticed this in particular were the updates to the clear and objective housing requirements and the ORSs. It conflicts with some of the OARs. Similarly, Division 23, which is the Goal 5 divisions, there are some provisions to protect energy resources. Nobody, as far as we know, is doing that in the state. And we couldn't really figure out a good way to do that just because there isn't enough data to in the research or otherwise, not even within land use fields, but in other fields to really tell us how to protect commercial energy facilities from other types of development. So that's something that we really need to address as a state. And then the other conflict with energy facilities are that when they go through the FSEC process, they typically have a goal exception, and the definitions of goal exceptions are that it has to go through a comprehensive plan update process, but there's an exception to that rule, and it's a conflict that needs to be addressed somewhere in the OERs. I mentioned we spent a lot of time with ODF and W, and one of the concepts that we were really aggressively pursuing in the beginning of our process was looking at ways to do dynamic mapping for Goal 5 resources. And it's a common sense approach for most of our citizens. They're like, animals change their habitat, things move. And that can happen with large scale fires or beetle kills, or all sorts of reasons why animals move. And so having a dynamic mapping tool, we thought made a lot of sense. We use that in the scenic area. But the way Goal 5 is written, it makes it impossible. It has to be a static map. And I understand there's some notification issues and costs affiliated with a dynamic map, but I think particularly as this commission and DLCD moves towards looking at climate change as a very real issue facing our landscape, dynamic mapping may be a tool that can really benefit us as a state. Unsurprisingly, Measure 56 language is really rigid, and sometimes it can be so frustrating because it's rigid. That people become so flooded with emotion that it doesn't do a good job at informing. So having a little bit more flexibility with that language, I think would be really beneficial, but still meeting that goal 1 of keeping our citizens informed of when we're making big updates. And then finally, we had a lot of turnover on our periodic review assistance team. And one of the things that we noticed is some agencies aren't even aware that there are interagency cooperative agreements, let alone training up the new staff to know what planning is doing and how they need to participate. So I think we would really recommend for other jurisdictions to keep a tighter handle on that relationship and to have plug and play ready 101 information for those agencies. And then just encourage DLCD to really, and the state and LCDC to really think about potentially revisiting those interagency cooperative agreements at some point in time, because I think most have not been updated since the 90s. So the last thing I wanted to talk about is what we gained. And I want to bring it back to my very impassioned plea to LCDC to let us go through this process, because nobody had really done it before, and nobody knew what it would look like for a county. And there was a lot of skepticism. And one of the things that we talked about was how it would benefit us to go through this process and how it would benefit our partners. And that was really the bottom line of our message, our pitch, our return on investment. And these are 2 slides are from that original presentation. So you can see a lot of language that really focuses on this relationship piece. And that's something I really want to leave you with a sense of. I feel like in land use planning, we don't talk enough about relationships. And relationships really are at the absolute core of what we do. Because we're always trying to thread the needle between common good, public service, public good, and private property rights. And so this process gave us a platform. It really legitimized those efforts, and it helped us relationship build. So my pictures here represent more of those roadshow meetings. And one of the magical things that happens is not only did we get to talk to citizens and they got to talk to us, but they started to talk to each other. And a lot of these pictures, these were people that did not politically agree with each other. They had opposite sides of the spectrum, but they had conversations. And we also got to invite our electeds, we got to invite other agencies, and they also got to have tough conversations with the public. And so that relationship piece really, I think, was something we promised we were going to do, and I think we really fulfilled. And as Angie mentioned, we've seen a lot of benefit as a result of this process. And that relationship piece is really what it's all about. That's all that I wanted to sort of talk at you today. I again want to stress how appreciative we are for this commission giving us this opportunity to do this. You took a huge risk on us, and we hope that you are as proud as we are of our efforts, and that you can really see the value in periodic review for counties. And again, express our ultimate gratitude for the DLCD staff, because they were fantastic. I am so excited to answer any questions that you have at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie and Kelly. Boy, I can feel your enthusiasm and passion through the airwaves, and it's really exciting to have that. I'll just open it up to my fellow commissioners for questions, comments. Yes, Commissioner Pearmine.
I'll let Commissioner Jacobson go first, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Oh, no, that's okay.
That's very nice of you. Thank you. You answered pieces of this a little bit, but just to give you more time to talk about this, if you were doing it all over again from the very beginning, and it sounds like starting earlier was maybe one of those things that you would do, but differently. If you're doing it all over again, what would you do differently?
You know, I don't want to sound like it's hubris, but I don't know that I would really change too much. We learned so much, and we were able to grow as individuals and as a county. So all those foibles and mistakes were part of the process, I think, and the ultimate good that gained out of it. But I think if I had to give, information to other jurisdictions wanting to go through this, I think I definitely would recommend. When I was hired by Angie, I tried to talk her out of periodic review. I really did. I was probably the biggest skeptic. And I wasn't the only one. There were other people. I'm not gonna put them on blast, but I really tried to talk her out of it. But now I really see the value on it. So that would be the first thing. I would encourage other jurisdictions to not be afraid of periodic review and to really see the value in it, particularly the scope creep and having that periodic review assistance team. But I think taking more risks, and I think would be another recommendation that I would make is don't be afraid to take risks and see where it takes you, because we all know land use can sometimes be painful, but I think there's a lot of growth that comes out of that.
Angie, what about you? Is there something you would do differently?
You know, I'd have to agree with Kelly. I think we knew going into it we would need to be a little bit nimble and creative to address things that we didn't know might be coming. We knew we were the first county in a long time to pursue this process. And, you know, I don't know if any of you remember, but Rob Halliburton tried to talk us out of it a little bit too. Our scope of work just seems too big to him. And he, full disclosure, he wrote a lot of our original comprehensive plan. So he was, you know, he had a lot of good insights to share with us and tried to troubleshoot with us. And we sort of went into it eyes wide open, and, you know, we spent quite a bit of time researching our options as to how to pursue an update. And, you know, I was convinced in the beginning that I'd never been down this path before. I would really like a guide. I'd really like a roadmap. And this seemed like the safest path forward for a scope of work this size, given that we were a relatively small team facing a lot of different pressures. We're kind of this, like I shared earlier, we're a little bit of a melting pot of all the pressures, but kind of a small mid-sized team. And so to be able to pick that up and actually carry it forward with some measurable outcomes that are, you know, we would be willing to take that risk. This was the preferred path. So if I had to do it over again, I mean, I think we, you know, a lot of credit to Kelly. We really tried to be thoughtful heading into it, be nimble and creative going through it. We leveraged project for project and staff capacity for staff capacity in all sorts of interesting creative directions. We even, I shouldn't brag about this, but it was just an amazing thing. The people who were most concerned and frustrated with our work actually turned around and helped message our work in hilarious ways. You know, we sent out some great postcards that caught their attention. And instead of them, you know, I guess suing us, they turned around and sent their own postcards to the same mailing list with a copy of our postcard in the middle of it. So it just shot people back to our website in this great loop that we weren't expecting. And it was like, well, I guess that's okay. It was sort of an unexpected, sort of funny, sort of amazing outcome. So, let's see what else. I think our commissioners respected the integrity of the process, being that it was supported by the state. It made it really easy for us to point back to the rule and say, you know, no, we can't add on that pet project because here's what we said we were going to do. You know, we can talk about that in a couple of years when we get through this first list first, and that helped a lot. So no, I mean, certainly the pandemic has added a little bit of a wrinkle in how we were engaging with the public, but honestly, you know, with platforms like these, we were able to continue the conversation in a very effective way. And it didn't feel like it stifled anything, or, you know, thankfully we'd made enough progress in person-to-person meetings and, you know, got so far through the process before we had to stop meeting in person that I wouldn't go back and redo any of that. No, I think it was exactly what we had hoped for, and we learned a lot. Lessons we'll never forget, and hopefully others have learned along the way with us.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Katie, Piermine.
Well, I'm a huge fan of your county. I love all Oregon counties, but I've spent a lot of time on the John Day River and many parts of your county. So I'm just on a personal level, I know it's sort of in and out. And I'll just say that I was struck by a lot of things. I just want to kind of amplify and then ask a question specifically about tribes. But I think your point about relationship building and the time that it takes to build relationships and trust, and your willingness to sort of commit to that understanding, and specifically to go to communities in a space that is where they're comfortable. I think people take that for granted. So I think that our work as a commission is number one goal is community involvement. And we have, obviously we're advised, and we'll hear from the group that will be advising us But I would love to think about Kirsten and Jim and staff ways to have this story really be told to the what I'm going to now call, I know it's citizen involvement, but I'm always going to say community involvement. So anyway, I'm just flagging that as not to give you extra work, but I think as far as observations, the priority on relationships and communication. And I think your commitment to sort of being visually compelling so that people are relating and it's accessible. Often things when it's, 40 pages of rules, it's not very engaging. But when we think about the places we love and we can see those places, and then this commitment to helping people engage and walking them through it, I think that as far as another example of what inclusion looks like and accessibility, I just want to really call that out. And then thank you for calling forward the interagency agreement piece. I think that's something that I would love for the commission to think about too, is when you can bring in these experts in wildlife and environmental quality and energy, transportation, and we're working in unison and not at odds with each other's direction, I think that is really powerful. So I think the insights that you can keep providing the agency around those opportunities for improvement would be really wonderful. So then related to the tribes, obviously you have some extremely important partners and a nation right next to you. I'd just be interested to hear about any sort of learnings there for the agency, and then if there were ways that you wish you would have been able to engage, would love to hear about that too.
Thank you for all those wonderful comments. I have to disclose that I do have a communications and marketing background in addition to planning, so that has definitely helped me have a unique understanding of communications, and I'm glad you picked on the visual component because that's been so critical to me, to not have walls and walls of text that alienate citizens. Because often our packets and our staff reports and even our drafts can alienate folks. We did not have as much success with engaging our tribal partners as we would like. We have and I can let Angie speak to this a little bit more. We do have a lot of contact with our tribes, not only Warm Springs, but also our treaty tribes there in the scenic area. So we engage with them, and a lot of us have gone through some courses in order to really improve our fluency in working with Indigenous populations. But I think, again, that's something that we need help from the state to do successfully, just because there sometimes can be a perception that tribes don't really want to work with local government. And Angie, maybe you want to jump in and speak a little bit more to our relationship with our tribes.
Sure. No, thank you for that. So we do have a pretty significant portion, the northern portion of our counties in the Columbia River Gorge National Scenic Area, which means that our county comprehensive plan does not apply in that area. And so our comprehensive plan didn't update land use regulations in areas where we get the most interaction with our tribal partners. There's 4 treaty tribes that have ceded lands in in Wasco County, and obviously we have a significant portion of the Warm Springs Reservation in our geographic boundary. We definitely reached out to multiple departments on multiple levels. But Kelly's right. There is an expectation of government to government consultation there. And although we've gone through a lot of training, unless it has to do with a treaty right being impacted, there's not a lot of interest in engaging at the local planning level. We've had a significant level of engagement in the scenic area over a few specific projects. I don't know if any of you monitored our Union Pacific Railroad litigation that's been in process for the last couple of years, but we do work very closely with the tribes on other things. But there wasn't a lot of interest in the county comprehensive plan update. And I suppose going back to the earlier question from Commissioner Jacobson, I suppose that is something I would try to do differently in hindsight. maybe making a more formal request to present to their council or something may have gone a bit farther than our letters of outreach and phone calls and things like that. I think last year's fire season and some drought conditions and some crisis that they had on the reservation elevated, or I should say heightened, our awareness of some of the issues that they're grappling with, and have been very informative as to ways that maybe we could plug into their priorities in the future. But yeah, to answer the question, we've not had as much involvement with our tribal partners on this particular project as we would have liked.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to follow on, really appreciate that sort of willingness to see where you'd like to grow, and also showing the commitment to taking the courses. I was a state employee too, and was able to take some courses. And I think that, there's so much about, it's the relationship building, obviously, but it's also about what story you're bringing up with it when you're in community, of who was here, how long were people here, what is the history of this place. And so I think as far as the responsibility to tell the full story and the narrative, that's a powerful role that you can play. So thank you for talking about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And I've had the benefit of learning about this process a couple of times now. And three I's just kind of come to my mind as I think about it. One is, it is inclusive. And everything you did to engage as many people in as many ways as possible throughout your county. So inclusive, it's truly inspiring, from your engagement to the plan, to how you're going to use it, everything. And then the last one is, it's so instructive on how to engage with the state with periodic review, to the grab and go, as you mentioned, for other communities, counties to utilize it. Really extraordinary. And one of the other things that I found impressive, that wasn't the one I intended to have a fourth one there, but it's also really impressive, and I'm not sure that you touched on this today, but you have in the past, is it's really a solid framework for how you're going to tackle some very significant issues in your county in the future. It's not, I don't mean to demean just a policy document, because your document goes so much beyond that, which I think is also so instructive and helpful, is it really provides a framework for how you're going to address potentially non-resource lands or rural accessory dwelling units, or so many other issues that your county is going to tackle. It's not just a general policy document that complies with the state. It's really focused on issues in your county, and I think in a very compelling way. So I don't have a question. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to provide some comments and just how truly impressed I am with the overall effort. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. Other commissioners? Okay.
Vice Chair Halova and Director Rue.
Maybe Director Rue can go first, because you raise your hand.
Well, no, I want to make sure, Anjali, that you have a chance. I just have a summary comment for these two.
Yeah, so I guess my question, I stepped away for like 1 minute or 2 minutes, so hopefully this wasn't asked when I did that. I was curious what you thought the most pressing issues in the county were before you started this process, and then what did they actually end up being?
That's such a great question. We all come into these things with bias, I think, and then we get very surprised by what our community has to say. I think housing was one of the things that we knew was going to be an issue, and we're not surprised by it. And our community echoed that very, very loudly. Water and wildfire were something that we heard wherever we went by every single citizen, regardless of the political spectrum or what the crop was, or if they were in forestry, or if they were just residential. So wildfire and water, I think, rising to the top surprised us, and just because it was a unifying theme. We expected a lot of diversity of opinions, and certainly got that, but having those two unifying themes surprising, and it has given us a lot of direction. Angie mentioned the incredible amount. We've been very blessed to have some grant funding to tackle hazards, and we know our community's behind that work 100%. So that's been really invaluable to have had that conversation. Then, Commissioner Lilac mentioned we are looking actively at some solutions for addressing things like aging out in farming and farming becoming more difficult for people to actually make a living. So how people reacted to some of those solutions was surprising, but I think it's given us a lot more insight to our community. So those are kind of my takeaways. I'll throw it over to Angie to see if she has anything she'd like to add.
And I wanted to add that you could add, maybe Angie, when you talk about it, zoning also to add to zoning specific issues like problem areas or, yeah.
Well, I don't know. We have not yet tackled any rezoning or anything like that. I think that conversation is slated for, gosh, Kelly, that's 2022. We were going to kind of bounce back to that. But I would agree with Kelly's sentiment about where we started. We certainly were hearing a lot from our farmers that the housing situation was problematic for them. They weren't farming like they used to, but they still wanted their family to have housing. And so there was this big push for non-farm dwellings on farmland, but it didn't connect very well. And the interesting outcome, we know as planners that our county is relatively dry and we have a lot of fuel out there, and our fire season's been increasingly dire, and we've always had a high fire risk in Wasco County, I think, but with climate change and suppression efforts, it's just gotten worse. So we know these things anecdotally and factually, but having the public process really helped non-planners carry that message forward in a way that non-planners could hear it. So to have landowners come out and say, I want a bunch of houses out here because gosh darn it, I want it, and I don't care what the state law says. And then to have their neighbors say, good Lord, you're going to catch us all on fire. We can't have that. And have a real community conversation about balancing that risk and need. And then also empowering our fire districts to have a voice at the table about what that development pattern looks like, knowing that our emergency services are almost completely volunteer outside of the city of the Dalles. And the population of our emergency responders is aging out faster than the farmers are, right? We have one ambulance in central Wasco County, and we have one driver who's in her late 70s, I think it is, Kelly. It's pretty significant risk to be talking about meeting urban needs on rural landscapes, and to be able to find a way to have your residents carry that message and concern, and not the bureaucratic jargon speaking planner. I mean, that really went a long way for us and our relationship building. And I can't say enough about empowering your residents to help you balance and carry those rules forward, because the regulations have good intent, but not everyone can see them in sort of the comprehensive, holistic way that they're intended to be used.
Thank you so much, Kelly and Angie. Your work is great. I'm very excited to hear about it.
Yeah, really wise words. I want to hear more and more. I know we have to close this item out in a minute, but it's been really terrific. And Jim, you wanted to say a few things.
Well, yeah. I just want to try to figure out how to clone you two and spread you around the state. This is extraordinary work in so many ways, and I don't have time to go through item by item. But one of our great frustrations with the land use system is particularly evident when we spend time in Central and Eastern Oregon, because of all of the things that you guys have talked about. And I have just said over and over to commissioners, the most important thing you can do to make this, and I mean county commissioners now, the most important thing you can do to make this system work for you and for your residents is to hire good planners. In many parts of the state, There's not a lot of money to go around. And one of the first places that suffers is the planning department. And those are the places where we have the biggest problems. And so you mentioned Holly Kearns. Obviously, she's a rock star, but so are the two of you. And I don't know how to make you the planning directors for all of Central, Eastern, Southern, big parts of Western Oregon. And when you figure that out, please come back.
Well, there's not anything we can do to add to that, I don't think. I just ditto on all the kudos, and we're just really excited to host you today, and it's really been a pleasure. So thank you so much to Scott and to Kelly and Angie, and yeah, we'd like to have you come back again and maybe talk about a few other things, because it's just a terrific conversation. Great way to start our day, I have to say. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having us. This was really an event we've been looking forward to, and like I said, a couple of years in the making. So it's just to come full circle and feel this good about it is just an incredible experience for us. So thank you, and thank you for all the kind words.
Great. Okay, unfortunately, we need to close this agenda item and move on. I think we're due for a break. So why don't we take a 15-minute break, which would get us back at, I think, 10:02. Is that about right? Take the break now, get refreshed for the next hefty topic of climate work. So we'll be back in a little bit.
Good morning. The time is 9:50 a.m. and Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Holova, Commissioners Pearmine, Warren, Lilac, and Jacobson are in attendance. Commissioner Sandoval is excused. His absence is excused. Chair Robin MacArthur, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Esther. Appreciate that. Welcome back from break. We're going to focus now on agenda item number 13, our climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. And we have a couple of hours for this, which is great because this is a really important topic. I know there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. I don't know if any of you had a chance to check into one of the community conversations. I did so on Wednesday evening. It was good. I know Nick has done a couple too. And kudos to staff for all that outreach. I don't know if I turn it over to Matt to start off or Bill, but take it away.
Good morning, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Holova, and members of the Commission. I am Matt Kroll, the Planning Services Division Manager here at Department of Land Conservation Development. My job today is to frame things up a little bit and then act as the MC between a couple of speakers who will dive into a lot of the content here. So let's go ahead to the next slide. This is, I'm sure, a familiar diagram to you. Just want to put it up here at the beginning of all of ours so that we just remember where we are in this, and remember that at the center of everything we're doing is that diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that would be the same, I think, if we created a diagram like this for any of the programs we're doing, if that's the fire recovery program, coastal management, natural hazards, rural program, economic development, housing, urban, whatever program at DLCD, you'd see that diversity, equity, inclusion as being in the center of what we're doing on that. But now specifically within the climate realm, we've got three areas around the edge there: the adaptation, learning to live in a world that will be different despite our best efforts; the sequestration, how can we pull some of that pollution, that carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere through our land use practices; and then the part that I'm talking about today, the mitigation there in the center on the bottom, the how do we reduce the amount of pollution that we are producing that is causing that global climate disruption. And among those specifically, you'll see there the climate friendly and equitable communities, the program, and the rulemaking specifically, just focusing in on that part of it. So with that as our broad, today we're going to have presenters. I'm here, talk to you a little bit. You'll also hear from Bill Holmstrom and Cody Meyer, both with their parts of it. And I would also mention that Kevin Young has also a project manager on this. No disrespect intended that he's not listed here today. It turns out he's been focusing on some of the housing connections and not so much on the specific rules that we're going to be talking about today. So we don't have him specifically on the agenda, but I know he's available should things come up. And then our next slide, I need to recognize two very important people who have been volunteering additional time to serve as the liaisons to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, Commissioners Lilac and Warren. And so I think I will pause here for a moment before we get any deeper into the content and hear whatever thoughts they want to share with you as far as framing and comments, and just from them, since they've been so involved in this.
Thanks, Matt. I'm happy to defer to my Southern Oregon counterpart if you'd like to go first, Commissioner Warren.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Well, I mean, from my experience, this has been an incredibly rich conversation. I've never been part of such a dramatic outreach effort, I think is a good way to phrase it. I mean, a 40-person RAC is impressive in its own, let alone the amount of information we've been able to, I think, gather from these meetings. For me, it's been overwhelming. You know, listening in, it's almost difficult to take all that in and then try to apply it to what we're trying to do with climate friendlies and equitable communities. So that's been really exciting to see. And then our community conversations, I think, have been really well attended from my experience, as also and very well produced. And it's been fun to see the number of people I know around the state partaking, which means that we're doing a really good job of reaching out to different leaders around our communities. When you have folks show up from, you know, river restoration all the way through planning agencies around Southern Oregon, that's a really good sign. And yeah, it's just been really a wonderful thing to watch DLCD staff work through these efforts, because it's a really big undertaking. It's been very impressive to see how well they've been managed and also how well they've been received. Yeah, I think that's my take on it. I'm still, I think, personally a little unclear of to where we go next with everything. So hopefully I can get a little more clarity around that today. So Nick, off to you.
Thank you. I'll just rather than repeating it, I'll just reiterate it. I completely agree. It's been extremely rewarding for me to participate in these. I think the staff's just done a remarkable job with the meeting format. That it's very informative, compiling and communicating a lot of really important information quickly up front, and then the breakout groups, and then the reporting has been really valuable. Great for me to listen, and some of them, when the groups are really have been so small, I've contributed a bit here and there as well, which has been enjoyable for me. So it's really terrific. I've been able to participate in 3 of the community conversations. Yeah, and I mean, I'll be interested. I'm really interested to know from staff, are you hearing what you're hoping to hear? Are you getting out of these what you hope to get out? Is it really helpful for this process going forward? And I guess my last comment is, one of the things that I think has been so great of what you've done is you've provided those statistics about what the composition of Oregon residents are, and then you've compared it to the local attendance at the meeting to just show how much work we need to do to engage so many more members of our communities than we are currently engaging, including in this process. And we own that and we acknowledge it up front. So really, really valuable. So I look forward to today's conversation and going beyond. We're I don't know if I would say we're at the halfway point. I mean, maybe in terms of official RAC meetings we are, but it feels like the majority of the work is ahead of us, which is why I think this commission meeting today is really important as we begin to plan for the next steps. Thank you.
All right, that's good perspective from our 2 commission liaisons. Thank you. And I guess I would also then open it to the full commission. If there's things you want to say now before we get into it, obviously you'll have lots of opportunities to ask questions on the specifics and discuss, but if there were thoughts you wanted to share before we get any deeper into the content, it's an opportunity.
I don't have any questions and I don't see other hands up, so take it away.
All right. Well, let me just then go over the outline of what we'd like to cover today here on our presentation. We will be giving an update on the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, what's happened with that. You heard about the community conversations, both the commission liaisons mentioned those. We'll have a couple slides on that. There was also a green infrastructure webinar that we did recently. But then item number 4 on that list is probably going to be the primary focus of what we want to talk about today, get your feedback on. Division 44, kind of shorthand. The full name didn't really fit on there well. It's Metropolitan Greenhouse Gas Reduction Rules. And these are the draft rules about the regional scenario planning process that cities and counties will be doing. That's the rule that we tackled first. So that's the draft we're bringing for you today. It is very much, it's a draft at this point. It has gone to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. We are getting input. We want your feedback today, but we don't need to make any decisions on it today, not asking you to vote on it today. And we certainly, if the consensus emerges among commissioners, that's great, but we don't need to get to a consensus on these things today. We can bring you back additional options, additional revisions later on to make those decision points. But we certainly want to hear anything you're thinking of right now, anything that hits you as you're looking at those rules today. Please share it. With that, I think I will turn it over to Bill Holmstrom, who will talk to you about our first topic there, the Rulemaking Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Matt. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, thank you very much for having us today. Bill Holmstrom, DLCD staff. I'm the agency's land use and transportation planning coordinator and one of the co-managers at the staff level of the rulemaking project along with Kevin Young. So I think this is, I've been in front of you multiple times, but I'm happy to be here again. So this is, I think, the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. There's a little bit in your staff report on this on pages 1 through 3. And this is mostly a refresher, I think, for the commission. We've already talked to you about our Rulemaking Committee and the fabulous work they've been doing. But we want to just give you kind of an update about where we are right now. It's I think you've heard before, it's a 40+ person committee. We've had 5 meetings so far. Our last meeting has been held since the last LCDC meeting. It was in March after your last meeting. We're taking a little bit of a summer break. We're not going to have any meetings until July 12th. So, but lots of things are happening in the meantime. We've been very busy, and I'll be talking about a few of those things today. On page 2 of your staff report, there's a table that lists all the meetings we've held so far, kind of the general topic items that we talked about each of those, and then there's links to the packet for each of those, which have the detailed agenda and staff memos in there, as well as a link to the video of each meeting. We've been live streaming each of the meetings on YouTube. Thanks to Casaria and our IT staff to be able to do that. And that's worked pretty well for us. And they're also available for viewing at later times. So if you would like to spend a couple hours, 3 hours, however long those meetings are to watch one of those meetings, you're welcome to do that. So I think we've talked about this in more detail with you in the past, but I do just want to remind you that the committee did spend a lot of time developing and refreshing and putting together an equitable outcomes statement, which is going to guide, I think, a lot of the rulemaking work that we're doing, and probably, after the rulemaking is done, the programmatic work that the agency is going to be doing with local governments around the state for years to come. It's going to be a good guide for us to understand and make sure that we're doing that work in a way that's going to work for everybody in the state. We have an interagency technical support team that works across state agencies they've mostly been focusing on equity mapping and supporting local governments in terms of building tools and things that will help deliver these equitable outcomes across the state. And it's been, I think in the last maybe DLCD meeting or LCDC meeting, excuse me, last commission meeting, we went into a little bit more detail about this. So I'm not going to talk too much about this, but it's a wide range of folks from across state agencies, not necessarily all connected to planning or transportation or land use, but really interested in having that kind of that piece of it, that element. And so we've been happy with how that's gone so far. We have a performance measures work group, and I'll just give a shout out to my colleague Cody Meyer, who's really taken the lead on this effort. And if he has anything else to add after I go through this slide, please pipe in, Cody. But he's spent a lot of time and effort to put these together. It's a small work group of committee, well, not so small, really. It's I think about a dozen people, committee members who volunteer to to meet some additional meetings over this past few months to talk about kind of the nitty gritty, some of the details of these performance measures that we're working to help local governments and metropolitan areas track implementation and how well they're doing toward meeting our climate and equity goals. I've had 5 meetings so far. I think there's a few more scheduled. But those, if you want more information on that, we can get that for you. I think we did include some information on that in your packet, if I remember correctly. But those get pretty wonky pretty fast. So those are pretty detailed meetings. And next, I'd like to talk, unless there's any other questions about our advisory committee. And of course, feel free to ask any of them at any time during the meeting as well. But I see Commissioner Pearmine.
Chair MacArthur, can I ask a question? So a couple, and just maybe flag this for further discussion, is just interested in hearing about the themes that you're hearing from the community, concerns, just so we can be sort of thinking about, based on the Rural Advisory Committee, what we should be thinking about in the future. And then second, with the interagency technical support team, which agencies are you working with?
Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Pearmine, to take your second question, that's a long list, and maybe Cody's got it in front of him. I had a slide in here from, I think, a previous presentation. We got rid of it because it's a whole slide that's got a dozen agencies on it. Cody, I see you popped up, so I'll let you take that.
Yeah, just off the top of my head, we're ODOT, DLCD, of course. We have the Environmental Quality, Department of Energy, Oregon Health Authority. We have a representative from the governor's office, Oregon Housing Community Services, Business Oregon. And Kirsten, I know you're probably going to remind me, there's one or two I'm missing.
Chief Data Officer.
And the Chief Data Officer from the enterprise for the state. So.
Thank you.
And then your first part of your question was about making sure we're collecting the themes of input. Is that from the community conversations that you're asking, or?
From both the RAC and the theme. So maybe we can go through the community conversation and then come back to, the themes that we should be paying attention to.
Sure, yeah, and I don't know that we have a lot of that in this slideshow, but the staff report, I think we did bring out some of the bullets from some of the meetings we had before that we did the staff report in the community conversations. And, I think we're continuing to try to include more, because the commission's asked for it, more information about what the details of what's happening in those advisory committee meetings. So as we're going along, we're giving you more and more. You can see the size of the attachments that have been included with those staff reports have grown as well to voluminous numbers. So So anything else we can provide, of course, let us know. We'll be happy to do that.
If I may, Bill.
Certainly.
Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Pearmine, Kirsten here just to amplify, and Matt may want to too, but to the flavor of the community conversations, you heard a little bit from Commissioner Warren. From my understanding, I think Matt's been in all of them, so I'd ask him to come on here and steer me straight here, but it seems like they're overwhelmingly constructive, and people are really interested in, engaged in addressing climate change. People are sort of, there's folks that, are curious about adaptation sometimes, but really quite focused on the issue at hand. There's concerns, of course, this is not easy work. So how are we going to do it? What does it mean for rural communities or people living outside the MPOs? And then, of course, I do believe in your, I believe in the attachments. Yeah, you have in attachment C, there's a summary of the community conversations that staff have been preparing, but overall, I think that they have been quite positive. Matt?
I would certainly agree with that. And I have nothing further to add at this point. I think well, one thing I will add is that we will know more later. It has been such a large volume coming in. One of them was just this Tuesday. So as far as being able to distill them down into themes or those kind of things, not there yet. At least I'm not. So we're still working on that.
And if yep, Commissioner, thank you. The this one was really, as Commissioner Lilac actually said as well, we are really still the beginning of the process. And so we're not taking out a lot of content because we don't have a lot of content yet. It's more, hey, this rulemaking is going on. What are your hopes and concerns? And then the other key question you might recall was, I know a lot has happened in commissioners' lives between now and then, but the second question, so the first question was hopes and concerns, and the second question was around particular attention to populations that may be harmed and not benefit through the rules. And I think we're getting a little bit less back on that. But again, that's the power of having convened a 40-person RAC that represents the diversity of Oregon. So you basically have a 40-person focus group at that RAC that is more representative, that is, Commissioner Lilac also mentioned, we're comparing kind of our demographics in the community conversations to those as a whole. So the focus group the RAC is really that panel of representation that can help us get a bit further and deeper than we can through a normal kind of come one, come all kind of event. But really, really strong work. And I think the themes from the RAC would be probably too far and too broad. That is there's technical folks on it as well as there's planning. So the themes I think would differ, concerns that the technical planning administrators have vis-a-vis the public, but those equitable outcomes that commission asked us to develop are incredibly important as our North Star. So there's both the equity outcomes and the climate outcomes. And those just are framing our work completely in terms of managing our scope and our focus on what, yes, we're doing all this to reduce greenhouse gases. That's one of the outcomes in climate, but how do we also make help make communities more equitable at the same time? Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. Back to you folks, back to staff.
Chair, if I may hop in really quick and just give maybe what I've gathered as a common theme. What I hear a lot of, I think, from both community conversations and the RAC meetings is a lot about, are we doing enough? Is what we're talking about right now, is that enough to accomplish what we need to accomplish? And there also, for me, really seems to be this sense of urgency that, the commission has definitely talked about, but I think it's being echoed very loudly from my perspective in both community conversations and our RAC meetings. So.
Great. Back to staff.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. So I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about our community conversations now. And let's see here, make sure to get the right button. Okay, so essentially the point of these has been to talk with the communities to inform, I think our target audiences were planning commissioners and city councilors, but also other interested members of the community. I think we've been getting a cross section of folks in each of the places that we've talked that meet those, that are in those audiences. Just as a reminder, it's staff pages 4 and 5 of your staff report where we talk about the community conversations. And then I think, like we've noted before, there's a copy of a version of the presentation that we've given at those community conversations in attachment B. And I will say Evan Manvel on our staff has been the lead on putting that together and giving that presentation at each of these, and just done a fabulous job as far as I'm concerned. So if you get a chance to attend one of those, and well, actually we only have one left, but if you have a chance, if you haven't had a chance yet, I would suggest next Tuesday popping in and at least sitting in for that piece of it. The summaries of the first 2 meetings we had are in attachment C, and then those are the only meetings we had before we had the staff report go out. So since then, we've had a meeting last week in Bend. We had 46 participants in that meeting, and then we had a meeting on Wednesday. At that point, we had 57 registers. I don't think we had that quite many people show up. It was a little bit smaller than that actually showed up, and it fluctuated a little bit. So I'm not sure what the number is actually going to be for that, but all good meetings. And I think, like you've heard already from the deputy director and from Matt and Commissioner Warren, some of the same themes popping up. And, we're talking to people who are on board, I will say, that they are a receptive audience so far. That we're getting pushback from the people that we're talking with. One thing I do want to say is we put together, I shouldn't say we, Evan put together a great, presentation you know, what we do. And what Cody did is put that into a platform online that is a version of that. That's just kind of something that I just put a screenshot of it here. There's a link to it in your staff report. I encourage you to take a look at it. It's pretty neat system that Evan and Cody put together. So that's just a little snippet there. I just want to make sure that, you know, if folks aren't able to come to one of those 5 meetings we held around the state, we have an online version, and there's a little bit where they can send in comments to us as well. So great work for those folks there. And then Commissioner Lilac mentioned this actually in his comments, that this is, I just grabbed this slide from one of the meetings that we held. I'm not sure which one this is that the numbers come from. We changed them for each meeting, but we ask for demographic information when folks sign up for those meetings. And then we're able to put them into this slide. And part of Evan's presentation is, hey, let's look and see who's in this room virtually. And what does that look like compared to the population of the state? And without any exception, all of our meetings have been richer, have had people with fewer disabilities, they've been whiter, and they've been more homeowners. That's just how and that probably, if you look at most public meetings around the state, that's, you know, whether they're on Zoom or not, you know, that's probably the case. So I think we, you know, looking forward to how this agency and how local governments around the state engage with populations. I think this is something that it's eye-opening to people sometimes, I think, to see, like, okay, there's a public meeting, the public's here. Well, not everyone in the public. So we need to make sure that we're doing that. And this has been a good practice that I think we've instilled. And I think, at least, you know, as far as I'm concerned, and I imagine people will agree with that, we'll continue this sort of highlighting who's in the room, who's not in the room.
And Bill? Oh,
yes, absolutely.
Sorry, jumped in front of you. So at the beginning of a meeting, you show this to the people who are coming to the meeting?
So Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Holova, yes. So we have a presentation. It's mostly that kind of a version of what you just saw on that online. And then at the kind of end piece of that, the cap that off is this slide. Okay. So it's not the very first thing we show, but it's the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, before we get into the breakout meetings. Yeah.
I think it's great. I think it's absolutely great.
It is a really good technique, and the way that staff gets this information is in order to connect with the Zoom link, you have to register for to be part of it, and you answer questions if you feel like it, and that's what's reflected on the screen. So it's a really nice technique. I agree.
Chair MacArthur.
Yes.
Bill, I love this technique from this perspective, and I'm thinking we as a commission could maybe do this at the beginning of the meeting as well, of just sort of who is our public in Oregon, and then how are we representing based on our demographics. So anyway, something to think about with our land use acknowledgement. We might also want to consider wrapping in a public acknowledgement. Something to think about. I haven't thought about that, but I think this is so good to ground ourselves in the work in doing this, both with a land use acknowledgement or tribal acknowledgement, indigenous acknowledgement, also grounds us in the sort of in time. So really appreciate that you all adding this.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Piermar, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure I give credit to Evan Manville and staff. He was the lead person on putting this together. So let's go ahead and talk about real quickly. I just have one slide on our green infrastructure webinar that we held on May 6th. We had 75 attendees, and we've also posted it to YouTube, and it's on a link. There's a link on our DLCD website. So we had 4 panelists. You can see them here: Dr. Shandis, Shantae Johnson, Bob Salinger, and Mary Gamba, who Mary Gamba was kind of the I would say the moderator of the panel, but they each kind of gave a very different perspective on you know, how we can you know, live in cities and in places where there's, you know, concentrations of people and activity, but still have a connection to nature. And I think it was really interesting, and a lot of people seem to appreciate it. So I don't have any other slides on this. If folks have any other questions about this.
Well, I just want to thank you, Bill. This was a really good seminar, and I don't know if you recorded it, but it was just super. Having the perspectives of different practitioners and the mayor, and it was a really, really good seminar. And I'm still kind of wondering how we integrate some of those things we learned at that seminar into our work, but we'll await your response on that as we go through the process. But it was really super.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, thank you. So it's on YouTube, and anyone in the world can look at it anytime. So it's really easy to access a copy of or, to watch that webinar for the first time or again if you'd like to.
If I may.
Certainly.
And yes. Bill, thank you. Why don't we send, Esther, if you could help us send, after the kind of session right now, Bill, if you could send Esther that link to send to commissioners, and they'll have it easily. They don't have to search YouTube. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll work with Esther to make sure you get that link. It wasn't in your staff report because the meeting hadn't happened yet when the staff report was completed. So I think you had another piece, which was, how it connects to our work. And I think, we're going, not everything that came out of that is going to apply necessarily to the rulemaking work that we're doing now. But, I think moving forward, I think keeping these principles in mind, absolutely, across the agency. So with that, I think I'm going to hand it back over to Matt. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. So we're going to start moving into the rule draft here. And I want to just, again, frame up a little bit within this rule draft where it fits within the charge that the commission gave us and the overall work we're doing. So you told us what to do. You told us to go off and work on these rules and gave us two broad goals, the reducing the pollution, those greenhouse gases that disrupt the climate, and increasing the equitable outcomes. And as we're working on this, we've come up with two parts to how we're working on that on the next slide there. But I do want to be clear that it's not a one-to-one between those two purposes and these two parts. Both purposes exist in both of these parts. And both of these are kind of a mouthful as far as what the part one, the requiring climate-friendly and equitable land use and transportation planning and land use regulations. And then part two, require planning for climate pollution reductions in metropolitan areas. So I have a slide or two on each to try to explain what are these two parts and which part are we looking at today. So part one there, this is the rules that we will be doing that will apply individually, each city and county. They will focus on a very action-oriented. What are the things that city or county can do in their regulations and their actions? And these rules will take effect quite quickly. They will apply either immediately or phased in within a couple of months to a year. These are not the rules we're talking about today, but they are going to be a very important part of the rule package by the time we get to adoption in early 2022. And then on the next slide, it has the list of the A through F, some of the specific pieces that are going to be in this part one rule here. So if you're looking at the rules today and you're thinking, well, I don't see parking mentioned anywhere in today's rules, that's because it's in this other part that is still coming. And so it will be a little bit tricky at times to look at the rules we're looking today because you're not seeing the whole package. So we want to get your initial feedback on the rules today, but certainly you're going to have another opportunity when you have the whole package in front of you to say, well, something's missing or something didn't work right, or this isn't the final opportunity for looking at that. Then there is the part two, which is the shorthand would be the scenario planning or the regional scenario planning or the regional scenario planning for land use and transportation to reduce greenhouse gas pollution. It is a joint plan, a regional plan where the cities and counties work together on it through a system or a process they'll define. It involves this computer model that answers what is the pollution in the future. So we're not necessarily focusing on the immediate actions today. We're looking at over a 20-year period. What are those actions? It's a lot of what if. If you do this, these are the results you can expect. If outside forces change, these are how we might expect the changes. It is, because of that, it's a bigger process. It's a multi-step process. It requires probably a year to 2 years for all the cities and counties to work on it together. And so because of that, there's a schedule for it. We can't just have it all happen at once. The schedule that you'll see in the rules is Eugene Springfield. They've already started. They have some significant progress previously. So to go first and work on that. Salem Kaiser, as also one of the bigger metropolitan areas, comes along next. And then it will be up to you to set the schedule for the rest of those areas, not in this rulemaking, but over the next couple of years, the commission will have opportunities to issue an order and to decide which areas are to focus on next. So that's, I think, an important context or framing. Understand that the two parts to this rule, what you're seeing today, what the initial feedback we want from you today, and then the package that will be coming to you later to see it all together. With that, I think I'm ready to turn it over to Cody, who's going to talk a little bit broadly about what scenario planning is. Before we dive into how the rules are going to do scenario planning, what is this scenario planning? What is it involved? How has it happened in the past? Cody, please.
Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Haleva, I'm Cody Meyer, a planner with the department. Happy to be here to kind of walk through this stuff with you today. So first off, just want to kind of touch on scenario planning. It's a tool. It's been used. It's not new. It's been used since the 50s in the military, large corporations. In 1972, Governor Tom McCall had this report put out a year before our land use system kind of came into effect that used scenarios about, what if the current trends in 1970 continued? And, there's a real concern for sprawl and the ag land disappearing in the valley. And it really is just a tool to assess different benefits and costs of choices. So you're, looking at different futures that could potentially happen, making decisions on where do we want to go. In our program here, we kind of conflate scenario planning with regional planning and, with the greenhouse gas reduction program. So we have two pieces. We have scenario planning as a tool to achieve a greenhouse gas reduction target, but we're also really looking at working together in our regions, how do cities and counties, because we know that pollution and transportation and housing, these are all regional systems. They're not something that, any one city can just solve on their own. It really requires people to work together. So overall, these plans, they're aspirational. They want to achieve a desired future, and they provide a guide for how the local plans would need to change to get to that future. So in the last decade, we've been working a lot on this, and we have a really rich set of resources in the Oregon Scenario Planning Guidelines that came from the legislation in 2009, 2010. And so that really provides the guide for how to do scenario planning. What steps would you take? So that's really something that we fell back on in developing these rules. We've also, ODOT has been doing a lot of work updating the modeling tool to support scenario planning, updating the original Green Step modeling tool, which is now called Vision Eval. It's a multi-state partnership with the federal government to support these tools. So we have a lot more support and innovation happening with the modeling tools over time. Of course, Portland Metro has adopted a preferred scenario in the Climate Smart Communities project. So we have that as a really successful guide of how that happens. Of course, we don't have regional governance in other metropolitan areas, so we can take a lot of lessons learned, but we had to kind of adapt that to how that would work in the other metropolitan areas. As Matt mentioned, the Central Lane, the Eugene Springfield area did scenario planning back in, I think it's 2015. So they have a plan. It just wasn't really implemented, and they didn't have an implementation chapter of, assigning responsibility, what exactly they're going to do to make that happen. But we started with Central Lane as, first step in order because we wanted to build on all the work that happened there. But really what we're asking for them to do is come up with an implementation chapter and then take the next step on that. And so the next two slides, I just kind of wanted to give you a basic planning framework for how the scenario planning works. It's pretty basic stuff, really, for the planners here. It's not that different than what we do in other planning efforts. So really the first step is kind of what we have in the rules is our work program. How are we going to work together? How are we going to engage different communities? How are we going to get this done? And then step two is, what do we care about? We have greenhouse gas reduction targets that we're saying you need to, come up with a plan to meet that, but what else do you care about? We're doing some work in Albany area right now on a voluntary basis, and they came up with 3 areas they cared about was reducing VMT, reducing congestion, and increasing transit ridership. So what we did is we took those as constraints and said, okay, what are all the different actions that would meet each of those goals? And then it turns out that it's land use, active transportation, and transit. Those are like the key areas, those are the big levers to get to those regional goals. So this really just allows you to look at other things and achieve multiple benefits with one action or a set of action.
So Cody, before you leave the slide, can you give us an idea of Division 44, which is the Metropolitan Scenario Planning work that we'll go into the details in a minute. But am I correct in assuming that there is guidance in that draft rule for each of these green boxes and the yellow box? So there's some consistency across the MPO areas, Metropolitan Planning Organization areas?
The guidance really is in that Oregon scenario planning guidance document that we had up in the last slide. So this is the framework that comes from that document. That really is the rule structure that we do have, but you're not going to see a lot of the guidance. We ask for these elements to be brought in. But of course, the administrative rule language doesn't provide sometimes all the nuanced information that maybe one would need. So we kind of have that as like different levels. We have the rules that say this is the structure you're going to use to fulfill these requirements. And then the guidebook says, here's the best way to do that. Here's some best practices of, it's got examples of how other areas have done this. And it has, just kind of step-by-step instructions on how to go through this framework.
Yeah, so that's helpful. So the how I get is something that happens in the local jurisdiction because there might be a different way to do it in Saylor-Kaizen versus another MPO. But am I correct in assuming that there are evaluation criteria and implementation and monitoring regs for each of the MPOs that's consistent across those MPOs? So when we look at our databases going forward, we have a sense of what's happening. We have similar measurements, in other words. Is that a correct statement?
I believe it's somewhere in between yes and no. There is definitely the greenhouse gas. That's our primary requirement. We also have some stuff in the rules that says, how are you going to engage vulnerable populations or priority populations? How are you going to assess benefits and burdens to them? But I think that we did want to leave it up to each metropolitan area. They're very different in what regional goals they have or what challenges they face. And so that's something for evaluation criteria that is more flexible. And yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
I was going to say, Chair, this was 3 years ago. This is where I went to my first commission meeting when we started, that I was having the same questions as you about how do we not have, evaluation criteria that is the same across the different jurisdictions to be able to compare them. So I had the same question. I that's why I shook my head, because I feel like I knew the answer, which was no, except for the greenhouse gas target.
And the one, I guess I would just add that the modeling tools, you could add more to it for sure if you want to add, but there is kind of a finite list of strategies that we kind of have. There's only so many levers we can pull. And so every area would be consistent with the information they're bringing to the model, right? Where we have discrete choices here. There are things you can do to add to that, but I think that we fundamentally will have a consistent set of information across the metropolitan areas. And we're developing local performance measures to support these regional efforts that would be a consistent source of evaluation criteria or performance metrics. So we'll have an apples to apples comparison, I think is what you're getting at, across different metropolitan areas.
So we will have that. I understand that the how we get there or how each of these areas gets there is different, but what I think your concluding statement was helpful, that in the end, when all this is done, we'll be able to look at across the state, across the MPOs in this particular situation, and understand clearly what kind of progress is being made and in what areas in our quest to increase equity or improve equity, as well as decrease greenhouse gas reduction.
Yeah, and I think I was a little confused by the question, is that evaluation criteria is what do you use to select a preferred scenario? Like, what do we care about? And so maybe something like household transportation cost is critical in Eugene Springfield, but it's, congestion is maybe more important to Salem Kaiser. So they can set different criteria for making that selection. But once they do the implementation and monitoring, they would be using a very similar set of or performance metrics to make those comparisons to where are we at across these range of actions.
I think we should probably move on, but I think this requires more conversation. I think to get, at least in my head, I could be the only one, but I think I don't want to interrupt the flow, but I think that it could be that there are certain evaluation criteria that are critical to be measured in each of the communities, but they might highlight different ones, because household income and would be a really useful thing. I think might get at equity as well. So again, I don't want to go too far into the weeds on this, but I'm kind of wondering aloud, I guess, whether or not we should have consistent even evaluation criteria. There might be some additional ones that community adds, but across the board, there's some critical things I think we as an agency and as a state really want to see. But I'll just leave it at that, and you can continue on.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I'll just say that once we go through this cycle, these plans are not something that happen every 4 years. They're not something that's set on a cycle. So it is long range, and it's something where you say, this is the vision for the future. It's going to take a lot to get there. And so we end up on this yellow box, and we say, okay, now we have to implement and monitor the actions it takes to get to that desired future state. And on the next slide, we're going to expand that yellow box. And this is kind of serves two purposes. One is to tell you what that would look like inside of the preferred scenario framework, and also for the other 5 metropolitan areas that won't be doing scenario planning in the near term. This is the framework that we have set out in the rules. And this is really just a gap analysis. This is saying, where are your plans taking you in the horizon year? And what would be the gap between those actions? So transit level of service, bike ped implementation. Where are the gaps? So first, you just kind of have to know how fast, how bad the problem is before you can start working on it. And so once you know where those gaps are, you make a plan to improve the plans. And then you come back in 4 years and monitor and assess, okay, are we making progress in one area? Are we falling behind? Where do we need to shift our focus? So in these other metropolitan areas, they would be assessing to these actions in STS. They have regional trajectories is what they're called. And that's part of that adopted preferred scenario in the STS. So we have a good idea of where plans need to be across this range of actions. In a adopted preferred scenario, you would also know where you need to be on these range of actions. So transit level of service, or the amount of people living within walking distance to transit, those kind of things. And so we're proposing to do that on a 4 to 5 year planning cycle, which would coincide with the MPO federal plans. Some areas do it at a 4-year rate, some areas do it at a 5-year cycle. So we kind of want to be consistent there to make sure that we are not adding redundancy. If there's efficiencies to do it in an MPO plan, we think that's great. We're not requiring that, but we want to make sure that that's really easy for folks to do. So we're going to talk a little bit more into the rules next. If you want to pause and ask any questions on the planning framework.
Thanks, Cody. Questions from commissioners? Looks like you can continue on.
Chair MacArthur, I'll just emphasize what you were saying earlier. I think just highlighting for us the evaluation criteria and measurement it's just key. And so knowing that that's a place that the commission is interested in. And a part of that is really empowering you all to be able to get the results we need in the community and empowering our state. And so just knowing that we're interested in it because it matters so much. And so thank you for highlighting that for us.
And Chair?
Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to echo that. I kind of wrote down performance metrics versus evaluation criteria and the confusion we may or may not have on that. And the idea that I think we've talked about it many times, that there's discrete choices maybe on both of those, and why not just list those out as, you know, pick, I'm making this up, you know, pick 5 of these, you know, so that at least everyone knows what the criteria is out there, and then we decide either performance metrics or evaluation criteria what's important that we get info from all jurisdictions on, or what's important that all jurisdictions must do, rather than sort of, and I have more comments, but since we're talking about this specific topic, then just kind of like pick your own and do your own. And yeah, especially if you feel like at the end of the day, it should lead to comparable, you know, results, then why not outline the options that one picks?
Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, I just want to reiterate on the evaluation criteria, we really set out 2 things. Climate with your reduction targets is number, you know, that's clearly there, and equity. And we're doing the climate friendly and equity. So we have these requirements for assessing benefits and burdens for the preferred scenario that folks need to think about that stuff. And so those are the 2 main frameworks for the evaluation criteria that are set out in the rules.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I think that and I think obviously that was the charge we gave you folks. And so we agree with that, those 2 broad categories. I'm thinking that if we don't get it to it today, which it might not be in your plan, I think that in July, we should start talking about what are the elements under climate and what are the elements under equity, and how does that lead to a performance and evaluation criteria, as well as the performance measurement. So kind of the trajectory on that. Here's what we want to accomplish. Here's what we're requiring. Yes, scenario planning happens to get to those things, and then here's how you measure at the end. I think that flow is not very clear in my head, and so, oops, sorry about that. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and Chair, like the things that stood out to me in that topic area were like page 12 was develop and apply evaluation criteria. You know, it's kind of open-ended. And then on page 14, this rule does not establish or require a use of particular performance measurements or targets. So there was just like enough language in there that I'm like, sort of like, do whatever you want. And I know that's not what it's intended to be, but that's how I read it.
Am I making sense to staff? I don't want to confuse you. So does that resonate? Does that make some sense to you about what we're looking for?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if the rest of the team.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, so the review process for these rules, we brought the actual draft rules to the RAC at 2 separate meetings, starting in January and I think in May. And of course, we've talked at the conceptual level a lot because it's kind of hard to talk through, 30 pages of draft rules with folks. So we have spent a lot of time talking about concepts that we have folded into the draft rules. Specifically our concepts, on equity mapping. We think that that's something that would really support this work, and some of the inclusion, who's at the table, the priority populations with the focus throughout the rules. And so we've gotten a lot of feedback from the RAC. We've had conversations with local governments and advocates about the draft rules. Of course, we're here today running them past you. And so we're going to kind of compile everything we've heard over the last 6 months almost now and come up with some further revisions that we'll go through the RAC. So next, I think we're going to just step through the rules, and we wanted to kind of just highlight the overall structure of the rules that are there first, and they're kind of color coded by lumped categories. So the first categories, the first set of rules are just basic introduction, applicability. So that's your purpose, definition, and then who these rules apply to and how. And that's where you see that schedule for the rollout for Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Kaiser. Has a process for other areas to request to opt into the program. Also has a process for the commission to issue an order to bring other areas into the program. In orange, we have rules that are the greenhouse gas targets and methodology, and that's something that was out of scope. We did some work about 3 or 4 years ago now to update those targets, and they really, what we did in that rulemaking effort was we really aligned this with the STS. We didn't have the STS when the original targets were adopted, so we just kind of brought it up. We wanted to streamline things to make the assumptions that are in the statewide transportation strategy. So we're not really doing much in those sections or the Portland section in red. So there are a lot of rules that were there that told Portland Metro how to select and identify and adopt a regional scenario. So since they've done that, there's not a lot of work. We did some tweaks just to, say, hey, you're not doing that anymore, but now you're maintaining and possibly amending it. So they are doing the reporting every 4 years through their federal RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan that MPOs submit. And that's how they're showing implementation. Of course, they're doing a lot of work under the hood, but that's their main product to us, is just to say, these are our performance measures that we brought in with the plan. And here's our progress on these actions or these measures that were taken in the last 4 years. So in the last 3, the purple, I guess it's yellow and teal, we have new rules. And so those are the new rules, I would say, how this applies to other metropolitan areas that are, have a requirement. We have some rules for reporting and enforcement. Some of the enforcement stuff is kind of going to come later. So it's just kind of a first look on that. Staff is working with DOJ and getting a lot of, we want to make sure we get that out right before we put it out there. So it's something that will probably be overarching for the whole rulemaking effort. It's not just going to be specific to this process. And then in teal, we have the interim requirements. So the smaller 5 metropolitan areas, what is that gap analysis look like? What is that requirement? And I should have noted that since Salem-Keizer is starting a little bit later, we grouped them into these interim requirements because you're basically gathering the information you would need to do a scenario plan. You're gathering that basic data. That's the first step. It's just, where are we at in our plans? And so it's not a redundant requirement. It's just saying, why don't you start reporting right now and gathering that information? And then when you start on your scenario planning, you'll just hit the ground running. You'll have that basic information there and we'll have an idea of where you're at. So I'm going to pull up the draft rules here in the same color coded, and I can expand them as you guys want to look through and talk about sections, or we can just kind of go through and give you some cliff notes. So
let's start with the cliff note. I think we have the actual language in front of us that's part of the staff report. So thank you for including that in there. But I think maybe the cliff notes, and if commissioners have questions about any of these in terms of kind of more conversation, elaboration, let's raise our hands for that.
Chair MacArthur.
Yes, Commissioner Lilac.
As you provided these summaries, I did read extensively the public comment, where it looks like the public comment included another organization, is that right, that basically wrote their version of the rules? Or is that, am I understanding that correctly, which I see in our packet is before these draft rules with the footer that says public comment supplemental packet?
Yeah, I was confused by that too. So maybe tell us which page we would look at to follow along with what's on the screen, if you don't mind. I thought it was page 24 maybe, but is that an attachment to something else?
And those are, I'm sorry.
Yes.
If I could, Kirsten here. So The attachment D, I believe, is the current draft rule. So Cody and Matt are not in receipt of a hard copy packet, so it's hard for them to kind of navigate. So if it's all right, I'll help you here. So I believe that attachment D is what we're talking about here, and it should be pages 1 through 24.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm not sure which exact page Cody's on right now, but yep. Bill, thanks.
Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, one thing that may be confusing is an attachment, I think it's A. There are some comments that are made by some interested parties on the draft rules, and they asked that we included that in your packet. So there's actually a copy of the draft rules with some additional comments made by interested parties on that. So there's really 2 copies that are in different attachments, but the draft rules that we're talking about is attachment D, the staff report.
Thanks, Bill. That's what I assumed. I just wanted to clarify. And so my only comment would be, as you present the draft rules, if there's anything that you're thinking about revising based on what the public comments are, there were really thoughtful comments. As one commissioner, I welcome any thoughts you have as we walk through, unless that's a separate topic. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was a part of our review process, was putting out the Word document and allowing folks to chime in on track changes. And that, I believe you're referencing the 1,000 Friends of Oregon and Oregon Environmental Council track changes document. And we've sat down with them and walked through those suggestions. And I really appreciate the work they did to pull out not only just stuff that's really hard to find cross-referencing and all this stuff, but just overall trying to push the envelope on these rules. So we do have a number of comments from other parties. So I'm not prepared to do kind of commentary on what we've heard specifically from them, because we've heard a lot from others as well. And I'll just say that we are compiling all these into kind of a master list of comments rule by rule, and want to hear from you before going in and really thinking through them too deeply about what we need to change.
So maybe of course you can't go over all the comments. And I don't think that would be a productive use of your time or ours, but I guess as you're going through here, Cody, if you could highlight, because what we're trying to do, you have a rack and you have all these other folks giving input. What we're trying to do is to get our heads around now, and in the next several meetings, get our heads around what are the issues that might be percolating out there relative to some of these topics. So we can start thinking about them. We're not going to go ahead and weigh in on them heavily. We're not going to deliberate, obviously, but I think this is a good juncture to start thinking about, okay, so what other things are out there, so that when we get a draft rule in November or January, we're not just like, oh, we didn't know that was a problem, or that was an opportunity, right? So I just don't go into too much detail, but highlight where there might be different opinions than what is currently in the draft. Is that possible? Great.
So I think the first area I would just highlight, the purpose and definitions are pretty straightforward. There, a couple comments there, but the applicability and compliance schedule is something that we've, as staff, have been really juggling, because there's a real push and pull from local governments who, we have procurement deadline or issues to get the money to a consultant, which can sometimes take longer than you would really think it would. But there's just, the realities of getting, government to get the money out and get things on time through all the process there. We also have heard from, Salem Kaiser in particular, that they're in the middle of a pretty big comprehensive plan update that's including a climate action planning update, and that they felt that, their staff is really going to be overburdened with the initial deadline was a little tighter for them, and that frankly they thought their stakeholders were going to be confused and a little burned out, that they had just gone through this big process and now we're starting a new one before it's even been adopted. And so that's why we chose to kind of stagger this and say, let's start with Eugene Springfield. We've worked closely with staff in both of those areas to make sure that this is doable and achievable. So we put in some deadlines that Matt will pull up in us after we're done going through this to kind of show you how that would phase out. But that is something that, there's that balance. It's, you know, the need for urgent action and not to delay this, but the realities of, you know, getting it done and getting it done well. So what we've put in there, we thought were pretty reasonable deadlines that I don't know it'd be possible to get them up any sooner. There's also an area in there where when they come in with their work plan to the commission, they can propose new deadlines. If they say, well, here's what we're going to do. And you know what, it's just going to take us maybe a year longer than you guys thought. They can propose that. You don't have to accept that. But that just allows a little bit of flexibility for the jurisdictions and the commission to kind of engage in that conversation to make sure that these things are achievable and we're not having to, you know, make amendments later to handle that. So that is one issue that came up, that got flagged from the advocates, that maybe is something that we shouldn't have flexibility on. That it should just be the deadline is the deadline. So that is one area to think through, is these compliance dates in here. And I'll just say we have, you know, rules that apply directly to the cities within the Central Lane MPO, just using that as a geographic designator. Then we have rules that apply to the Salem-Keizer area. And then we have rules for opting in or rules for the commission issuing an order, and some criteria or some factors to consider who might go next. And we'll kind of give an idea of what that might look like in a second here.
Chair, can I ask a real quick question?
Yes.
That'll help me ground myself. Besides the actual targets, the greenhouse gas emission targets, which are different from Portland to the other jurisdictions, where does it separate? I'm just trying to understand the need to separate versus writing a whole process for everyone, the need to separate Portland and from other jurisdiction. I get it in the targets. Why other than that do they need to be separated from each other? Do they have a
yeah, I guess my question is, it's that, why is it a separate process? Why do we have a separate sections of rules?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first I'll just note that the Portland metropolitan area, they do have a higher target, and they volunteered to step up to take that target during our rulemaking efforts. So that was because they've been shown that they can. And
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, the target's different. I guess.
Great. So the reason we have separate rules is because we have a regional governance structure in Metro. So they make land use decisions at the regional scale, and we can write rules for Metro, but we can't say, you know, the Salem-Keizer region, you guys have to do this because you're this, you know, and you guys make it happen, this entity, because there's no entity there. There's a metropolitan planning organization there who fulfills, you know, federal requirements, but they can't make a land use decision. So we had to come up with a way to say, we're going to take this regional process and put it into metropolitan areas that don't have a regional governance, that can't make land use decisions. So it is really focused on the cities and counties and getting them to work together, because ultimately what we need to do is make these land use decisions.
Is there some rulemaking? So this issue was raised and flagged, and I appreciate you guys doing that in the past. A couple of years ago, the idea that Metro is its own beast. It has its own charter, and it does, in fact, as you point out, has a land use and a transportation authority. And Metro is also the metropolitan planning organization for that region. In other areas, there's no charter for land use, as you say. The MPOs, the metropolitan planning organizations, are a fixture of federal government. They have they have to be approved by the governor, and they're, as Cody and others have pointed out, every 4 to 5 years they have a requirement to do a regional transportation plan. So we don't need to talk about it now, but we had that conversation, and I don't recall where we landed relative to what the mechanism we need to use to entice, incite, engage all those entities to work together. And so we don't need to talk about it now, but it's a conversation I would like to have in July, if that's appropriate, or September. I really want to make sure I get my head around that, and I think the commission members probably need to as well, so we know what that looks like relative to these rules.
And for me, I'm having a fundamental like organization issue with this document that I'm struggling with. It's like, for me, I almost want to see if they're going to be separate processes and and all that, then it's like I want to see different sections of this where it's like Portland and it goes through all that, and then it's like everybody else here. And so the jumping back and forth was hard for me, and I can't imagine what that would be like for somebody else, the public. So that, and if there is a different process, like you say, Chair, about how do these different entities, it'd be clarity on like, there's these two totally different paths. There's similarities, but they're different paths, and it just doesn't go back and forth.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I think, I don't know if there's a response from staff. I think Commissioner Pearmine wanted to weigh in as well.
Well, I had my hand up prior to this specific question about Metro and Portland, but it was related to the timing and timeline. So Cody, I really appreciate you pulling that through. And we had a briefing about this topic. And this was a question that I had, because I think this is one of the hardest parts for the commission and the public is to understand why things, quote unquote, take so long, right? So why aren't these approved? What's going on? And as a part of helping us as your commission and helping the public is really getting detailed when you're describing it to us. And so potentially timing should just be a subsection of this, our briefing, and for the public too, to understand the horizon, I think. And then we can, so obviously when you described it to me, we have limited staff at DLCD. The agencies have limited staff on a local level. And here's how the timing weaves together and why. That really helps for continuity for us as your commission and for the public too, of like, oh, right, this is why Salem Keizer is on this timeline. And, then if we do need to request that they move more quickly because they've been delaying often, then there's more clarity, and we can support you and other entities in that. So I really appreciate you bringing that through as kind of this is a sticking point for the public and as your commission. And I'm very sad that I won't actually be here to adopt these rules because they've horizoned my whole commission experience, but I know this commission well. So back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Pearmine and Helova. Why don't we turn it back to staff then to either answer or respond and continue on?
Sure. Yeah. Chair MacArthur, I wonder if maybe we just pull up the slide that kind of gives a graphic of the timing to, now that we're talking about that, I think it makes more sense than looking at the rule language.
Great.
Thank you, Bill.
Oh, that's very helpful. Yeah. You were probably going to get to that. I'm sorry.
Lot to tangle with. So yeah. Okay. So yeah. And Commissioner Pearmine, thank you for that. We have 3 staff members between ODOT and DLCD that work on this program on a day-to-day basis. And of course we have other responsibilities as well. We have, and I should have noted this earlier, we've identified through ODOT the funding that's going to be required for the draft rules you see before you today. So what we have proposed, we began last summer with a funding needs memo. We came up with a proposed scope of work of what we thought we could pay for, because that is huge. We need consultant support. We have 3 staff members, and people at the cities and counties are busy too. So we're going to need that consultant support. So that's just, first and foremost, that's underlying all of this. We're not going to be requiring anything we can't pay for in this division. I think that's very important to understand fundamentally. There's,
Buddy?
Yes.
Could you please point out that where the funding, there's a line below Salem Keizer for which there's no funding identified. Is that correct?
Yeah, in these potential schedules, we had funding identified for an amount of time and a certain amount of money. And so that pot would have to be refilled in the future. And so that's something we'll have to continually work on to make sure that we can advocate and get funding for this program. But that will be one of the factors for selecting regions to pull into the program. Of course, we want to have to be able to pay for it. So as you see here, Eugene Springfield, we've got want to get them ASAP. As soon as the gavel comes down on this, we want to start working on a work program with them. How are you going to work together? How are you going to engage your priority populations? What are you guys thinking about? And I'm sorry, Vice Chair Holova, I see your hand up. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was unmuted. It was for after you finished talking. I had a question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and so then they would go through their scenario planning effort, but of course they've already done most of this work. So we're just talking about implementation. So the schedule is a little tighter there for them because we have most of what we need. We just need to know how they're going to implement this. And so that moves pretty quickly into, what are the ways in these local plans have to change? So what local plan amendments need to change to implement that preferred scenario for the cities, Eugene, Springfield, Lane County, Coburg. And then they move directly to the implementation reporting track. So just making those changes, doing the work, reporting, assessing, looking back to see, are we getting where we want to go across these range of actions? So while they're doing that, we'd be working with some of this basic monitoring work with Salem Kaiser, getting them up on thinking about the work program, and then kind of kicking off that full-blown scenario planning effort in, I think it is 2023. And so that being a full-blown effort, it's going to take probably 2 years. These things are, to do the public engagement right. And that's the piece that Metro has continuously told us, like, that's where it's at. And you have to, you got to socialize this stuff. You got to hear, you're setting a regional vision. You need to really hear what you need to do for your region. And then similarly, they'd go into making amendments to local plans to get to that preferred scenario. And then again, implement, monitor, report, rinse and repeat every 4 years. And so these are some hypotheticals. And of course, you just kind of see how we're staggering it out over time based on the fiscal realities and the staff capacity. To, even though we have consultants, it takes a large amount of our work to make sure that the consultant work is up to snuff. And particularly our modeler at ODOT is, the buck stops there. And so she's got to comb through all these data files and make sure that all these assumptions about our target rules are done correctly. And so that does take a lot of work.
That's a helpful slide. Thank you, Cody, and thanks to Commissioner Permine for requesting it. That helps me a lot.
Can I just also flag? Oh, Chair, go ahead, Vice Chair. Chair, go ahead and determine who should go first.
Katie, why don't you go first, since this was kind of
so helpful. Thank you. And I think we get to support you in setting schedules, and also if we need to be asking for more resources from ODOT or asking for more resources for DLCD, I think that's something we should flag for ourselves, because we feel the urgency, right? We're here with our advocates and the public. And if I know the urgency is, at the governor's office. So how do we support you if we need to ask for more resources and move some of this timeline? Like your point about the understanding that socializing, making this a community engagement process, and that timeline being longer, because that's how change happens in communities, and this is a change management. But if we can shrink in some of these other pieces and support you, I think just flag that for us if we can, and obviously your leadership related to where you might need more staff time. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Holova.
Yeah, I think I figured out what I want to say. What I would love, and I'm just going to throw it out there, is for this whole section to be organized according to these color-coded schedule. So like this was what I'm saying. I'm seeing like a definition section, maybe then a schedule section, and then it literally goes according to this program. So the first one not on this slide would be targets and evaluation criteria. And then the second section would be work program. Third would be scenario planning. Fourth would be local adoption / local plans, because it sounds like local plans is the local adoption. I'm not sure about that. And then the 5th would be implementation and reporting, because I feel like all that content is in here, but it doesn't, like, if this document mirrored this slide, then I feel like me and the public could be like, see, this is what's happening, and here are the rules, and they're the exact same names as is shown on the slide, and you could look and see scenario plan, what's that involve? But with the first section that's about targets and evaluation criteria, and then let's say all the other sections make sense and everybody's working, but we're still struggling, let's say, with what are the targets and what are the evaluation criteria, then we just kind of keep on revising that section until it's good. But right now, I feel like it's confusing to me, and I feel like I got it now. And this graphic, I feel like the text should mirror this graphic, and then everybody can get that, if that makes sense. I don't know if there's holes in that theory. That's what I need.
I would say I think to a significant degree the rule text does, with the one caveat that we're starting at rule 100 to do that, because there's an existing set of rules from about rule 0 through 60 or something, and we don't want to go in and take and put a completely different rule in the spot that has previously been occupied by rule 60 or rule 40 or rule. And so when we look at the rule draft, we get to rule 100. I think we will see the program, the scenario plan, the local adoption, and the reporting in that order.
The titling, I'm getting a little bit of understanding in that.
Okay.
Still just very confusing for me, and I can't imagine for anybody, a public, coming in and making comments. I'm struggling. But this graphic is, what it took for me to understand.
Why don't we leave this idea as food for thought, flag it, and then staff can go back. I think there's a meeting that you're having next week to kind of debrief from all this. So I think those are really good ideas. And the point is just more clarity for the commission absorption, but also accessibility to the public as we go through and ultimately deliberate on these topics. I think that's what the clarity is needed. So, and then Commissioner Lilac has his hand up, and then Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I put my hand up as Commissioner Pearmine was talking about resources, because to me it's so important. And Cody and the team, I completely get it. You only have 3 staff members, and then there's only so much money to give to these regions. But with our robust new forecast, and I hope that there's an opportunity to move some of these regions up in the schedule, because I think about 2030, and holy smokes, that's a long way out there, given the magnitude of change that we need to make, as I see through these community conversations and we listen to the importance of this work. And this is a priority of this governor's office. And of course, we've got a gubernatorial election next year. We'll see what the next governor's priorities are, but this is super helpful. I just hope that we can all be nimble, and if you're able to get more resources at the staff level and more resources for the regions to do the work, gosh, I hope we can move up some of these timeframes. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Deputy Director Green.
Thanks. I had put my hand up as well in response to Commissioner Pearmine's comment. So thanks, Chair. Mine was more straightforward, just to this current governor's budget. So governor's recommended budget did include our request for policy option package 112. And if I get that wrong, Jim is often correcting me on that. So please feel free, Director. That asks for funding for local government support. I'm not sure it would pay for a whole new scenario plan, but also an additional staff person. Also, just want to caution, because numbers get stuck in folks' mind. There isn't really 3 staff. As little as 3 sounds. I think that they're counting Matt in there. And Matt probably has about 20% of his time spent on this rule. So Cody, I don't know if that 3. When we start talking about 3, I don't know if that's you and Bill and Matt.
I was referencing the ODOT crew and me. Okay. So as the full time, on this effort.
Okay. Yeah, I would. It is thin. also intrigued earlier about the conversation about monitoring and reporting. I think there's more to bring to commission. Obviously, staff are struggling with getting the work done and also preparing sort of what to bring. But that is, there's a lot to bring to you over July and in the fall. We probably will need to possibly go to 3-hour blocks on this rulemaking for each commission meeting through the fall. But the monitoring and reporting is always opaque to me in how we will really know about the progress we're making, or are we using proxies? So perhaps there's a conversation we can hear Cody summarize his work with ODOT, but also bring ODOT here. And then finally, on future funding requests, we are planning to have a conversation with at least Chair MacArthur and the chair of the Oregon Transportation Commission, possibly in September. But I think there's really definitely a need to kind of elevate the need for even more rapid progress than is outlined here. So thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. Turn it back to transportation folks. I know we're kind of slowing you down considerably, but I really appreciate your engaging us in this conversation. So take it away.
Well, Chair MacArthur, I wonder if you can give us some guidance on where you want to go. If you want to go kind of back through that, I see that the clock is ticking here. So if you want to engage in some more discussion, I know we have some public testimony, or I'm happy to go back to the draft rules and walk through some more of that as well.
Well, and I thank you for that question. I think the draft rules are probably more detail right now. I think it throws me a little bit, and again, you did a great job. It's not that, it throws me to kind of look at specific language when I don't understand the policy debate or the big picture issues. And so I wonder if we could just take a few moments and just articulate what you as staff see as the big issues you need to munch on with the RAC and then bring back to us. Just outline those so we have them in our head. And we'll hear probably about some of those things when we get public testimony. And that way it kind of engraves in our heads the kinds of things you guys are grappling with, and we can start thinking about those things. And then in July, dig down deeper rather than go through draft rule language right now. I think that's going to be a long slog and probably not as useful as you might need it to be relative to our input. So if you could just go ahead and indicate some of the big picture issues you're grappling with the RAC, and then we'll have public testimony, and then we can come back and talk a little bit here if we still have some time. Does that make sense? Does that work for you, Cody and team?
Yeah, no, that's great. I think I touched on it a little earlier, but to me, and I think other team members, please chime in. The thing that's really sticking out to me is the spectrum of flexibility and prescriptive requirements. The scenario planning is a flexible approach. It allows for, we've heard very loud and clear from local governments that they want, overall outcomes to be set by the commission and the guidance, and they want that technical support to tell them like, what's the biggest lever I have? Like, where should I start looking? But let us figure out how to do that. What works for us. There's local values and different contexts in each city or even neighborhood in a city, right? So there's that. And then there's just, we know where plans need to go. And so the STS provides a guide for, that we have in here saying, here's the range of actions for regions to take. And here's how high they're really going to have to go on some of the stuff. And we start looking at some of the numbers on these regional things like, I think the target for the bike mode share in Albany in the STS is like 23% of short trips taken by in the future year we're talking about. And, we were doing some work and looking like they're at 2%. So there's like huge gaps, right? These aren't easy things to do. And we've been really just wrestling on how to translate those big regional outcomes that we need to get people to change behavior in a very significant way to actions on the ground. So what do the cities do to influence that mode share shift? And so for me, that's really just been, I think, what we spend a lot of amount of our time wrestling with is just, it's not either or, it's somewhere on that spectrum across any different policy choice that you're making to be, very prescriptive and, very detailed mandates or putting in a framework that allows for some flexibility to achieve the overall outcomes that you desire, right? If you can do it in a different way, but you achieve the same outcomes than your neighbors, is that the way we want to go? And I think that's basically what we've put in here, is we're saying that, there's different ways to achieve the targets. There's only so many strategies you can use, honestly. So we kind of know about what are the levers out there, but how high do you want to jump on each one of those? And that's something that we've, I think we landed on flexible, but there's some pretty strong stuff in here that, we're going to have reports and we're going to have monitoring and, enforcement on stuff.
That's really helpful. I appreciate you framing it that way. That's useful for me. And then we also, so commissioners or other, actually I'll start with other staff. So Matt or Bill, other kinds of big picture issues you're grappling with in terms of this process?
I think those capture a lot of them. And again, it's hard to know until we see all of the rules. And over the last month, our staff has been really focused on the community conversations and writing the next set of rules are twice, 3, 4 times as much as you're seeing here. I mean, there's a lot that we're working on there. And so mostly we've been accepting input on this set of rules, but have not been trying to work through that input at this point.
Yep, I get that. Bill, did you want to weigh in? Okay. Commissioners, other kinds of things, not that we would, again, I guess just issues to kind of flag for that would help us understand how to move forward with this. I heard performance metrics, more conversation about the specifics of that. I'm particularly interested in the instrument or the rule language that compels MPOs that are outside of Metro that don't have the special charter on land use, how to get those entities to work together, and how do we bring in the land use and the housing pieces in those conversations, because the thing that Metro was able to do is bring in the land use and community development director types, as well as the transportation professionals in that conversation. So at a future meeting, I'd like to have a more understanding and conversation about how we compel those entities to come to the table when initially they think of it as a transportation exercise. Other commissioners have some thoughts about that? It's a list of things we kind of need to help us understand what we're doing here.
Commissioner Pearmine has her hand raised, as well as Deputy Director.
Thank you, Commissioner Pearmine.
Yeah, I appreciate having this be a discussion. So thank you for letting us interrupt the presentation. I know that can be hard, but I think it's really helpful for us as we're making sense of things. And I also appreciate Chair MacArthur, you really help me think about how to pull through themes. And that as a commissioner, it is helpful to see those themes in over time. So if you can summarize what you're hearing from us, and that would be really beneficial. So thank you for pulling through. And I think this question about flexibility, Cody, is so key. And that flexibility and framework, sort of thinking, how do we create a flexible framework? And with changing technology, as we're seeing with electrification, how that will shift everything, and a new technology can have a major impact in communities. And so for the commission to understand sort of what the future of transportation really is looking like and seeing scenarios based on technology, I think is also going to be critical. And so with that, there's also just defining our role in the state and then seeing what the other agencies' role. So I think for me, that would be a theme of being able to say, what is our role? How do all of these weave together so that we're really clear that our role is right here? And all these other questions that the public might have, we say, that's ODOT, or we say, that's DEQ, that we're really clear. Those are, and then the other theme of just capacity and funding, and how we always know what is our capacity, how is your capacity being impacted by what's being requested of you, and who's funding this and how is it funded, so that we're really clear on those pieces too. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pearmine. Deputy Director Green.
Deputy Director, you need to unmute.
Thank you. Sorry. Commissioner Chair MacArthur, thank you. And I think that we should bring forth information as we have it. So there's been quite a bit of work done. Staff have done quite a bit of work with legal counsel on, as you say, compelling the regions to work together. So maybe we could take just a moment. I think we have a few moments, if that's okay, Chair MacArthur.
I think it's fine. I do want to kind of respect our 11:45 lunch break starting then, but we also have public comment. So
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. So forgive me, I forgot about public comment. Yeah, we can take it up after. Yeah.
Yeah, can we flag it and do that in July? I think it probably could wait till then, I'm thinking.
Of course, there's a 10-second nugget I'd like to give you.
Why don't you give me the 10-second nugget? Give us the nugget.
So there's no legal way we can compel the regions to work together without the formal structure of Metro. So we are defaulting to city and county regulations is the short-term answer. So, but there's a social way we could invite people to come together, but doesn't seem to be a legal mechanism, but we can bring that back in July. Thank you.
And we can talk again about this next week, I guess, but I know that the governor does certify these MPOs, and I'm just kind of wondering if there's another way to do that, or making sure that if ODOT projects that we can work with ODOT, and if an MPO can't spend money on projects unless they have gone through this plan and they are identified in this plan, and ODOT is in agreement with that, it might not be a direct requirement, it's a compelling. So I think and maybe you've researched all those things. I just haven't had the advantage, and I don't think the commission has had the advantage of thinking about those things and deciding which tool or lever we want to pull. So
thank you so much. No, we've only looked at the legal. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Okay, so any other commissioners have their hands up before we go to public comment? Okay, great. I'll ask Esther to put the list up. I think Mary Kyle might be the first person. Yeah, great. Let's welcome Mary Kyle from Thousand Friends of Oregon.
Okay, I'm just switching Ms. McCurdy over. And Ms. McCurdy, are you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Here? Yes.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. My name is Mary Kyle McCurdy, representing 1000 Friends, the RAC, as well as a member of its performance measures group, and we've had 3 meetings of that group so far. We are pleased to see that the agency has brought together a RAC that is diverse in its background, and the commitment of the agency, the commission and staff, to really putting in equity principles to direct the products that the RAC is developing. But I want to, in this limited time, turn to this RAC because we are concerned that we are already halfway through the RAC process and we are still operating at a pretty general level. So the RAC life ends in the fall, and you were scheduled to adopt rules in December. So we're here to encourage and support picking up the pace. There are critical discussions the RAC still needs to have, and we need to really get down to the details. So this is reinforcing some of the introductory comments that you heard from Commissioners Warren and Lilac and others that you have all made in this discussion. So here's a more specific description of where we are and where I hope we are going soon. The RAC has not yet seen proposed specific state standards that would presumably adopted in a rule that local governments in the metro areas would have to meet to successfully meet their greenhouse gas reduction targets. And remember, we already have those state targets. You've adopted the 20% per capita greenhouse gas reduction rule, and the STS has translated what that means that these local governments in the metro areas have to meet. That means moving from 20% on the land use side, 20% of all households in compact mixed use areas to 30%. That translates into some significant zoning changes, shifting from 10% to 40% of all short trips made by alternative modes, reducing VMT by 20%, using transportation demand management and transportation options, and parking management and pricing tools. These are all a translation of your greenhouse gas reduction targets that are in the STS. And there are a variety of ways that local governments could meet those specific standards, but LCDC needs to set those standards in these rules. That provides the certainty of state standards that you've heard local governments ask for, and then gives them the flexibility in how we get there. However, we aren't discussing these yet in the RAC. Instead, we've been discussing a variety of ways to measure a wide range of potential local standards without yet discussing the actual target those standards must meet. So rather than, for example, discussing specific standards related to the definition of compact mixed-use areas and a prioritization of ways to increase the households in those areas, we are just talking about measuring shares of households without filling in that blank of what share of households. There are lots of ways to measure that, but it is difficult to discuss measuring and enforcement without that blank being filled in. It's similar in the shifting of transportation modes and a variety of other things that I would go into more detail in if we weren't on a time limit that I'm sorry I wasn't expecting today, but these are a variety of examples. There have been things raised by RAC members, such as using level of traffic stress in terms of setting metrics for bicycle and pedestrian networks, but we haven't gotten to discussing those yet, and we don't have much time left. So we are eager to get to that discussion in the RAC. We would like to support the staff getting to those. And we know from participating in the local community conversations and on the RAC that there's a lot of chomping at the bit to get to those. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mary Kyle. I know you felt like you didn't have quite enough time. If there are a couple more points you want to make, I don't want to miss the value of your complete remarks. I didn't see something that you submitted in a written way.
I didn't, Commissioner Chair MacArthur. I'm happy to submit something afterwards, but I would say that whether you're looking at the land use, the mode shift, again, I'll take a step back. You've set the greenhouse gas reduction targets. The STS translates those on land use, mode shift, VMT reduction, transportation options, and parking. And what we need is, what does that mean? What do those things mean in your rules? What are the state standards? What are you going to do with those STS? And for this rule as the state standards that local governments should meet. And I hope we are soon discussing the actual standards and the prioritization of best practices to get there. So, for example, the STS, as I said, says that most household, or we need to move statewide in urban areas from 20% to 30% of all households, not just new ones, all households in compact mixed use areas. We can measure that by, does that mean 65% of households are living in a 20-minute neighborhood by the year 2050? I'm just throwing out a educated estimate or best guess. That's one example. Do 50% of those of lower income live in 20-minute households? Have you rezoned so that half of all your new households are located in mixed-use compact areas? What's the definition for a mixed-use compact area? Those are just some examples. And you can do that going through the shifting of modes. Again, I mentioned there's the level of traffic stress, which is a metric used by the Los Angeles Department of Transportation and some other areas. That's one way to measure a bicycling and pedestrian network that people might actually use, as opposed to just miles of bikeways, which we know does not necessarily translate into something that feels safe and accessible. But we need those metrics or that state level so that we can then discuss best practices. I think we've seen that, for example, turning to 2001, 2003 with the housing production strategies. there's a lot of ways to get to an end. And I think we and many on the RAC would like to discuss best practices, a prioritization, and rather than discussing various ways to measure things when we don't know actually what we're measuring yet. So those are just some of the examples. And again, I think then once we have those, local governments should be incorporating those in their major planning documents, like the housing needs analysis and the transportation system plans they are going to be doing anyway.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then I think Bob Courtright is, first of all, I'm sorry, any questions for Mary Kyle?
Vice Chair Halova has her hand raised.
I had a question. All of the details that you're trying to get into, are all of those associated with the, when Bill maybe spoke at the beginning? I am not sure if it was Bill. One of the staff spoke about there being two parts that we're dealing with, and one is this thing that has parking and electrification, all that, and then the other one is what we're talking about today. Is everything that you're talking about in that other part, or is it in the part that we've been talking about today?
Commissioner Halova, do you mean by the other part the Rule 44 part? I'm sorry,
yeah, and maybe somebody from staff could say one of the beginning slides was there's two parts to this discussion that we're going to get out of this rulemaking.
Right. So the Rule 44 is the scenario planning piece of that, right. And we are not talking about the specifics today. I don't believe we have the draft of the other section. Is that correct, Cody?
That's correct. And if I just try to bridge the gap here, Mary Kyle is. Luckily we have her on our performance measure work group, and what that is doing is it's straddling the two. It's really saying, we have these overarching regional kind of outcomes based measures. How many people do a behavior, need to shift a behavior. And what we're doing is we're coming up with local metrics for cities and counties to use to define, what are the actions that get to that outcome for each of these strategy levers that would be in Division 44 or the regional planning. So it's kind of it's going to be the next step towards our TPR rulemaking.
So let's say that part was done, and this is to Cody. What section would it fit in this Division 44? These targets that Mary Kyle was talking about.
So I believe that we're planning on putting those in Division 12, the TPR, that has requirements for transportation system planning, these local documents. And it might be a little bit in Division 44 too, but we really want to kind of take that regional view and then put it down a level and say, here are the actions that we want to be monitoring and managing our way towards getting to these regional goals.
Okay.
Right?
I was just trying to understand process. Mine was more not the content. Sorry, Mary Kyle, was the process, which is, is the RAC spending too much time on this Division 44 and when they should be moving on to what other division that she's referring to? I was just trying to understand.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's what, just trying to understand that. Yes. So really you want to move on to Division 12, 7, or 8, or all three of those?
And I know we will be. I'm really concerned on the time frame left for what I think are the most important discussions we're going to be having.
Okay. And so you're saying close out the discussions on this one, wrap them all in, stop talking about it, move on to 12. I'm just looking at the list.
We're here to support that, encourage it. I know it might not always feel like support as much as pushing to Cody, but also we understand you need the financial support of some of your sister agencies too. So we're working on that. So yes, that was it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions for Mary Kyle?
Commissioner Pearmine.
Commissioner Pearmine, thank you.
Well, thanks, Mary Kyle, for your comments and your work over the years on this. And I feel like I'm wondering as a commission how, when we have members of the public that are also on the RAC, I think hearing directly from RAC members is extremely valuable, and that's something we might want to think about, and it's different than general public comment. So I appreciate allowing for more time, and I would just flag that we should consider inviting RAC members to talk with us in the future. And so Mary Kyle, I appreciate also, I think this piece about, you know, this is a very technical field, right? And we have this sort of the way we engage with the public more broadly, but then with these technical pieces, we actually need to dive in. And I'm curious if you're feeling like we need another work group or a different kind of work group, or if you feel like the way the work that it's hard for a RAC this large to go into the technical aspects that I think are required in this field. And I feel like the same is true for our coastal work, a lot of our work where it's extremely detailed, but essential that we have that kind of technical work being done. So I just want to give you a chance to respond to, if you had a magic wand and from now until, you know, we have the rules we can review, what would that look like so that we can get there?
Commissioner Permine, that's a really great question. I think there's a lot of knowledge and experience on this RAC. And because we're meeting mostly as a large RAC, there's just the performance measures group, small group. There was an equity small group, but since we're meeting as a large group and we've only ever come together during COVID, and most people probably didn't know each other very well, if at all, beforehand, I think it's been challenging for everyone to participate. And that's not necessarily anything anybody involved with it could change. And I think smaller subgroups working on it would be a great idea. So for example, there's people on that RAC that can talk about how to shift that mode of, you know, to 40% non-auto modes far better than I can. And I would love it if there was a little subcommittee RAC that just had them on it, who could chew through all of that. And I think that would be a good way. I think there's untapped, and again, this isn't a criticism of staff. I think it's really hard in the context that we're in. Unlike 2001, where we at least started together before we went into remote meetings. And we had a lot of subcommittees or groups and such in that. So I think we can do there. I think there are themes we are hearing, you know, that both in the community conversations and in the RAC, people know we need to have more housing and walkable areas. Let us chew about how to reach whatever that percentage is. It's significant change that we have to see. Let's start chewing over how to get there, for example. So I don't know that, anyway, I've probably said enough.
Thank you. Appreciate the question and the response. Any final questions for Mary Kyle? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I believe Bob Courtright is next on the list. If you're shaking your head. Yeah, great. Perfect. Bob, welcome. And to Bob, you know, in the interest of time, we want to obviously hear from you. And but if there are additional things beyond what Mary Kyle said, or something that you really want to reinforce that she already said, that's fine. But let's not repeat everything that she went through, if that's acceptable to you.
Absolutely, Chair MacArthur. I just want to make 3 quick points for you to consider. In the way of background, I was the department's lead staff on transportation and GHG issues for a number of years. I continue to follow this very closely. You have written comments from me. The 3 points are these. First, as Mary Kyle suggested, you should be adopting state performance measures to guide planning. Second, in response to your interest in addressing this more urgently, is we should use those standards not just to guide scenario planning, but to use them to guide the other plan updates that we're doing, the other housing and transportation plans specifically. And third, we should be talking about how we hold ourselves accountable to carry this stuff out. Again, let me just emphasize the first point that Mary Kyle made, which is we need clear standards, not just planning for GHG reduction, but to carry out the strategies that are called for in the STS. That's getting most new jobs in housing in climate-friendly areas, tripling the share of trips that are made by alternative modes. So we need those clear standards to guide planning. The second point again is let's be urgent about this. Let's not wait 3 to 5 years for scenario planning. We're going to spend millions of dollars over the next 3 to 5 years updating plans, and we should be using those updates to carry out the strategies that we know are needed. Doing further updates of plans that don't get us to where we need to be simply isn't productive. So we should use that opportunity to start doing things. Again, transportation plans should plan for VMT reduction, for increasing alternative modes. Housing plans should be planning for most new housing in walkable mixed-use areas. Those are the things we need to do. And the third point was we need to address how we hold ourselves accountable to achieving these goals. In the existing TPR, we have 25 years of experience to help guide us. And what we found is that unless we monitor and unless we have incentives, particularly if we tie state programs and state funding to achieving these objectives, unless we have those, we're not going to succeed. So I sense the commission leading to that issue and wanting to get there. I think that's something to continue to discuss as this rulemaking works forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. That was really helpful. And I want to say two things. One, I think we just passed, I think, the anniversary of the adoption of the transportation planning rule. Is it the 40th anniversary? What is that? It was a big one.
Just 30. So
Okay.
it's significant because we talked about greenhouse gas emissions when we adopted the rule in 1991, and we're halfway to our targets. That is, we're halfway through the time that's available to meet them. But we're way behind in terms of the level of VMT or greenhouse gas emission reductions we need to achieve. So long ways to go.
We have a long way to go. And I also, in addition to that point that you just made, I wanted to really acknowledge your contribution because you were a co-father or co-founder or whatever of the TPR. So thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I think you submitted it, your brother Joe Courtwright wrote a piece on climate and equity. It's a really good piece, and I believe that staff put it in our packet. So if you haven't had a chance to read that, it's a really nice piece that coordinates those brings together those two themes. Questions for Bob? Not seeing any hands. I'm getting no texts. Oh, yeah, I see a hand. Yes, Commissioner Fairwein.
Of course, I'm going to chime in on this. Just a lot of gratitude. I want to express the same level of gratitude to Bob. And I think it's when we can see that things aren't working, we know they need to change, right? And you've witnessed essentially we're not close. We're getting, and our time is shrinking, and that is incumbent upon us as commissioners and staff to do what we can. So I feel like I just want to express gratitude for the pressure because it's coming from, obviously we want to achieve these goals together, and it not getting there is telling us we need to adjust. And so I think for all of us to feel we all have to hold that together. It's not just our advocates that are speaking. These adjustments need to be made, and I think just know that we share in this with you. And so I appreciate you coming to us and for your service in this area.
Thank you.
Great. Seeing no other questions, we're going to thank you, Bob. Appreciate it very much for you being here today, and I think you did submit written comments on this as well. So
that's right.
Yeah, that's great. I remember reading those. And then Bob Zako, is that right? Rob Zako, yes.
So Mr. Zako sent an email that he will be unable to testify, but will provide written comments by close of business.
That would be really helpful. Thank you. And I'm sure you'll get those out so we can take a look at those between now and especially July. Thank you. Really good conversation. Really thank you, staff. I know we didn't perhaps go on the glide path you had prepared for us, but I'm hoping you feel like it was value add. And I'd like to give you a chance to ask us questions of clarification or whatever you think you need from us relative to preparing for the July. I know you have a lot of other things to think about in addition to the commission, but are there any questions or clarifications the commission can offer you in what we would like to see in July?
Well, the one challenge with July is that we may be moving on to some of the other topics by then. So I don't know that we'll have to have some thought about how much we're going to be revisiting the topic we talked about today and how much we will be introducing new information by the July meeting. That's going to be a delicate balancing act. So I don't know that we can work that out in the next minute here.
Chair, that's why I was asking Mary Kyle, you know, is do they feel like the substance of the things that matter most is in the things yet to come? And if so, I mean, we always want to get what we're doing correct, but if the real substance is in there, we want to make sure not to linger on this and not get to that substance.
Yeah, and I do think there's a debrief meeting next week, or some kind of discussion with staff and commissioners, so the liaisons, and I think I'm going to join that. But I think I like the idea of, this is such an important topic. I'm thinking we spend a whole morning or something on this. So I think that we might be, I totally hear your point, Matt, your question. I want to make sure that commissioners, all of us, have an understanding of what the essence is of the Division 44, the scenario planning work. I think we can still accomplish that and then move on to the other things that we need to talk about if we have more time, is the hope. So you let us know how much time you need to make that happen, because we feel like we need to serve you as well. And that's our desire, is to make sure we're honing in on what topics you need us to discuss now, perhaps provide some guidance on relative to your RAC, and then move forward to ultimately adopting. So we feel like this should be a partnership, and I want to make sure that we're being responsive to your needs as well. Anything else from, any questions from staff? Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. We are going to go into our lunch break, and we'll return at 12:45. Thanks for the conversation.
MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, Commissioners Warren, Lilac, Jacobson, and Piermine. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Esther. Appreciate that. Welcome back from lunch. Hopefully you had a good break. It's 12:45. We're going to start off this afternoon with agenda item number 14, and that is a focus on our very important Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee. There's two things we want to accomplish today, is ask the Commission for adoption of a bylaw update, and then also to the appointment of new members to that committee, so they can embark on some pretty important work relative to maybe making it a community involvement advisory committee rather than citizen, and some other kinds of things. I want to really thank Commissioner Piermine for being a liaison to this effort, as well as Deputy Director Green and Sadie Carney, as well as obviously the very important CIAC members themselves. Steve Faust, I'm not sure if he can be here today. He's been chair for quite some time. Zach Heck and Leah Rausch. Before we start, I'm wondering if I should turn to Commissioner Piermine to say a few comments if she so desires, and I can ask Kirsten to kick the rest of it off.
Perfect. Yeah. So Steve Faust is with us on our screen for those who can see him too. I am just, again, I'm so thrilled to be a part of this group and to watch its evolution over the short time that I've been the liaison. And I think what lies ahead for the commission, for the public, for the staff are big, bold, and brilliant things. And I would say it took this group of people, this small group of people, a lot of effort to get there. And I think all of the changes that are coming through are really grounded in inclusion, justice, equity, and public involvement. And I'll let Kirsten take it from here as far as describing the how to orchestrate it. But this is another one where our ability as staff at DLCD was hard, and I want to acknowledge that Sadie is back and in full effect. And that was a really hard thing for the agency to go through. And just know, Sadie, how much we value you and what you give to the state through your service and work. And we're really happy to have you back. And that this shows when we put our money where our intention is, we get the results we need. And so I think for us to know this is our number one goal, right, as an agency, and the more we lean into doing this better, the better we will be serving our public. So take it from there, Kirsten.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Pearmine. I'll be very brief because I'm really just going to segue over to Sadie. So glad that CIC members, or almost to be back member, Steve Faust and also Ms. Roush are able to be here today. I'd like to just recall a little tiny bit of history in our recruitment. Sadie's going to touch on it, but employing a few new techniques here of this kind of online application form that allows us to make sure that the demographics match. And I want to just particularly thank David Michael and Ingrid Caudell for their consistent work and shoulders to the wheel and helping make sure everything functions. We could not have done it without them. So thank you, Commissioner Pearmine. And with that, we do also just want to mention we have some of the new members in anticipation of appointment, hopefully, are queued up in the attendee list. So after our presentation, S will be able to bring them over if there's time for that. And just want to thank them for being here as well. Thank you. Sadie.
Thank you, Deputy Director Green. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and members of the Commission. For the record, Sadie Carney. I am Policy Analyst and Communications Manager for DLCD. I'm also our Goal 1 expert, and as such, I have the privilege of being the staff liaison to our Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee that is appointed by the Commission. So Esther, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and let me get this started. I think I can have to, oh, it doesn't want to do it. You can see my screen, but it doesn't want to let me manipulate the, let me try that again. Oh, it's thinking. We'll give it a second and then maybe I'll try again if it doesn't.
You can also pull it off SharePoint, Sadie, if you need.
Well, it is pulled off SharePoint. It's just, it's not allowing me to start the presentation.
I understand.
We'll flip the, sorry. And there, now we should see, there we go. Sorry about that. So, as Kirsten mentioned, today we are coming to you, myself as staff liaison and our CIAC members, asking the Commission to approve a bylaws update and make some committee appointments to our Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee. You might recall from the CIAC work plan that you reviewed and approved at the March LCDC meeting that the recruitment of new members was the highest priority item on the work plan. During the recruitment process, CIAC members and staff identified barriers within the bylaws that prevented the committee from attaining their diversity and inclusion goals. Our proposed bylaw changes allow for a shift in membership composition and additional seats on the CIAC. In preparation for this recruitment process, members reviewed the state demographics as well as priority populations defined by the governor and DLCD. And these included the Governor Brown's equity framework, her executive order 2004 that directs state agencies to take actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and DLCD's own interim approach to equity. And as a result of a robust email and online recruitment process that ran from March 8th to April 18th, and an information session hosted on April 9th, 30 applications were received. And I just have to give a huge thanks and shout out to Deputy Director Green and Ingrid for all of the work that they did on this recruitment in my absence. 30 applications is a really stunning number for this group, and it was very, very exciting to receive that number. And And in those applications, all of our current congressional districts were represented, as well as a very vast majority of the priority populations that had been identified. Then on the April 30th regular CIAC meeting, applications that had been scored by staff and committee members were reviewed, and recommendations were made for appointment. To remind our commissioners of what priority populations were identified, I've included this slide that has the list. And as was mentioned previously, at the time and for quite a while, we have been operating in a pretty bare bones capacity. The bylaws for the CIAC at current allow us to have up to 8 members, 3 of which are at large, and then 1 for each congressional district. And we have been operating with 3 members. And so they really have done a lion's share of the work. And I have a huge amount of gratitude for each one of them. They're extremely thoughtful and have been a huge benefit to this process. And I think you'll see that in both the thoughtful bylaws updates that are suggested and also in the recommendations for new appointments. Currently, the bylaws, as I mentioned, limit our membership to 8 members. That's 1 for each congressional district and the 3 at large. And we have recommended that Article 4 membership, Section 1, composition of the committee, be changed to help us better reflect the varied geographies, socioeconomic characteristics, and racial diversity of the communities throughout Oregon. With 8 members, it's just a very discrete number, trying to meet all of those categories that we saw on the slide prior. And we believe that increasing our membership to 10 will allow us to better serve Oregon and the commission by representing more of those perspectives. This bylaw change also anticipates the addition of a 6th congressional seat for Oregon and adds 1 at-large member. So as many of you have probably heard, Oregon will be getting a 6th congressional seat, a congressional district. We're not sure where those boundaries will lie during redistricting, and that will be something for us to sort out in future recruitments. But we can anticipate that with some certainty. And so that's one of the recommendations we're making in the expansion of seats. The second bylaws update that we are proposing is increasing the number of planners permitted to serve on the committee. When the CIAC was created at the beginning of the program, there was concern that if planners that were employed by a city or county were overrepresented on the committee, that there might be some bias towards local government, trying to make things easy for local government when really this group is there to challenge, in some ways, challenge and support local governments, but to be a watchdog and a citizen voice for Goal 1. And while we are sympathetic to that, increasing the number of planners permitted to serve by 1 keeps our ratios pretty consistent. Instead of representing 25% of the vote, it will represent 30% of the vote. But we have found it has been a barrier in the past to accepting good, new, interested members to the committee. And that was something that we actually experienced with this recruitment as well. People that have spent many years focused on equitable inclusion of community members through their professional practice were people that we had to consider as potentially ineligible because they fit the definition of planner. The second thing,
sorry, Chair and Sadie, if I could just real quick, if we did not, we noted in the staff report, not only does it keep it pretty consistent, but if we didn't increase the number of professional planners, the ratio would actually go down from 20 to 25% of the community. So we feel like there's no way to split a human. So we feel like it's better to bump it up rather than bump it down in these days, in this day and age. Thank you.
Do you mind if I just ask a question also about the definition of land use planner? So especially I'm seeing with our work with housing and really focusing a lot more on implementation. I'm thinking there's a lot of really great people that would be community development directors or urban renewal experts that either are employed by the local government, but they could be also in private practice. Are we excluding those folks by having this definition, just a land use planner employed by a city or county?
Katie, would you like me to help jump in here? I think my goal here was to draw it very narrowly and to not exclude those folks. So it wouldn't pertain to a housing planner, a hazards planner, a transportation planner. This is like literally their title would be land use planner or planner. But the idea was to draw it very narrowly. But maybe there's a better way to do that. Sadie, sorry to interrupt you if you were about to head in there.
No, appreciate the clarification. And it's a good question. The way the bylaws are written right now, it just uses the word professional planner, which I think perhaps when the bylaws were written, there weren't quite as many people operating in that capacity. But we have had questions of, does my work with hazards planning make me a planner, or am I working in a realm that is otherwise? And I actually had a conversation with Bob Rindy, who was the CIAC liaison for a long time and a former employee of DLCD. And as he recalls, it was to strike that balance between overrepresented government interests. So folks that might have an interest in seeing government function effectively and quickly, rather than slowing it down, by employing a robust citizen process. And he was the one actually that helped me understand that it was really the city and county planners that they were hoping to call out in their professional planner language. But one of the proposed bylaws changes that we came up with as a committee, and this was really the committee members asking for the specificity in this language, was to say that a planner is actually a land use planner, and it is somebody that is employed by a city or county. Does that answer the question, Chair MacArthur?
Well, yes, I believe it does. I guess maybe the broader question is, how do we, if there's a person who is not considered a land use planner, but they're a community development specialist, or they work in private practice and they have an incredible amount of experience. I'm thinking of Anjali's experience, not that she'll want to be on the CIAC, but somebody that brings that depth of knowledge about implementation. Am I correct in assuming that they couldn't fit under this definition, but they could still be on the committee in some way? I guess I just want to bring that expertise to this committee.
That would be my assumption, is that yes, somebody that did not fit this more specific definition would be able to apply for membership and be accepted to the committee if the commission chose to appoint them.
Thank you.
Chair MacArthur, Sadie, if I could, hearing Chair MacArthur rephrase that, I understand her concern. These are actually not slots, Chair MacArthur. This is a limitation. So there's no slot for a land use planner. So okay. I could see where you'd be concerned if there was a slot or a seat for a land use planner, that we're drawing it too narrowly. It actually is an exclusion that no more of the 10 than 3 now could be professional planners drawn narrowly, the land use planner. So we could have 3 land use planners employed by a city or county and 2 additional consultants, 1 community development director, and 3 retired folks. So it's a little bit different than a slot. Thank you.
Super. That really helps me, Kirsten and Sadie. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll bring up the red line language for the bylaws changes at the end of this discussion on bylaws before we move into new member applications and appointments, so that you can see the actual verbiage. And finally, the third bylaws update that we are proposing is a shift to more inclusive language. Section 4 of the current bylaws uses the term citizen involvement, and we are proposing to change that to community engagement. There may be other places in the bylaws, which is not a lengthy document, but certainly meatier than just this one section. There are other places that likely need update, but that will be work for our future committee. So just to sort of summarize, if the commission does approve these bylaws updates, then we will be able to appoint 6 new members to the available seats and accomplish our diversity and inclusion goals. And if we don't update the bylaws, we will only be able to appoint 5 new members, and we won't be able to represent all of our identified priority populations. So this next slide is the red line version of our bylaws that I mentioned. Section 1A is the change from 8 to 10 members. Section 1B changes geographic areas and interests relating to land use planning to more effectively represent our diversity and inclusion efforts. Section 1C changes from 2 to 3 city, county, or state elected officials or land use planners employed by a city or county governmental body at the time of appointment. And lastly, section 1D is the shift in language from from citizen involvement to community engagement. So any questions on that before I turn over the presentation to committee member Leah Roush to talk about our proposed appointees?
Just a clarifying question for Chair MacArthur, if I just may ask. I assume we're going to continue to summarize this and then we can come back and discuss it all. Is that correct?
That's correct. There'll be 2 separate motions at the end of the presentation, and then we'll have time for questions, discussion, and public comment.
Great. Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, thanks. Just a point of clarity on number C, no more than a total of 3 city, county, or state elected officials or land use planners. So you could have additional elected officials that weren't city, county, or state, like a port district or a special road district or someone else that was elected but not city, county, or state.
I think that is correct the way this is written right now.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pearmine.
It's a great clarification, Commissioner Jacobson, and obviously the interface with land use, I think, is the why specifically that is defined in that way. But I'm not an expert. I was just going to pull our attention to when we talk about changing systemic oppression and systems. We're in a moment where language is opening. So section B here, I think just noting that a part of our work is to make these changes in our bylaws, our rules. And I just wanted to call that in as far as a moment of that's what this is like an important moment for those reasons.
Excellent, thank you. Any other questions at this point? Okay, why don't we welcome Leah.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for asking me to join today. Again, my name is Leah Roush, and I have served on the CIAC for a little over 2 years now. So we're super excited to share with you the 6 new proposed members for appointment to CIAC. As Katie mentioned, recruiting a full committee that is really excited about community engagement in land use planning and more representative of our state as a whole was our top priority for this year. So what I'm going to do is share with you a little bit about each proposed member from their applications. But as Kirsten noted, I believe several in the audience are in the audience today, so hopefully during public comment we have some time to hear from them as well. What you see on the slide is the list of all of our proposed new members, but we'll go through each of them individually. Let's go to the next slide, Sadie. Thank you. So our 6, sorry, one more back.
Oh, sorry.
I think I have a delay. No, you're fine. So our 6 proposed members, as we've talked about, bring a lot of new perspectives, experiences, identities to CIAC, from community organizing to land use planning to education to housing. The group brings a diversity of experiences and interests. The group also represents many of the DLCD priority populations as listed on the slide. The one exception is someone under the age of 25. So that will remain a focus and priority in future rounds of recruitment. Next slide. Okay, to get into it, our District 1 appointee is Jenna Hughes. Jenna is a planner with the City of Beaverton. In their application, Jenna noted they're passionate about advancing racial equity and creating equitable outcomes in land use planning. They added that inclusive community engagement is a critical pathway to getting there. Jenna has extensive knowledge of the history of racist land use planning and housing practices in Oregon, and is the author of a report titled Historical Context of Racist Planning, A History of How Planning Segregated Portland. We look forward to welcoming Jenna and her experience and expertise.
Great.
Next, in District 2, our appointee is Chantal Ivenzo. Chantal is a rural economic recovery coordinator with Northeast Oregon Economic Development District, and described themselves as a problem solver. Chantal said that as a CIAC member, they hope to help DLCD and LCDC reach solutions by not only sharing their experiences and concerns, but also the experiences and concerns of community members in their district. Chantal noted they have been learning more about the barriers to equitable land use planning and is excited to reach realistic solutions to chronic issues. Okay, in District 4, we have Jennifer Isola. Jennifer works for Beyond Toxics in the Eugene-Springfield area and is currently participating in the Land Use Leadership Initiative cohort through Thousand Friends of Oregon. They worked on the Duck Valley Indian Reservation on environmental protection and regulatory enforcement projects, including abandoned mine site investigation and remediation, watershed restoration, and cultural resource investigations for irrigation and water treatment systems. Jennifer looks forward to getting more involved with land use planning. Next, in District 5, our appointee is Shaylin Stratton. Shaylin is currently serving on the Lincoln County Planning Commission and has a strong desire to guide land use priorities towards a balanced use of Oregon lands and improved accessibility for all segments of society. They worked for many years in California on land use and transportation planning, environmental review and analysis, resource management, and energy facilities planning and siting. We look forward to adding Shaylin to our ranks. Finally, our two at-large appointees. First is Artemio Paz Jr. Artemio has been a registered architect for several decades and is the owner of both forest and farm. Artemio served on the Oregon Board of Education, and as a member of an underrepresented community, Artemio is concerned about equity and transparency in policymaking decisions. They find it essential that ecological intelligence informs land use strategies and policies to appropriately address Oregon's climate issues for immediate and future well-being. Okay, and last but not least is Fran Warren. Fran has served on the Washington County Committee for Community Involvement and is heavily engaged in grassroots community organizing on a variety of issues. Fran shared that they have studied the state's transportation and environmental issues and truly want to provide pragmatic feedback to DLCD on the most challenging issues. Fran is analytical and looks for objective evaluations and solutions. So with that, we have our full proposed slate of members for your consideration to appointment to the CIAC. I think I will pause here and see if there are any questions or additions before I hand it back to Chair MacArthur to lead the motion.
Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
I just had a quick question. I saw that one of the members expires April 2021. So I was just
yeah.
Excellent. excellent segue, Vice Chair
Hey.
Horvath.
I did not ask you to do that.
How did that happen?
We did come across the same information that you just did, and we would like to ask the staff and the committee have asked Steve Faust to continue to serve as chair until replaced for District 3, and he has agreed to extend his term by 2 years. And after the 2 years, we will have an open recruitment process that we expect will run concurrent with the recruitment process for the new Congressional District 6.
I guess that's awesome. My other question is, well, first, this is great. Amazing, wonderful, fantastic work. Yes, I don't even know how to describe that. This is our future. This is our present, and this reflects our present demographic, and it's going to influence heavily the future of how things get done in Oregon. And I just want to say this is huge. I think. I don't know what else to say besides that. I like really how you put the different priority populations and just kind of keeping a check as people change. You'd be like, okay, and then what's great about that is then at least the members can be like really aware of like, well, we actually, we don't have somebody under 25. Let's all ask ourselves a question and or get consultation from or something to make sure that we are not forgetting that when we think about public outreach. So it's just being very aware, of where you're at, which I think is good. And then sort of a random question is, this is amazing. Do we have to stagger everybody so they're not all coming off April 2025? So I don't know how that actually works. Maybe in real time, people drop, because of life circumstances, and then you kind of get that natural flow of transition, but it's just something to be aware of for the future.
No, I can completely agree with that, Vice Chair Shalova. Thank you for the comment. And in my experience of the CIAC, that is what happened. So each member who is appointed is allowed to serve 2 full terms without a recruitment for that seat. So if they elect to serve a second 4-year term, we permit that without a recruitment. If they want to serve longer than that, ordinarily there is an open recruitment for that seat. But in my experience, yes, life circumstances, people move out of state, people, take a job where they can't accommodate the meeting times. And so we have seen kind of a staggering and difference. It's a remarkable recruitment to get all of these people at one time, but I share your concern that another remarkable recruitment like this would be an equally Herculean effort.
Yeah. Well, you just said something that made me ask another question, which was, let's say somebody moves out of the district that they're in, can they still represent that district, or yeah?
I believe we would reference where they lived at the time of appointment in the case of moving from one district to another. And that is something that we will have to be considerate of when we are looking at the district, as things become redistricted and we get a 6th congressional seat. Those boundaries will shift, and we might find that the person who, for example, was appointed to District 2 now lives in District 1. So we would consider it at the time of appointment until we did a new recruitment, is my understanding. Council Steve Shipsey would be able to steer me back on track if I'm getting off here. But an out-of-state move would be something that we would consider reason to ask someone to leave the committee.
Any other questions, Vice Chair Helova? Great, then I could think Commissioner Permine has her hand up, and then Commissioner Lilac.
Going to suggest Commissioner Lilac go first because I've been already speaking, so I'll come back around after you.
Thank you. What I just pulled up our county code. We have planning commissioners appointed by general districts in our county, and we have one section that says failure to achieve geographic representation shall not affect the validity of any action taken by the commission. So I don't know if something like that's helpful or not. If it is, great. Just some other big picture questions. Number one, I really appreciate your defining planner, because as I was reading through this, and I must have missed the definition, or perhaps we're just hearing it today, but I really tried to understand what the definition of a planner is, given that it's my profession. And as I still think about this, I say this carefully, but I still take a little bit of an issue with the concern of having city or county planners because they may have an interest in just expediting processes or minimizing it for their local governments. I can share with you, I serve on this commission as an individual, not on behalf of my organization. And when I've approved, for example, Zechariah Heck to serve on this when he worked for us, my point was, I prefer if you do this on your own time, not on our time, so you're not representing Deschutes County, so that you can have an honest individual perspective and you're not bound or tied to us in any way, shape, or form. Because if I think about, I've been a private consultant. A private planning consultant could have an economic interest in making the citizen or community involvement requirements significantly more onerous or expensive or all kinds of great things because there's an economic interest in it. So I've also served on a nonprofit as a professional planner. As an advocacy organization, we could have very significant interests in what we want to accomplish, either in a much better process or an expedited process. So I just ask us to be careful in how we approach and think about public sector planners. As a professional planner, a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, I have my ethics pulled up right here. Our primary obligation is to serve the public interest, and the entire piece is what I am bound to ethically. So to me, it's just important that I at least put that on the record as we think about this, because I do take this very, very seriously. I will absolutely support the bylaws, the proposal, the composition, and I think it's fantastic work with where we're at and where we're going and the proposed composition of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. Really good points. Yeah, I, as a fellow planner, really appreciate the point you've made about ethics and that sort of thing. So thank you. Commissioner Pearmine.
I agree, Commissioner Lilac. Thank you for voicing that, and I think it's worth flagging for the upcoming. Members of the committee as well. They will be taking a big look at the bylaws, I'm sure, together, and so I think it's really important to have the full picture in front of us. So thank you for voicing that. I was just going to share that again, Commissioner Holova or Vice Chair Holova said this is amazing, and behind this were many spreadsheets and charts and graphs and thoughtful conversations. And when I introduced this, I should have also said Ingrid and Kirsten, or Deputy Director Green and Ingrid Goddell, their work to make this happen logistically was incredible. And then obviously Sadie's support prior and now going forward. And then again, the commitment of the existing 3 members, and part of why I would advocate again for Steve Faust to come back on, because the knowledge sharing and continuity of knowledge is just so critical, and his ability to, his commitment to this work and time commitment to put in to make this happen, I would love for him to reap the rewards of all of that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Pearmine. And sort of tongue in cheek, I would like to make sure that Steve Faust's term never ends, but because Steve, you just, you've been through thick and thin, and just sometimes you were the only member there and in the committee meetings and things and still charging ahead. And so just really special kudos for that. And in general, this list, I mean, I'm just blown away by the caliber and accomplishments of each and every one of the people on this list. And it's very, very exciting. And the thing that I was also thinking as Commissioner, Vice Chair Holova was talking, it's one thing to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, But what we're seeing here, and in other DLCD efforts as well, but what we're seeing here is how to take those words from just something we discuss to actually action. And you folks have done that. And it does take spreadsheets, time, energy, lots of input. It takes all of that. But look at this incredible result. And so thank you for taking that extra effort. It's probably not planned in your day to have extra hours for these kinds of things, but it's really, really important. So thank you very much. I do want to go to public comment if there is any. I can look at Esther to see if there is, but as she's kind of thinking through that, are there other questions from commissioners about either of the proposals? One is the change of the bylaws and two is the membership. Oh, Steve Shipsey apparently wants to say something. I didn't see that. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
It's quite all right. I just wanted to mention that the rationale behind the limit on city, county elected officials and planners is that the statutory role assigned to the CIAC of reviewing the submittals of cities and counties for their programs for community engagement. I will just say it that way. It's more of a perception thing that if the city, county electeds and planners had a majority of the votes, there was a perception back in the day, perhaps, that would sway the review of the submitted programs. So that's kind of get a little background on how we got to that provision, probably. So.
Thank you. That's really helpful. It looks like we do not have anyone signed up for public comment.
Deputy Director has her hand raised.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I just, if I could make a statement about the breadth and depth of the applicants themselves, although we're only able to move, I think, 6 folks in officially to the committee today with commission's action. This has been, of course, recommended by CIAC, so I want to thank them for that. I think at your March meeting, commissioners actually directed us to try and keep all the applicants in the fold, and we do want to do that. This was everyone who expressed interest had such breadth of experience, geographic knowledge, professional knowledge, lived experience, very hard to make these decisions. And you had 30 viable candidates, commissioners, that could have served. And one of the hard things about using a lens of, diversity, equity, inclusion, and priority populations is unless you want a 40-person CIAC, you can't have everybody on there. But we wish we could have had everybody on there because they would have really brought something unique. So we look forward to reaching out to them after your action today and just having a personal conversation with everybody that applied and encouraging them, telling them what else is coming up for the agency, including probably a rewrite of Goal 1, an advisory committee for that. So we look forward to encouraging folks to please stay involved with the commission, the department, and the activities of land use planning of the state, because they were all brilliant. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Deputy Director. And apparently, actually, one of the people on the list has signed up, I think, to speak during public comment, and that is Fran Warren. So welcome, Fran.
Thank you very much. And no time is short, so I just want to thank everybody for your efforts. There is one group that is being represented, and I want to call attention that we might want to adjust or communicate, and that is the elderly and the aging. It's not called out in that list of groups, but I think it's really critical. I'm one of them. So I will also be looking out and communicating with that very large community we have in Oregon. So they are also well represented in this committee.
Great, thank you. That's really a super thought, and thanks for being willing to represent that voice, as I think I probably could too, as I get more elderly and aging. But thank you. So if there aren't any other questions from commissioners, there are two separate motions here. And we'll start with the bylaw change because that would then enable us to actually appoint the members that the bylaw supports. So if I could ask one of my colleagues to, I have a motion, make a motion. And it's written on in your staff report if you want to have some guidance on that.
As
Sure,
your,
oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, as your liaison, may I make the motion?
I think that'd be wonderful. I think it'd be perfect. Thank you.
All right. I am turning to my, or is it up on the, nope. Hang on one sec.
Yeah, it is. It is on the screen. Yeah, she did. That's great. Esther, the ever-present Esther, made her life easier.
So both of these motions?
Well, let's make one motion and have a second and vote on it, and then we'll make the second one.
All right, this is the first one. All right, I move the commission approve amendments to the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee bylaws to update the number of seats to 10 members and accordingly to increase the number of practicing planners to 3.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. We have a motion from Commissioner Pearmine, second from Commissioner Lilac. Esther, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Halova.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Commissioner Pearmine.
Aye.
And Chair MacArthur.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Sandoval excused. Thank you. And if you'll put the next motion up there, I might just ask Katie to make the second motion. It's pretty important work, and it's nice that you've been involved in that.
Chair, excuse me, this is Kirsten, Chair MacArthur.
Yes.
If we could just have the previous motion on the screen once again, our work actually to define land use planner instead of practicing planner came between your staff report and this. So the motion we just passed actually included the word practicing planner, and I believe land use planner is probably a better refinement. I was going to ask Steve if that would be necessary to kind of revote with that in mind, just to make it 100% clear. I think I'm seeing an affirmative. So I'm sorry.
Can we put the other motion back on there? I guess this is it. So then, so procedurally, do we make another motion amending the other motion we made? What's the best way to proceed with that?
Councilor Shipsey, yep, thanks. He's coming off mute.
Thank you.
If we just made the new motion, it would override the prior motion. So
okay, thank you. So Katie, would you make the new motion with the addition of the planner definition?
I would love to make a motion. So I move the commission approve amendments to the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee bylaws to update the number of seats to 10 members and accordingly to increase the number of land use planners to 3.
And I will second that motion.
Thank you very much. Esther, call for the vote.
Vice Chair Halova.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Commissioner Pearmine.
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Sandoval with an excused absence. Thank you for that catch, Kirsten. And let's go to the second motion. I'll turn back to Commissioner Pearmine.
All right. I move the commission appoint the updated slate of 2021 CIAC members as recommended by the department and the CIAC.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second. Oh, good. I'll defer to Commissioner Warren.
Commissioner Warren seconds. We have a motion by Commissioner Pearmine, a second by Commissioner Warren. Thank you. Esther, would you call the vote?
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Halova.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Pearmine.
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Sandoval excused. Thank you to everyone that participated in this effort. And I'm really excited about this. Thank you, Steve. I see we should all clap, actually. Thank you for that. And I think we have about 10 minutes left. And the idea was, thank goodness we have this time. The idea was we were going to try to bring the other new members that were able to be here today on screen, so we can just offer our warm welcome and give you a chance to say a few words if you'd like to. And maybe, since I can see the name, maybe Mr. Paz, would you like to say a few words?
I can start.
Okay, yeah, please, Ms. Warren.
Yeah, I might as well start. This is exciting for me. I've been doing this community engagement on a volunteer basis for so long, about 20 years now since I retired. And I'm really looking forward to disseminating information from the state level to get timely, accurate information to my communities and bring back the information to the rulemaking bodies. So really great times ahead of us, and I love the diversity and inclusion and justice that's being engaged and embraced in Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. I do remember your name, and I think some of your testimony. I used to work in the Portland metro area, so I'm sure you testified in front of various groups that I was able to be part of. So welcome to this body. Appreciate it very much, your volunteering for this statewide effort. Are there any other folks that want to speak?
I do. Great. I unmuted. This is Art Paz. And I just want to thank the commission. I feel honored to be a part of this process. And as a person who witnessed the 1975 transition to Oregon's DLCD and the land use process, and I have engaged in conversations with people throughout the world about what Oregon is doing in land use. And I always felt like it was a badge of honor to be associated with Oregon. Having said that, I'm very concerned with greening Oregon. And as a forester owner for 52 years and as an FSC forest manager, I'm very, very concerned with land management in the forestry area and also ecological intelligence in agriculture in ways that help us to mitigate the climate crisis. And so I appreciate this broader approach that the commission is taking, and I hope to participate in it, and I look forward to the engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, and a warm welcome, and thank you for your agreeing to participate in this important effort. Steve, I just would like to give you a chance, Steve Faust, because I think you're amazing, and I want to give you a chance to say anything you'd like to say about this, because you've been involved in a lot of different efforts, and this is part of your profession as well, but you've seen all these transitions at DLCD, so it might be interesting to hear your perspectives.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. And I know we have at least one other new member in the room, so we'll want to get to them. But I think I echo what the sentiments of everyone else, a tremendous effort from staff. And we've had a full CIAC in the past in terms of membership, but never one as diverse and as representative of communities throughout Oregon as this one. So I am certainly honored that I was asked to continue and hopefully help the transition from the current group and welcoming all of our new members. But I also look forward to stepping aside and letting this new group kind of take the reins and run with things as we move forward. So I'm thrilled to be part of the group and appreciate the opportunity to work with the new members over the next year or two until it's my time to do something else.
Thank you, Steve. And we have Jennifer, and I'm not sure if I know how to pronounce your last name. So if you could tell us how to pronounce it, I'll know that for the future. Excuse me.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Isla. I would like to thank the Commission for this appointment. Through my work as a grassroots organizer, we are always looking for ways to engage the underserved communities for participation in land use planning. So I'm really looking forward to working with this committee on climate equity and environmental justice issues. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you and welcome. And thank you very much for your willingness to serve. I'll look to Sadie to tell me if there are other folks that we're hoping to say something. I don't know if I don't have the full list in front of me.
No, I don't think we have anyone else that has joined us right now, but I want to give a huge thanks to our new committee members that are here, to Kirsten Green, our Deputy Director, for helping elevate this work for our commission, for being so interested. Commissioner Piermine, as a liaison, you have been wonderful. And prior to that, Chair MacArthur, you were liaison to the CIAC, and just your efforts and your intention on behalf of community engagement have just, I think, made a real difference in the way that the CIAC is functioning and will function in the future for the department. So I'm just grateful to everyone for supporting this work, and I'm very, very excited about what the future holds for this committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sadie, and really glad you're back.
Chair MacArthur, can I just ask one quick question?
Yes, please.
With our Deputy Director Green and Sadie, have we thought about, or potentially we think about in the future, any ex officio members, just with such an extraordinary pool of applicants? And if we do ever have, an unexpected resignation or something, we may have somebody that it can serve immediately. Just a thought.
It's one that I wrote down. Thank you.
Yes, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac, I don't think we have, particularly LOAC actually has ex officio members in its bylaws. We've been looking at that recently, and actually have a question into Steve as to whether that's allowed vis-a-vis the statute. But it's a great thought, and I'll put it as the fourth item on our list. For the bylaws work, that'd be the fourth item. It's a really interesting idea. I'm curious, Commissioner Lilac, if you have any examples where that's successful, but we've talked about one thing we didn't quite mention today. Commissioner Jacobson brought it up, but right now there's that sort of packed phrase in the bylaws that lumps together elected officials and land use planners. And that doesn't seem to really be the best. So we're thinking about just recommending the committee, when in all its new fabulousness, take a clean look at the bylaws and see if they wanted to make that recommendation to split those apart. You all mentioned staggering of the terms. Thank you, Vice Chair Halova. I guess I wrote down definition of a planner. I think that was probably Commissioner Lilac. You were calling some things in there. I would note that not all planners are AICP, unfortunately, but we should all be COM planners. And then also this issue of ex officio. But thank you. There's so much work to do. And I look forward to stepping back and supporting Sadie and the committee. And also this committee and its work will be at the hub of a rewrite of one of the most fundamental goals in the land use planning system, Goal 1. We have that title stuck in there with citizen involvement, but I think that now with possibly a full rewrite, we can unstick that title and go for something more inclusive like community engagement. So just such an exciting time. Thank you.
Great. That's a good note to end on. Kirsten, thank you. Thanks to everybody. Wonderful effort, great result. And we look forward to wonderful things coming out of our new, improved, and way more diverse Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee, or Community Involvement Advisory Committee, as we'll probably refer to it separate from the statutes. Community engagement. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, take a breath. That was really fun and great and exciting. And the next topic will be 2. The next topic is agenda item number 15. And it's federal consistency and geographic location descriptions, which probably doesn't do justice to the interesting work we're about to hear about. And we have Nick Teeler, Deanna, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name, and Patty Snow. So I don't know if you want to start with Patty or who's going to kick this off. Is this Nick?
Chair MacArthur, I was going to start really briefly.
Super.
Thank you. Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, and members of the commission. This is Patty Snow. I'm the Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager. And really happy today to be introducing to you 2 special projects that the Ocean and Coastal Service Division has been working on for the last year and a half or so. Both projects are scheduled to end at the end of June. So we really like to give the opportunity for our fellows, in this case, this is Nick Teeler, we'll be introducing, to give a chance to brief the commission on what their project has been before that time is over. So did want to just briefly mention that fellows are very important to our whole agency, but the Coastal Program, we've been very lucky to have them for over 20 years now. And Nick is our current Sea Grant Fellow, and we've been very lucky to have him. And actually Deanna, who will be helping to start out the discussion today, is also a former Sea Grant Fellow. That's how she first came to us. So Nick will be sharing about the results of his work, and Deanna will is our State Federal Relations Coordinator. She will be kind of setting the stage for Nick in terms of what federal consistency is and why it's so important to a coastal state such as Oregon. So I would like to really thank Sea Grant and Pew for making this possible. So we definitely want to acknowledge our partners in this. And without further ado, I really want to welcome Nick Teeler, who's our fabulous fellow. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we'll start off because I think Deanna was going to start off with her presentation, but I would like to thank Chair MacArthur and the commissioners for allowing me this opportunity to present to you guys. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Patty, and thanks, Nick. So I'm just going to dive in for us today. Thank you for the opportunity. Just checking, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Getting a bit of echo. But thank you, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. We'll just dive right in here. And just to give you a roadmap of where we're going to be going today, I get the quick and exciting opportunity to give some of you a refresher and some of you maybe your first dive into what federal consistency is under the guise of the Coastal Zone Management Act. And then I will hand it over for the really exciting part, which is getting to hear more about all of Nick's work on geographic location descriptions and his fellowship tasks. So first, federal consistency. What is it and why do we love it so much? So federal consistency is a unique authority granted to states with federally approved coastal management programs that allows for the state to conduct a holistic review of federal activities to assure consistency with state and local enforceable policies. This is a unique authority designed to promote state and federal partnership and early coordination on these often complex federal activities. There's a few sub-definitions I wanted to give from that federal consistency definition. So the first one is, what is a federal activity? And here we're talking about it in the most general sense of the term. So most activities that a federal entity has jurisdiction over, we like to call federal activity. As a blanket statement. And then enforceable policies. What is an enforceable policy? We're going to talk about that a little bit more in one of the future slides, but just to keep in mind that these are the strongest standards within state and local policies here in Oregon. For the purpose of Oregon and Oregon's authority, the federal activities that we have the ability to review include federal permits, federal licenses, and direct federal actions. And somewhat consistent with a traditional permit review, there are different outcomes that can come out of our review, including concurrence, conditional concurrence, and objection, which we'll talk a little bit more about in a future slide. But first, let's zoom out and think about what that actually means for our agency and for our network. So this authority grants Oregon the ability to have a role reviewing a diversity of projects, things all the way as small as a dock replacement or rehabilitation, all the way up to a complex and substantial energy project review. And these reviews most commonly take place within the state's coastal zone, which you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there. The dark shade is the coastal zone for Oregon, which reaches from the crest of the Coast Range out to 3 nautical miles. So that's within our coastal zone. But what Nick's work has been diving into are some of the tools that states are granted or have the opportunity to pursue under the Coastal Zone Management Act that allow us to review activities, federal activities that may be taking place outside of our coastal zone. Within the review, there are 2 main components to a federal consistency application, one of which is a coastal impacts analysis or effects analysis. This includes impacts to not just natural resources, but human use resources, recreation, economic resources, traditional and tribal resources, and cultural. So again, a very broad definition of impact. And then the second component is an enforceable policies analysis. So all applicants are responsible for going through our policies to determine which ones they believe to be applicable for their application. The state has to agree with that list of policies, of course, and the applicant then provides justification for how they meet those policies and are consistent. So enforceable policies, we've thrown around the term a bit in the first couple slides, but really what are they? And these policies are some of the strongest standards within our state and local laws. So Oregon sources our enforceable policies from state laws like statutes and rules, as well as state land use planning goals, local laws, comprehensive plans, and ordinances. And we evaluate all of these components to determine which standards meet the criteria outlined within the federal regulations. Some of the criteria that we pulled out just as examples include that the policy, of course, needs to be legally binding under state law. It has to include a clear standard that we can evaluate an activity against to determine if they are consistent. And then all enforceable policies need to be reviewed by NOAA's Office for Coastal Management to assure that they meet these criteria appropriately. Something that's a bit special about Oregon's enforceable policies are many of them are linked directly to local and state permits and authorizations, which allows us to build redundancy into our review process to make sure that we're getting it right. And then before I hand it over to Nick, I will leave you with the types of decisions that we issue. So at the end of a federal consistency review, which have different timescales and complexities, it all ends up shaking out to traditionally these three types of decisions. So concurrence, which indicates this is the simple one, which indicates that the state agrees that the project is conducted or planned to be consistent with our enforceable policies. Concurrences with conditions are the next tier, where this is indicating that the state agrees that it will be consistent with our enforceable policies so long as the conditions that we write into our decision are followed, and those conditions directly need to be based on one or multiple enforceable policies. And then an objection, which we don't love issuing these, but sometimes it's necessary. And this indicates that the state does not believe that the project is consistent with our enforceable policies. And through the negotiation process during review, we were unable to determine a way to make it consistent or agree with the applicant on how it could be consistent. And in the case of objections, the activity cannot move forward, meaning that the federal agency issuing the permit cannot issue the permit, or the direct federal action cannot move forward. And there is an appeal process associated with whether it be a direct federal action or a federal permit. And luckily we have Steve Shipsey to navigate those. So I won't go too into depth about those today. And now I will, that was your crash course in federal consistency, but I will hand it right over to Nick to hear about the exciting parts.
Thank you. Deanna, I just have a quick question. So in other states that like California and Washington that don't have, well, I guess Washington has somewhat of a land use program statewide, but how do they deal with all, I mean, the coastal program does a lot of this work. It's just amazing. And I'm really glad you so clearly described some of the responsibilities. So other states, though, that don't have a land use program, how do they deal with federal consistency?
So that's a fantastic question. And that's something that myself and Heather Wade have really nerdy conversations about all the time. But thank you for that question. Oregon is extremely unique in the structure of our program. So we incorporate local land use regulations, including comprehensive plans and ordinances, but many other states do not. So they end up falling back and relying strictly on state authorities. In some cases, some states do have local coastal programs, in which case they deal with the local component while the main headquarters deals and reviews the state component. But it's very state by state basis. The CZMA gives us a lot of flexibility in how we organize and implement and frame our coastal program. And this is how Oregon decided to do it, because we have this fantastic land use system.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Nick, take it away.
Thank you so much. And also thank you, Deanna, for that stellar intro. I will be talking to you guys about geographic location descriptions. If you could go to the next slide. So geographic location descriptions, or GLDs, are one of the tools available to states in protecting valuable coastal resources that may extend outside of the state's coastal zone. It's pretty much to provide the state a seat at the table, or allow them into the room to start having those conversations with the federal agency or the industry for that federal action. In this GLD, we must be able to show reasonably foreseeable effects from the federal license or the activity. And that's a really important point, is that it's reasonably foreseeable. And it's a very unique standard specific to the Coastal Zone Management Act. So it's not necessarily causal, but it has to show that there is some sort of connection. Generally, though, when we're talking about reasonably foreseeable effects, it does focus on the negative effects. So there are, like, as we go through the different activities that I've done or that I've been researching, I think that there probably are some positive effects too that could be from them, but we're really focused on the negative effects here just because we want to make sure we're protecting our resources in a precautionary way. Also, the states are permitted to write multiple GLDs, but that may take some time depending on the amount of information available to understand those impacts. If you could go to the next slide. So the types of GLDs, the reason I picked Oregon and Rhode Island is because the NOAA Office for Coastal Management, which is the federal office that oversees our coastal program, they point to these two GLDs as good examples. And so Oregon is the only one on the West Coast currently, and it follows a 500 fathom boundary contour. As you can see, it extends outside of the state's coastal zone. And so that pink shaded area is the polygon. And so what Oregon did is they front loaded a lot of the work of their coastal effects analysis, thinking about all of the resources, the fisheries, other users potentially that would be affected by facility siting. And so that actually helped with understanding what those potential effects would be. Whereas Rhode Island, as you can see to the right, they have, so with the way that coastal zones are created or drafted, is the state's waters go out to 3 nautical miles generally, and then from 3 nautical miles out to 200 nautical miles, that is federal waters. And so as you can see with the black line on the Rhode Island map, that is Rhode Island state waters. The north side is Rhode Island, the north side of the map is Rhode Island. And then the red line is the GLD for marine renewable energy as well. Unlike Oregon, states also have the ability, we just didn't choose to do it at the time, to extend a GLD into another state's waters to review the same activities to make sure that it's also consistent with state enforceable policy. And so here with Rhode Island, they extended their GLD into Massachusetts waters to review any marine renewable energy sites there as well within that zone. There are pros and cons to both. Like I said, work on the front end helps center the concerns for the federal consistency review. It does take some time, but it is harder for activities that need more data to determine the extent of the potential harm. So the GLD submission process is pretty straightforward. We just draft a GLD that delineates the reasonably foreseeable coastal effects in an area outside of those state waters. We consult in drafting our GLD, we consult with several researchers, federal officials, sister agencies, and other relevant sources of information. It might be scientific reports that have already been written for this region, just to ensure that our analysis is solid. Then we submit the GLD to the federal office, the NOAA's Office for Coastal Management, and they'll go through public notice and comment. After reviewing all of those comments received, they will then consult with any of the affected federal agencies. And then from there, they will decide whether or not they will approve or deny the GLD. So under my scope of work of what I've been doing for these past 2 years, I've been looking at GLDs for offshore seabed mining, offshore aquaculture, and offshore marine water quality. And I would say the most progress we've made is on offshore marine water quality, but we still have made significant progress on all of them. So yeah. Our desired outcome in the short term is that NOAA accepts our submission of the GLD for the offshore marine water quality, and that will help us be included in federal decisions related to that issue in that area. So remember, in our previous slides, we showed the GLD for marine renewable energy, and now because of that, we've been able to engage in the BOEM Wind Energy Task Force, which is a federal, state, and local coordination effort to plan areas where marine renewable energy sites could be located. So that's why the GLD is so important, because now we're able to have that conversation. So the first one that we're talking about is seabed mining. It's very new, but also pretty devastating in what we do know about it. The habitats that are targeted for seabed mining are prevalent off the Oregon coast, so it's imperative that Oregon has a seat at the table to discuss these concerns for its resources if the activity is permitted in federal waters. I will say that some of these elements that are listed here are so small in number that if combined, they would measure to the size of Long Island in New York. So it's, but because of their impact to the ecosystem, it could be devastating to lose them because there's such a finite amount of them. As you can see in the pictures here, those are polymetallic nodules. They are normally found in abyssal plains. But as you can see in the second picture in the middle, they are connected via a foot at the bottom. So it's a very extractive process that generally they can't necessarily reconnect once they've been extracted. So for seabed mining, like I said, it's still fairly new. So most of the studies that we have describing the resources come from the 1960s. So more information is definitely necessary to determine what elements are available for extraction in federal waters. It's unique though, compared to the other activities that we'll be discussing, because seabed mining can literally happen anywhere. It can happen within the state waters, it can happen in federal waters, it can happen in international waters, because the technology available is just to be on the bottom of the ocean. So that's really interesting, because I feel like that's one of the only activities I've seen that can do that. Additionally, there are projects in the Indo-Pacific and the Pacific that have already been approved, like in Japan and New Zealand and Namibia, to start mining these resources. So as it becomes more prevalent, it probably will start to become a topic of discussion. So this is just to show you what they look like. The types of vehicles that are generally on the seafloor. I will say that probably the cobalt crust is the one that we would be concerned about the most, because it's in the most shallow water. And that's so if you look at the, I guess, my left of the presentation, it's a high seamount, but generally it all follows the same model of extracting the material, bringing it up in a pump and putting it up on the vessel. And then the vessel will dewater the material and get the element that's necessary, and then pump it back into the area that they extracted it from. But that generally creates plumes, and we don't know necessarily how those plumes would interact with the water column. As stated before, we're still researching information to understand the impacts of seabed mining to ecological resources deemed important by the state, such as mapping habitats, mapping the communities that are dependent on those habitats, having robust scientific models that will show the impacts before putting one of those vehicles out there, and then having agency frameworks for analyzing potential projects on both the federal and state level. We're still kind of on an unsolicited basis. So we would probably assess it when we got the permit instead of having a framework ahead of time. So this GLD would create that framework for us to start having those conversations with our sister agencies. I will say really quick too, as you look at the picture to the right, that is a project from about 40 years ago, where they remember the picture of the polymetallic nodules of how they're spread out. That's what it looks like after they're done mining it. So you can see the tire marks, you can see that it leaves the nodules on the side of the vehicle. So it can be very devastating, and this is still what it looks like. So we would like to make sure that we would be able to be in the room to talk about that with the federal agencies charged with permitting this. Next, we have aquaculture. So there are 2 executive orders that came from the former administration, but they've been yet to be rescinded by this administration, and they focus on regulatory reform related to commercial fishing and the expansion of sustainable U.S. seafood production through more efficient and transparent
Nick,
Cliffhanger.
I think you froze for a second, Nick.
Maybe he has to log back on. Oh, he's back.
I'm back.
Great, thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's not technology, right?
Okay, so I will go back to aquaculture. I guess where did we leave? Did you guys hear everything about the executive orders, or?
Just that they hadn't been rescinded.
Gotcha. Okay. So as stated previously, had yet to be rescinded by this administration, and they focus on regulatory reform related to commercial fishing, expansion of sustainable U.S. seafood production through more efficient and transparent aquaculture permitting. And then as part of all of these efforts, NOAA, in coordination with federal, state, and tribal entities, has identified 2 geographic areas containing locations suitable for commercial aquaculture. And so as part of that, the 2 areas are one in Southern California and one in the Gulf of Mexico. From there, they're gonna complete a programmatic environmental impact survey for each of those sites to see how the aquaculture facility would impact that environment. And then they will have to repeat this process every 4 years. So this is what's currently in law, can always be rescinded, but has not yet been rescinded. And in the picture here that we have, there's 3 main types of aquaculture: finfish, marine vegetation, and shellfish. Those are the ones that we will be talking about. But in this picture that we see, this is Fish Farm 1, and that's the largest finfish aquaculture facility in the world. It can farm up to 1 million fish at a time and withstand large storm events because it's off of Norway. They have one in China, and they're about to have one in New Zealand. Norway has a rule right now when it comes to having these facilities off of their coast that once a year has to go by once they've farmed the 1 million fish. And it is the size of a football field. So really large. So for finfish aquaculture, there are a couple of reasonably foreseeable effects that we know based on the net pin projects in other parts of the region, or in other parts of the globe as well. So it's an exciting new industry with increased interest across the globe, but there are several concerns, such as introduction of non-native species or escapes, like what happened in the Puget Sound with the Atlantic salmon a couple of years back. Eutrophication from nutrient input, as well as fish waste, so just making it more increasing chance for harmful algal blooms or increased dissolved oxygen intake. Antibiotic resistant bacteria that could spread throughout the region, and then conflicting uses with other coastal users who may need access to the same area where the farm is sited. So for marine vegetation, in my opinion, I don't think it's as devastating to the environment because they are filter feeders. And so you're not adding those fish foods and nutrients to it, as well as there's not waste. The potential concerns along the spatial context, because there are other coastal users who also want to use up these areas. And these farms generally take up larger areas. So there's one in the Sound right now up in Washington, but it takes up a larger area of the South Sound. So that's something to keep in mind. It might be better to be offshore though, since there might be room for more spreading out. Similar to marine vegetation, there's no nutrient input when it comes to the shellfish aquaculture. They filter feed, but they do go deep, probably about 40 feet. It could affect the spatial extent of things as well. And this is a picture of the Catalina Sea Ranch, which is a current shellfish aquaculture down in Catalina Island in California. So it is something that is happening here in the US. So just a reminder that these activities that we're reviewing are taking place outside of the coastal zone. And so the last topic that we were looking at was offshore water quality, and it encompasses a lot of the activities we just discussed, but in addition to some others. So seabed mining, aquaculture, ballast water, dredge and fill, and then for purposes of our conversation, we're really gonna focus on offshore seafood processing discharge. So in September of 2015, the EPA and the state of Oregon began coordinating on a potential permit for offshore seafood processing facilities. And then in June 2017, the EPA issued a consistency determination to Oregon that the permit, in their opinion, that they believed that the permit was consistent with state policies. In that same time frame, the state of Oregon issued a conditional concurrence. So long as the conditions were met, then the state of Oregon concurred with the determination by the EPA. Unfortunately, in that same year, the EPA did not accept Oregon's conditions, and so our conditional concurrence became an objection. So in May of 2019, the EPA issued a permit authorization for offshore seafood processing discharge off the Oregon and Washington coast. And I was hired in September of 2019 to write a GLD so that way we could be a part of the conversations in the next iteration of the permit in 2024. So this is just to show you a picture of where they generally discharge off of our coast. But just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here, there's only one industry right now that we're aware of that's discharging off of the Oregon coast, and that's the whiting industry. And that's an international fishery with Canada, but the US fishery is broken up into 3 sectors. So we have the mothership sector, the catcher processor sector, and the land-based processor sector. For purposes of this conversation, we'll be talking about catcher processors and motherships. Catcher processors catch the fish and they process it in the same time. And then motherships are actually, they have contracts with vessels that will bring hulls of ships and they just process. So they actually process a lot more at a time than the catcher processors are able to. As you can see though, it's generally centralized around the Hecata and Stonewall banks on the south and the south coast. And that's important for later. So the reasonably foreseeable effects or the concerns around this material is that we're concerned for the exacerbation of ocean acidification and hypoxia along Oregon shelf. This is a natural phenomenon that occurs every year, but scientists have observed an increase in mass hypoxia events in the recent years. For example, in 2015, there was a mass die-off of Dungeness crabs, which is an economically important species to our state. As part of this phenomenon that occurs, upwelling brings low oxygenated waters onto Oregon shelf. And so the origination of where this water comes from coincides with the areas where those vessels are dumping currently. In addition to that, the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, which is our sister agency, has a regulation stating that there can be no measurable change to dissolved oxygen levels from anthropogenic sources. And this includes the state's coastal waters. The land-based processors are regulated by DEQ, and there are strict standards due to the effects from water quality in freshwater and brackish environments. There's a specific water that they emit or discharge, which is a byproduct of fish meal that they make, and it has a high oxygen demand, and it so much so that it requires sewage treatment for a sewage treatment procedure prior to being released into the environment. And that's what's being dumped offshore as well. But they don't have the same rules of pre-treatment offshore. In addition to that, there are recirculation patterns in the Hecata and Stonewall banks, as mentioned, that recirculate the waters with low oxygen, that has high temperatures, high salinity, and acidic conditions. And that's very important because resources that are important to the state utilize that area as habitat. So it's imperative that it remains protected. Ecological impacts are cumulative in nature from the continued degradation of the waters being dumped into. So we just want to make sure that we're able to keep an eye on that and observe. And then the main reason we're concerned is that it could have impacts to the local economy, such as other fisheries or other industries that take place or use those same areas or integrate or associate with those resources. So the next steps, the first thing we're doing is marking the designated area, similar to what we were doing with Oregon, as Oregon's GLD for marine renewable energy. So we're in the middle of drawing that polygon shape. Then we're reviewing that internally with our sister agencies within the coastal program, like ODFW and DEQ. We've also been consulting with the EPA to ensure early coordination, so that way for the next federal consistency review, they're already aware of the GLD coming into place. And then we're reviewing that this document with NOAA's Office for Coastal Management, so we can submit it for approval soon. Just to quickly mention, this is the kind of the first thing there's not many GLDs off of the state, off the West Coast. And so we wanted to institutionalize our knowledge for other states interested in drafting a GLD. So we're also writing a guidance document, partnering with other states and nonprofits. And there are several lessons that we would like to communicate to other states that we've learned, such as databases that have been really helpful in building these polygons. Hopefully this will be published though before the end of my fellowship, which is June 30th. So just to kind of cap everything, because I know that was a lot, GLDs are a helpful tool for outlining coastal impacts. They outline the potential or reasonably foreseeable effects of a federal activity on coastal uses and resources. The structure matters, and I guess it depends on if we want to front load the work or if we would like to do it on the other end. So for Oregon, we front loaded the GLD for marine renewable energy, so we were able to understand the coastal effects on a larger level, whereas Rhode Island focused their GLD on one specific industry, which allowed them to meet the mark or the standard for NOAA's approval, but it might make it a little bit more difficult to actually understand what all of the coastal effects would be from authorizing that activity outside of the state's coastal zone. And then the standard again is the likelihood of reasonably foreseeable effects. And from talking with Rhode Island, they actually divvy it up into two different, categories. So there's coastal uses and coastal resources. And coastal resources are like the economically important species or water quality and things that you can that are the natural resources, whereas coastal uses are like the shipping industry or non-consumptive recreational fishing that you can report to, or you can show to the users. And for me, I'm a lawyer, so this is something that's been really interesting to me. Marine spatial planning is a really complex process, and it requires coalition building and coordinating amongst a lot of industries, agencies, and stakeholders. And I didn't understand that to the extent that I do now. So thank you so much for that experience. As we're done, thank you, Director Rue. Thank you, Deputy Director Green, Patty, Deanna, Andy, and everyone for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you. A tremendous amount of work, Nick. Just really, and your graphics, your presentation it's a lot of work, a lot of complexity, but I think I pretty much understand what you said. So thank you very much, because your graphics are really great. Appreciate it. Questions from commissioners of Nick?
While we're waiting for questions, my big question is how we keep Mr. Thieler employed here.
I had the same thought, but I didn't want to actually ask that in a public setting because maybe, I don't know, you're terrific. We'd love to keep you.
Thank you.
I don't see.
Commissioners Warren, Piermine, and Jacobson have their hands raised.
Great. And if you don't mind, maybe we shall start with Commissioner Jacobson, because as a person from the coast, I'd really like to hear what you have to say, and then we'll go to the other two.
Thank you. Well, first off, Nick, I just wanted to say, as a former Sea Grant faculty member and kind of a fisheries and coastal policy person, that was a really nice overview of that topic. Very, very complex topic, as you said. So just really just a super nice job pulling all of that together in a form that was, pretty easy for people to understand on a subject that is not easy for people to understand. Just two small comments, I would say, especially if you're getting ready to present this again, or maybe as part of the ending as your assignment with Sea Grant or whatever. One thing I would add is under your kind of risks of aquaculture, most of your risks are ecological in nature, but I think there's a big one that was missing, and that was economic risk. And so there's a big issue with aquaculture products competing with local caught products and U.S. caught products, wild caught products. So you introduce an aquaculture species and that competes on the market, oftentimes at a much lower cost. So then other products can't compete. That may or may not be more sustainable. But in addition, sometimes those products, which maybe look the same, are not the same. And so quality goes down, and then people are upset, and don't want to buy that product anymore, not realizing they bought an aquaculture product. So I would just say there's an economic risk to our wild caught fisheries. Second, I would say is kind of the comment you made about catcher processors and specifically motherships, and a lot of that activity taking place on the south coast. I would say it's not entirely true. It takes place up and down the entire Oregon coast. And in more recent years with climate change and it being too hot for the whiting species, that they have moved north, so has a lot of the efforts. So whiting has always been caught up and down the coast. And a lot of those catcher processors come from Seattle. So it certainly does take place on the North Coast as well. And I think those trends will just continue to shift as water gets warmer, frankly. So those are only my two comments, but just a really nice job on a hard topic.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I definitely, that's a really good point you bring up. Actually, all of those vessels are from Washington, but they do, generally, that's a heat map, and so I was trying to generalize where they do process, but they do go up and down the Washington coast, and actually go up to Alaska for a little bit too. So,
great, thank you, Commissioner Warren, and then Commissioner Pearmine.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Exciting stuff. Finally get to talk about fish, which always makes me happy. Just a general question for you. The majority of these products for the catcher processor and the motherships, where are they going? Are these products then being shipped, back on land, or are they being shipped overseas? What does that whole, I guess, market look like?
That's a great question. Thank you for that.
Looks like you might have frozen again before we had your answer. There we go.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. That's a really good question. Thank you for that. What I was saying is pre-coronavirus, they actually were selling a lot of it outside of the country, but unfortunately, they were unable to sell it. And so they have freezer fulls of it, and they're trying to figure out where to put it. A lot of the product from whiting is surimi, which is imitation crab meat. But I don't know, I guess, since post-COVID, how much of it is being imported here and how much of it is still being exported.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Pearmine.
I'm just gonna get on the bandwagon of praise for you, Nick, and of course, lobby for your,
Oops, I think you went back on mute.
Okay.
There we go.
Wanted to also be in the technology loop with you there. I would just say, thank you for flagging I hadn't learned about sea mining at all myself. So that was all new information and horrifying. And so I'm curious as an agency how we are tracking these. So this is more, I guess, for a Patty question or going forward. So it's really helpful to see these industries and how we're potentially engaging with them. And obviously with the processing industry, we are already experiencing some impacts. So I'm just curious on, how we ourselves are going to be informed about these industries as they evolve.
Commissioner Pearmine, Chair MacArthur, thank you for the question. We definitely try to stay aware of activities as they're coming along. Offshore wind right now is what we're focusing a lot, and we have our eye on offshore aquaculture, and we have not heard anything currently about offshore seafloor mining, but certainly we're watching for that. So we keep contact with our federal folks and then the other states that are around us. And so and then certainly if something was being proposed, then we should get notified of that prior to any activity. So we try to watch things and read news articles and everything if somebody isn't telling us about an activity that's upcoming, but we definitely try to keep up to speed on anything that's becoming relevant off the coast. So if anybody hears anything, be sure to let us know. Deanna, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
I'll just add that we monitor the Federal Register on a rolling basis to make sure that we're keeping apprised to things that may be coming along. And it's partially my role to also keep engaged with all of our federal partners and promote that relationship so they can speak freely and let us know about things that are coming along.
And I feel like, sorry, I'm just going to add to one of the things that you asked that came to mind. I also work for Washington in the same capacity, researching the same activities and impacts to their coastal zone. And actually their legislature and governor have passed a ban on seabed mining within their territorial sea. And so that is something that could happen for Oregon too, from the legislature side of things.
Great. Final questions, comments from commissioners?
Vice Chair Halova and Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you for the presentation. It was great. I love the visuals, and now I have like all these questions, just questions in general. Like I need to see more, maybe a documentary of some sort. What I'm torn with, and it's just more me thinking to myself, but I thought I'd throw it out there, is that kind of balance between economic development and environmental responsibility. And it's very easy for me as a developer to think about that on land. I can say people need homes and we still need to protect the environment and where's the best place to put the homes and that kind of stuff. It's like I want to apply the same logic to the ocean. And, I think for me, it's like very sacred. Oh, the ocean, whatever. But for a lot of people, that's their land, right? That's their economic production. And we participate in that because we eat the things and we use the things that get, that come from that. So we can't be separated from it. So it makes me, anytime I hear, and I'm completely separated from this issue, okay? But anytime I hear these conversations, I'm always like, okay, is it all just about protecting the environment? And like, where are the places for the renewable offshore energy? And where are the places for, I don't have any connection to mining, but I'm sure some of that mining ends up in some product that I use, right? So just not to pretend that we're disconnected from these activities. And so how does that fit in?
Well, for the purposes of my project, I think it's just making sure that we're employing the precautionary principle. So before we understand whether or not the activity would affect our resources, we would need to make sure that we're like 100, I don't know about 100%, that would be a Deanna question since she's the federal consistency coordinator, but what the state feels comfortable with. But that's part of that conversation of being able to have that seat at the table to talk with the industry, to talk with the regulators, to figure out where we can meet in the middle. That's pretty much what Deanna does for her entire job. So the GLD is just to get us in the room to do that, to have that conversation.
And to build off of that, Vice Chair Halova, thank you. Part of the federal consistency review process is we only review projects against the laws and enforceable policies that we have in our laws at that time. So a lot of what goes on in our ocean environment is based on statewide land use planning goal 19, which is all about that balance of use and protection.
So to have that, every time it comes to COSA stuff, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Where's the point in the process where one determines, and I think we've had some conversation about this before, so it's not the first time, where offshore energy happens and where we definitely know we've had this conversation, but within the work that was just presented, where does it lead to? I mean, a little bit more on that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chair. So the work that Nick is currently working on is, I say simply, but it is not simple, of connecting the activity to our state and coastal resources. So that's where it all seems, a lot of what Nick presented is very impact driven, but the balance takes place during the actual federal consistency review. We can't hold developers accountable for anything that's not already in the state laws and policies that we have in place. And then during that balancing, there may be things, we may receive comments that from the public or our other state agencies that we can't implement a solution to that concern because we don't have those policies in place. Does that get at the crux of the timing component?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I understand that you need to understand the full impact before you can decide what should go where or what is allowed or not allowed. Yes, thank you.
Well, thanks, commissioners. I don't see anyone else's hand up. Nick, did you want to say something? I'm sorry.
As in Lilac.
Oh, as in Commissioner Lilac, excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah, well, just there are a couple of us. It's kind of rare, isn't it, that there's a couple of Nicks in the room,
Yes,
but
it
here
is.
we go.
Yeah.
I just,
That's how you're.
in addition to a great presentation, you clearly both enjoy this. I mean, the smiles just come through, and that's just, it's contagious. My only question, just because I don't know this, is there, and maybe this is also a question for Commissioner Jacobson, is there a role for local governments, cities or counties, in any of the consistency? And anything that you can share on that, I'm just curious, because like our Vice Chair Halava, especially because I'm Eastern Oregon, I have even less connection to the coast. I'm just curious about the role of local governments in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. So that is something that is unique to Oregon as well. So similar to Chair MacArthur's question from the first half of the presentation, Oregon's really unique in the fact that we do incorporate local land use policies into our federal consistency framework. And we can't implement those policies without the help of our local jurisdictions to make sure that we're implementing them with the intent that they wrote the policies. So we coordinate closely with our local partners to in every consistency evaluation to assure that those policies are focused and being implemented appropriately.
So is it a local land use process then, or is it just a sign off by the local planning office that it's consistent? I was just curious in how that works.
Yeah, it could be both. So the federal consistency review process incorporates the land use compatibility statement, which whether you like it or you don't like it, it does offer a place directly in the application where the local jurisdiction has an opportunity to provide comments. We also issue a comment period for each individual federal consistency review that can gain comment, and then we do individual outreach to the local jurisdictions to gain concerns, comments, and some context from the local perspective that we otherwise probably wouldn't get an opportunity to hear.
Chair MacArthur and Commissioner Lilac, this is Patty Snow. Just wanted to add one piece to that. If an activity is completely offshore, the cities and counties don't have direct regulatory authority, because in Oregon, cities and counties can't regulate, that's state waters and beyond. But certainly, like if there's a seafloor, a subsea cable, for example, when that comes ashore, that clearly is a local decision there that gets incorporated in our federal consistency review. So, but local, there are local representatives on the BOEM task force, for example, that Katie is one of the representatives, local government representatives on that. So, and OPAC as well. So even when local governments don't have direct decision authority, they're still brought in to the process, if that makes sense. Thank you.
And it probably reflects, well, it does reflect very well on your presentation that you made it so accessible and engaging that it raised a lot more questions than we actually have time to probably finish. We could probably take another hour on this, and we can't today, unfortunately. But thank you very much to Nick and Deanna and Patty for assembling such a great team and all your great management.
Chair MacArthur, sorry, yeah. Commissioner Jacobson had her hand up. I just want to make sure she
I'm so sorry, Commissioner Jacobson, I did not see that.
Yeah, I think Patty and others answered Nick's question pretty well, but just kind of from a local government role, I would just say that the consistent part for local governments and federal consistency is banging your head up against a wall. That's really the consistent role. we have in some of this, but it really just depends. As Patty said, there's not, we don't regulate fisheries or offshore mining or those things, but oftentimes those things have a shoreside component. Cables are a really good example. So offshore energy projects have to land a cable somewhere, and then that triggers a permit. Or maybe there's some other type of permitting they need on the shoreside end. So it depends, but I'd also say there's oftentimes that you have seen counties and local governments launch campaigns for or against certain activities. Like 10, 15 years ago, you saw a lot of local governments try to block offshore wave energy projects by filing for their own projects with FERC so that they could block potential permits from coming in. So it just really varies.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And obviously a big thirst on the part of the commission to learn more about these processes. And I'm really glad that we have, the next topic is also about the coastal program. So the more that we get this in front of the commission, the more we'll understand the various aspects of the really important and complicated work that you do, Patty and team. So thank you very much for the presentation. And I think thumbs up for keeping Nick Thieler as long as possible on staff. So nice work, nice job. And thanks everybody. In terms of the next, we're a little bit off agenda, but I just noticed that we had 2 breaks slated for this afternoon. What I'd like to do is just take a 15-minute break now and then go through the final series of topics, 16, 17, and 18 after that break. So we'll take 15 minutes and come back, whatever time that is, I guess 2:50. Perfect. Thank you. See you in a little bit.
Welcome back from our afternoon break. It is not quite 2:50. It just turned 2:50, and we do have Chair MacArthur, Commissioners Pearmine, Warren, and I spoke a little too early. And there is Commissioner Lilac and Warren and Jacobson, and Chair, you do have a quorum, although we don't have any voting for the rest of the day. And Chair, you are muted.
Thank you very much. Always good to be reminded of that, although some people in my life would like to mute me a little bit more, but anyway, welcome back to everybody. We have some really fun and important topics, next 3 topics. First one is agenda item number 16, and it's talking about Estuarine Shellfish Aquatic Sighting Tool to kind of continue the coastal theme. And then after that, we'll go into the grant allocation plan approval and legislative update. And I don't believe we have any requests to appeal. Is that correct? I'm looking at maybe Jim or Steve. I don't think we have anything under that item. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
And okay, great. So I think we probably can finish very close to 5 is the plan. So take it away, Patty, again.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Vice Chair Helova and members of the Commission. This is Patty Snow, Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager. We will continue the coastal theme here with our second special project that we wanted to give you a briefing on. So I will be introducing our chat field. I want to say the last long legislative session, the legislature passed a statute that provided funding for us to create an estuary aquaculture sighting tool. And we were really fortunate to get Marcus to help us with that. He started just before the pandemic. I'm sure he will share that with you, that he has some great aquaculture experience and marine science experience. So we were very fortunate to get him to help us with the project. So, and that project is scheduled to end at the end of the biennium, which will be June 30th. So I will introduce Marcus to you. Thank you.
There we go. Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
You are unmuted, yes, thank you.
Excellent. Well, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, members of the commission, good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. For the record, my name is Marcus Chatfield, and I am the Shellfish Aquaculture Policy Coordinator for the Ocean and Coastal Management Program at the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development. And as Patty said, I'm here to speak with you about a shellfish mariculture siting tool that my team and I have been working on for a little over a year. Just to give you a little bit of background about me, I have a bachelor's degree in environmental science focused on aquatic biology, and my graduate work at Oregon State University is in fisheries science focused on aquaculture. Specifically, I worked on Pacific dulse aquaculture, which is a native seaweed that we have, and I looked at the environmental requirements for land-based static systems for dulse production, such as salinity, nutrients, and the use of synthetic seawater. And although my research was focused on macroalgae, the lab that I was a part of is actually a shellfish lab. My professor focuses on molluscan shellfish. And so I got to have quite a bit of experience working with oysters. And so let's just move on to talk to you about what I'm here to talk to you about. Let's see if I can get this working here. There we go. All right, so Oregon Aquaculture Farms grow several aquatic species from oysters, clams, and mussels to salmon, ornamental fish, and algae. The tool that we've been working on focuses specifically on shellfish mariculture within the Oregon estuary. So it's only stuff that's happening in the estuary itself, not if somebody's growing oysters in a tank or something somewhere. So currently only 5 estuaries are approved for shellfish mariculture operations. I know there are 7 areas listed on this Oregon Department of Agriculture map, but one of the areas is South Slough, which is part of the Coos Bay estuary. And number 1 on the map is Clatsop Beaches, and it's only approved for recreational harvest, not mariculture. The reason that only 5 estuaries are approved for shellfish mariculture at this time is because those 5 estuaries are the only ones which currently have the necessary water quality monitoring in place by the Oregon Department of Agriculture. These water quality monitoring programs are very important to make sure that the harvested shellfish is safe for people to eat, and they're kind of expensive to put into place, and so we don't have them in all of the estuaries where we could be doing shellfish aquaculture. So production of seafood from aquaculture continues to steadily rise, and it's projected to keep growing while wild-caught seafood has plateaued for quite some time. Oysters specifically are estimated to have an annual economic value of $10.6 million in Oregon. But even with this current economic value, Oregon lags behind our neighboring coastal states in shellfish aquaculture production. The state of Oregon has recognized this opportunity and addressed it by passing House Bill 2574. The mandate by the Oregon legislature to DLCD is to aggregate public records related to shellfish aquaculture and develop an electronic tool to provide that information to the public. This tool is an effort to improve the site selection process for shellfish mariculture. The data will be organized to provide site-specific reports and to highlight areas of interest for shellfish mariculture while still protecting fragile native habitats and the ecosystem services that they provide. House Bill 2574 originally mandated counterparts to my position at ODA and ODFW. I was hired to this position, like Patty said, less than a month before the first shutdown from the COVID-19 pandemic. So unfortunately, my counterparts at ODA and ODFW were not hired before the shutdown and subsequent hiring freeze. Early on, there was some debate on how and where to develop the siting tool, but Oregon State University's Institute for Natural Resources and the Business Oregon Group were already in the process of developing a land-based aquaculture siting tool. And since DLCD has a history of collaboration with the Institute for Natural Resources with existing maintenance contracts with them for the Oregon Hazards Reporter and the land use planning tool, we ultimately decided to join purpose with the existing land-based aquaculture siting tool and contracted the shellfish mariculture siting tool development to the Institute for Natural Resources. In order to gain input from all parties involved with shellfish mariculture in Oregon, an advisory team made up of representatives from DLCD, Oregon Department of Agriculture, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Institute for Natural Resources met every other week for most of the development process. And now we're meeting weekly as the project is starting to wrap up. This advisory team, with input from other state and federal agencies, as well as various stakeholders, has been developing the siting tool, which is a map viewer with the ability to generate site-specific reports. This tool will enable stakeholders to assess a potential site for viability of future shellfish mariculture operations. So the permitting process for any type of aquaculture in Oregon is really complex. It involves multiple local, state, federal agencies, and there's kind of a back and forth between that in some ways, depending upon where the proposed farm is located. The graphic on the right here gives you an idea of the number of agencies potentially involved, and the graphic on the left lists some examples of the separate types and number of permits and licenses that may be required for each type of operation. And the agencies involved and the permits required range from local to federal. And like I said, sometimes, especially with federal consistency, it goes kind of back and forth. The process is no less complicated for shellfish mariculture. So last year, the Oregon Department of Agriculture produced this flow chart as part of their mandate from HB 2574. I know the chart's a little small and kind of hard to read in this format, so to help clarify, the boxes in kind of the orangish red color are the responsibility of the applicant. The blue boxes are the Oregon Department of Agriculture's responsibility, and the green boxes represent input from other agencies. Our tool will help the applicant, especially in the early steps, just the first few boxes on the left here. But the reports generated by the tool will also inform some of the later steps, especially providing input for Army Corps of Engineer permits and federal consistency between that and state. So back to the left of the flow chart, the early steps in the process require a pre-application questionnaire to be filled out by the applicant, a pre-application meeting, which is attended by the applicant and representatives from ODA, ODFW, and DLCD. And then other agency representatives may also be asked to attend, but it just depends on the location of the proposed operation. So there may be local folks involved as well. Finally, in this initial phase, the applicant actually needs to submit their application. So our tool will be very useful in answering many of the questions that are often encountered in these first steps, and can help the applicant avoid going through this very involved process for a site which is ultimately unsuitable. Members of the advisory team participated in 2 pre-application meetings for new shellfish operations in Oregon over the course of the tool's development. In one of those meetings, data layers from the tool were used to look at the proposed location in real time during the meeting with the applicant and agency representatives. And we found out that, you know, the first proposed site was actually not viable. So we kind of looked around in the estuary to find out maybe another site that might be viable. And the feedback from everybody, the applicant as well as the agency representatives, was very positive. And that wasn't even our full tool. That was just some of our data layers. So talking about the tool itself and kind of the development of it, there are several stages to the development of a GIS tool, such as the one that we developed. So after gathering all the pertinent data from public records and turning that data into useful data layers for tool development, the layers are then added to the tool, and then the tool is tested by potential users, and then it's refined based on that feedback from those beta testers. So we're now in that testing and refining stage of the development of the tool, and the development process is on schedule to be completed by the end of June 2021. So I'm going to step you through the siting tool now. This first page contains a disclaimer because an in situ physical survey is going to have to take place for any proposed farm, even in addition to using this tool. This is just going to kind of help weed out some problematic areas for the applicant. And if we click next at the bottom of the sidebar here, it brings us to a drop-down menu of approved estuaries in Oregon. So there's only 5 approved estuaries, as I said earlier, but this tool can also be navigated just by exploring the map viewer and going down here. Let me turn on my annotation. I can't find it now that I'm looking for it. Great. Well, now I can't find it. Sorry. Down at the bottom of the sidebar in the middle, there's a button for layers. And if you turn that on, you can actually turn the individual layers on and off and kind of explore the map viewer itself. But you wouldn't be able to get a site report that way until you actually click through a couple of other sections here. So I chose Tillamook Bay, but for our example, it's a bay that we grow a lot of oysters in. So after you select an estuary, you click next again. And then you have the option of uploading an area via coordinates, or you can draw your own polygon here. And I drew a polygon for our example. So once you draw it, it kind of shows up on the map there. And whenever you click next, you have to wait a few moments because it queries the data and it has to create a site-specific report for that section. Once that's generated, you get kind of a snapshot view of it in the sidebar, but you can download, at the top of the sidebar, you can download the report as a PDF file, and I'll show you that in a moment. There are 3 report sections in the sidebar. In any of the sections, you'll see lists of information and small thumbnail maps. All this information is in the PDF, and it can be viewed there in greater detail. So you'll see these maps are not great as thumbnails. They kind of give you a little bit of information, but whenever you bring them up in the PDF, you can actually see a lot more detail and it gives you a lot more information. Here we have the report section for geographic settings showing. This section gives you information such as the estuary name, the county that you're in, if your selected area falls within the city limits or the urban growth boundaries. It also gives you the area in acres for your selected polygon. And then the thumbnail map that we're seeing here shows depth. If we open up the environmental considerations, important species, areas, and habitats are shown. The geoform, habitat type, and substrate are shown in the land and water section. And specific species such as the presence of endangered species, eelgrass beds, clam beds, and burrowing shrimp are listed in the species to consider section. Now, those species to consider could be something that kind of needs protection, like an endangered species, but something like the burrowing shrimp may just pose a problem for shellfish growers because it makes the substrate kind of like quicksand for them, so they can't put in their farm the way they'd want to. So, and you can scroll down the sidebar to see the thumbnails. You can also look at all the considerations queried by clicking on all instead of the default of intersects. The default will show you any of the considerations which are within your selected area, but if you have it on all, you can see all of the things that were queried for your specific location. And you can also, whenever you do have it open like that with all, you can toggle on you could do it even when it's on intersects, but you can toggle the layers on and off in the larger map viewer on the right by clicking on the eye icons next to each of the consideration topics in the sidebar. So if you have all of them open, even if it doesn't intersect with your proposed plat, you can see how close things are to your plat. Here I've toggled on eelgrass, and you can see that there's a little bit within my plat here. And the last report section of the sidebar is management considerations, which gives you information on the recreational harvest areas, boating access sites, if you're in an area that is actually approved for shellfish mariculture, existing oyster plats that may be near, shipping channels, that kind of information. And so here is an example. I toggled on recreational harvest area, and you can see the proposed plat is actually in one. Now, this is a good example because this wouldn't necessarily mean that a shellfish operation couldn't happen here, but it's good to be aware of potential future conflicts. Our state waters are public lands, most of them, and so people can go to this location and still harvest recreationally, even though the oysters themselves can't be harvested because they're private property. So if you have all the layers turned on at once, the map viewer can get a bit confusing, but if you turn them on one by one sequentially, or you turn them, one on at a time, you can kind of visibly see how your proposed site might fit into the general surrounding area. And here you can see our example. It's in a conditionally approved area. It's really hard to see, but it's this, I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but it's in this green area. So that's conditionally approved for, and this is also a second conditionally approved area within the estuary for aquaculture. It's not on, but right next to these existing plats in blue. And it is, as we saw earlier, within an area used for recreational shellfish harvest. It's not intersecting any shipping channel, which is really important. But it does still have boating access both to the north and south. So if we go back to the top up here, you can see this is where you can get your PDF report, which we'll take a look at now. So this is our report right now. And in the report, those thumbnail maps, which were displayed in the sidebar of the map viewer, are enlarged, and you get a legend provided. So here we have under geographic setting, we see that our area is within a conditionally approved area. Once again, we can see the depth in fathoms and feet, although ours is in a mudflat, so you're not really seeing any information there other than it's in a mudflat. Here we have environmental considerations. So the eelgrass beds, clam beds, substrate, habitat type. This is where things like if there are ghost shrimp or mud shrimp there, you would see that as well. And then you also have geoform, which will show up here on this next page. That shows our geoform. And then on the opposite page, we see some of the management considerations, like it being conditionally approved, the boating access, and recreational harvest sites, which continue onto this page. The last page of the report's the disclaimer once again, and that's what we have for the report right now. As I mentioned before, we're in the testing and refining stage of tool development. There are data sets including information on estuary management units, shoreland management units, closure criteria, such as if it rains for a certain amount of time, over a certain amount of time, a certain amount of inches, it may shut down the shellfish harvesting in an area, specific permits from local all the way to federal, and general introductory text for each estuary. That's all being added to the tool at this time and will appear in the reports as well. Our testing sessions are scheduled for in the next couple of weeks. So, sorry about that. Next steps after the testing and refinement of the tool are to publish links to the tool in sections of the DLCD homepage, and to also add it to the landing page for the Institute, the landing page that the Institute for Natural Resources is creating to jointly host our tool and the tool being developed for land-based aquaculture for Business Oregon. There are a few things to consider for the future of this tool. Because the tool aggregates data from published data sets that are curated by other agencies and various groups, there's a need for some semi-regular check-ins between the agencies that are providing those data sets and DLCD to continue to make sure that the data sets that we have in our tool are the most current. Also, some of the data sets are hosted by DLCD, and those will need maintenance for the same reason. They'll need updated. With a push happening right now for counties and municipalities to update their estuary management plans, some of the data layers used to create the tool will need an overhaul as that new information appears. Also, with Business Oregon being awarded a grant by Oregon Sea Grant to expand their tool to also include nearshore aquaculture, perhaps adding the functionality of their financial tool to the shellfish tool would make the entire project more seamless in how the various tools integrate, and it might help potential future shellfish farmers to see if not only if their farm is going to fit into the landscape, but if it's financially feasible for them as well. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm willing to take them now. And if you can't think of anything right now, you can always feel free to reach out to me via email or phone, and I'll answer to the best of my ability. Otherwise, thanks for your time today.
Thank you, Marcus. Great presentation. And wow, a lot of work went into that, I'm sure. Questions from commissioners or comments?
Commissioner Lilac.
Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. That was a great presentation. And of course, I'm going to go right to one of the last things you mentioned about these maps can help inform counties updates of their estuary. I don't know the goals, but their estuary maps, is that right? As they bring those into compliance or just updates. Am I correctly understanding that? And are these maps definitive that they can rely on these maps to update whatever they need to in their coastal goals, or is this just a snapshot and then they need to then do a lot more work with? I don't know how that happens with coastal counties, but just curious.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Lilac. So the estuary management plans, many of them haven't been updated since the 1980s, and some of them have been especially some of the city ones have been. There is a push right now for those to all get updated, and it's not just maps that are in these. It's also, it has a lot to do with land use. It has a lot to do with habitat surveys and things like that as well that are involved. And a lot of our information comes from other agencies within the state, not just these these plans like comprehensive plans and estuary management plans. A lot of it comes from like ODFW when it comes to surveys of habitats and species that are local to those areas. So like I said earlier, it's really complicated, and it's really kind of, everyone's kind of interconnected. You have all these different agencies kind of working together to bring all this information together. So I wouldn't say that all of those things are set in stone, because they are constantly being updated. The environment's shifting. A lot of these things like eelgrass, it can be like pretty ephemeral. It's not always in the same place as the last time that they surveyed that area. And for example, our eelgrass data comes from a lot of different time frames. It's not just a snapshot in one. It's the historical record of where eelgrass is showing up as well. So.
Well, my last comment, what a great service that you're providing. Really helpful, because that's one of the biggest limitations as local governments we have is the data, the science, the maps, all of the updated information. So fantastic that you're doing this. I'm sure it's really helpful to local governments. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Helova.
Yes, I also wanted to thank you for your presentation, and it seems like a great compilation of a lot of data, which in an easy to visualize and understand way. I had a very simple question. I feel like I missed it, and then once you were talking about everything, I was like, what does it mean? What is the red polygon? I understood all the layers that you were adding to the area that you were looking at, but I missed what the red polygon represented.
The area that that's just the area that I drew in there.
You drew that.
I drew that shape just as an example.
Okay.
This is and anybody who's using the tool can do that. They can either draw freehand like that, or if they have a spot picked out that they would like to put a farm, they can input the coordinates in there as well, and then it'll draw a polygon right there for them. And then you're getting that site-specific report just for that area that you've drawn the polygon in.
Okay. Because I kept on through the whole presentation, kept on wondering why it was oriented the way it was, So I didn't know if it was some sort of grid that, So I understood everything after that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Well, thank you for asking that question. It makes sense that you would be able to get the outline of your potential industry located in there, and then get all the information from it. So it is really a nice tool for that way. Commissioner Pearmine.
This was so awesome. Thank you. The information and layers of information that you pulled together, and how accessible and powerful that is. And personally, I come from agriculture as my background on the land. So completely appreciate why we need to be so mindful of where we are placing aquaculture, the impact of this these fragile ecosystems is critical. So I'm curious, when you were working through the process, I just have the question of what surprised you? What was sort of something you learned through the process that you didn't anticipate? And then when it comes to the future of aquaculture in Oregon, not that that's your field per se, but sort of what do you see there?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. Things that surprised me. Well, the biggest thing that surprised me right off the bat was the levels of complexity in regulation of the industry, and it makes a lot of sense when you look into it as to the whys that certain places are allowed to have aquaculture and certain places are not allowed to have aquaculture. But the level of complexity, the amount of agencies involved, the number of permits that you may need to, because if your aquaculture plat, that your proposed plat happens to fall within the urban growth boundary in an estuary, then you're going to have to do a city conditional use permit, potentially a county conditional use permit. You're going to have the state shellfish plat leasing, and you're also going to have to do nationwide 48 and potentially other Army Corps of Engineer permits, and then you have to do the federal consistency with all of that. So it's just a very involved process, and I didn't realize how involved it was. So that was very surprising. As far as the future of aquaculture in Oregon, I learned about some things like conservation aquaculture, which I think is something that should be brought to the attention of the state. Some other states are doing it. California and Washington are starting to do this, where people are growing things for the benefit of ecosystem restoration. Replanting kelp forests, putting oysters for water quality, that kind of stuff. I think that's something. And with I don't remember the number of the House bill that was just passed, looking into growing algae for use as cattle feed to reduce methane. I think that growing macroalgae, and maybe I'm biased because that's what I studied, but I think that growing macroalgae is definitely a big part of the future of aquaculture. I also think that, if the COVID pandemic hadn't hit, my counterparts at ODA, part of what they were to do originally was to look at potentially other estuaries that might be able to be used for shellfish aquaculture, but that's been put on the back burner for right now because of budget cuts and things like that. So I would say that once things start rolling again a little bit better, that may be back on the table. I don't know.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have questions? Seeing none, hearing none. Marcus, again, thanks. Really nice presentation in an area that I knew nothing about, except that I do like oysters. So beyond that, very, very useful. So thanks to you and Patty again for the great presentation, to get another glimpse into what the work, the portfolio that you manage, Patty. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
We will now move into agenda item number 17, and that is our grants allocation plan. And we are seeking adoption today, even though the time period for that starts on July 1st of this year and goes for the full biennium. It's always important to get a jump start on these things because it takes so much time to get the work program organized and everything and approved, and it's only can be done in a 2-year period. We have to expend all those dollars for those communities in that 2-year period. And so we're voting today and voting with the idea and the hope that the legislature will in fact approve the budget for this. So with that, Gordon.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Commission, Gordon Howard, let me get my computer set up here. The Community Services Division Manager for the department. And we're here this afternoon, and I see you already kind of corrected Esther. Esther said there were no more voting items today. This is actually a voting item. And I would point out that the suggested recommended motion, I believe, still says 2019-21. It should be 2021-23 when you do, hopefully when you do make that motion. Just want to point that out. Also, I'll be giving a presentation today, but in addition, Lee McIlvaine, our Economic Development Specialist, will be presenting as well. And I don't believe the commission has met Lee yet. She has been with us about a year now. And I've met her in person during the interview process, but she started after COVID began. So we haven't had the opportunity to work in person, and I'm looking forward to that hopefully this fall. And in addition to her, she came to us from Mercy Corps about a year ago. And she, in addition to working on economic development issues, has a lot of other skills as well, which is why I asked her to assist me with certain aspects of the grant allocation plan. And she'll be speaking to the equity portion of the plan that we're adding as we go on. At this point, I'll share my screen, and we have let's see here, slideshow. And can you all see the first slide on the grant allocation plan? Okay, thank you. we are looking at today at the 2021-2023 grants allocation plan, and that is a biennial plan. We create in every odd numbered year for allocating technical assistance grants from our technical assistance grant general fund program appropriated by the legislature. It totaled $1.6 million in the 2019-21 period. We had to reduce it by a couple $100,000 last year with the budget reductions, which was a very painful process, but we did that. We do prepare this with the assistance of a grant advisory committee. And the Grants Advisory Committee is a statutory committee. It was created, the department was directed back about 20 years ago now to create this committee, ORS 197.639. And the statute states that the committee shall advise the commission and the department on the allocation of grants and technical assistance funds from the general fund sources and other issues assigned by the commission. We currently have 12 members on the committee. They're listed in the grants allocation plan document. We want to thank them very much for their efforts to help us and review the draft plan we came up with, and we had a meeting with them last month on that. In addition, I'd like to thank Commissioner Sandoval, who unfortunately isn't here today, but he is liaison from the commission to the Grant Advisory Committee, helped us increase and get a more diverse membership of the committee. We added 2 new members this time, who really helped us represent all of Oregon, including for the first time a representative from a tribal planning agency of the Umatilla tribe. The grant allocation plan, which does involves the technical assistance for the department, really has two parts of it. First of all is the overall part, which is where the money goes to in general terms, and the priorities there are pretty much very similar to what were being proposed in 2019-2021. The legislature has decreed in 2013, when Portland State University basically took over population projections for the entire state for planning purposes, that the first priority for our grant allocations and the technical assistance grant needs to be a grant to Portland State University Population Research for their population projection program, which projects populations over up to a 50-year period for cities and urban growth boundaries and counties on a rolling 4-year basis around the state. The second category we have, and we're proposing to continue that, is what are called our planning assistance grants. This is something that was started, I believe, 10 or 15 years ago. And it's a grant to very small cities and the smaller counties in the state, a very small amount of money, but basically cities that don't have a planning staff can get grants of up to $1,000 every 2 years, or $4,000 for counties to help them with just some very basic things. If they need to update their zoning maps, if they need to process a land use application, it's very open-ended, and we've received very positive feedback from these very small cities about the little lifeline we're able to throw them with this grant fund. The third category we have are the Columbia Gorge National Scenic Area grants. These were started in 2003 and are given to Multnomah, Wasco, and Hood River counties to help them work with the permitting process that's required by the National Scenic Area. Any new development outside of cities in the Columbia Gorge requires a National Scenic Area permit reviewed under National Scenic Area standards. And that is an additional administrative burden upon those counties that they can't fully collect from either the Gorge Commission or applicants. So the state of Oregon has assisted those 3 counties with funds from this technical assistance grant fund for many years now. We have a small amount of money at $20,000 every 2 years to the Portland State University Dispute Resolution Center to work with local governments who request mediation or helps to resolve planning disputes. There wasn't much this past 2 years, but that money is put into the program. And then finally, we have the technical assistance grants, and these are grants to local governments, and also tribal entities are eligible for these grants as well, to help them with planning projects, whether it be, and we'll get into what those projects are in just a minute when we get to the priorities for technical assistance grants that we have. And that's the second major part of the grant allocation plan, as priorities within this technical assistance grant program, which, as I said last time, was approximately $700,000 of the $1.6 million fund. Currently, the number one priority of the 5 listed is economic development, and the second one is housing, and then we have 3, 4, 5 below, which would be the same. Lee McElvain and Ethan Stuckmeyer, our lead housing planner, looked at that and recommended that we make housing the number one priority this time around and economic development second. But there's a very important caveat to that, and that is that we expect the governor's budget included, and we expect hopefully the legislature to fund housing planning in Oregon and extend that funding from its current limitation to cities above 10,000 population to all cities in Oregon through a separate technical assistance fund for housing that's intended to implement House Bills 2001 and 2003. And while 2001 is obviously limited to middle housing grants, 2003 is a more general House Bill 2003 implementation requires more general housing work on housing needs analyses, implementation plans, and housing production strategies. And if the legislature authorizes it through passage of another bill, we'll be able to open that up to cities less than 10,000 as well. So unless things go haywire at the legislature, to use a term, not a technical planning term, we expect that the number one priority for in this group, even though it is housing, will be satisfied through another fund, and we'll be able to concentrate monies in the actual technical assistance grant program, which will be more general in nature for categories 2 through 5. And I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask a quick question, just so I could understand. There's already been money, right, given to some of the cities regarding House Bill 2001?
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Vice Chair Holova. That is the last biennium, 2019-2021. The legislature did have a pretty generous technical assistance fund for implementation of House Bill 2001 and 2003. And we are expecting that to continue, although the need for money for House Bill 2001 will end as of July 1st, 2022, when all of the large cities are required to be fully implementing. But House Bill 2003, that is an ongoing funding need for work on housing needs analyses and housing production strategies required by state law, and for all cities over 10,000 population now. Okay. So we have given, the state has provided quite a bit of money to local governments in the last biennium. And we expect, assuming the governor's budget gets adopted, that the state will continue that funding for that housing work. And so if that happens, we'll be able to use the technical assistance grant, which is a separate fund and is more general for the other categories, the other priorities listed in the fund. But
yeah, my quick question was, the money from the past biennium that went for that work, was it a technical assistance grant or was it a different pot of money?
It was also in a separate housing technical assistance grant fund that was earmarked for those housing purposes.
Thanks.
And finally, and I'll turn it over to Lee McElvain, who will talk about another change we made this time to the technical assistance grant, the grant allocation priorities, and that is to introduce equity considerations into the mix. So Lee, if you could take it from this point.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Gordon. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Lee McIlvaine. I'm the Economic Development Specialist at the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and it's a pleasure to meet you. So I'm very excited to share with you the department's proposed changes to the grants allocation plan related to diversity, equity, and inclusion considerations for applicant communities. As we make progress towards integrating equity principles into DLCD's mission and culture, we identified an opportunity to more closely align our grant making with our goal of planning for more equitable communities. So incorporating equity considerations into our grant allocation plan serves several purposes. First, it supports and strengthens a more inclusive application of statewide planning goal 1, citizen involvement, or more equitably put, public involvement or public engagement. It aligns DLCD's grant-making priorities with several key state frameworks and programs, including Executive Order 2004 on greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the Governor's Equity Framework and COVID-19 response and recovery. And a third objective that was important is to help all applicant communities, not just those that are awarded technical assistance funds, to begin the important work of integrating an equity lens into their project design and outcomes if they have not already made a regular practice of this. And then the last thing I want to mention before going over the proposed changes is that the goal was not to shift our technical assistance grant funds too dramatically from their legislatively established purpose, which is providing critical planning functions for economic and community development, housing, and other purposes, as Gordon referenced. The goal of the proposed changes is really to integrate an equity lens as foundational to conducting this aforementioned work successfully for all members of applicant communities. So with that being said, I'll identify the key proposed changes in the grant allocation plan document that's included in your meeting materials. First, the plan would now explicitly identify that equity is a priority for the agency in its grant making. So this means that the allocation plan document identifies racial equity, rural and underserved populations as central to the state's efforts related to the planning program. We informed the proposed plan with the priority populations that are identified by the Governor's Equity Framework and COVID-19 response and recovery. And we will encourage applicants to consult this framework for practical strategies related to equity and inclusion if the proposed changes are approved. A second change that we propose is that applicants in all technical assistance grant categories are required to include outreach and community participation plans that reflect inclusion of priority populations. So this would mean that all technical assistance grant work plans would be expected to include deliverables related to inclusive outreach and engagement strategies for locally identified priority populations. And we'll ask communities to be specific about their engagement work and report to us on the outcomes of that inclusive engagement over the course of the project. The third key change is that in the process of evaluating these applications, the department is looking to award extra points to proposals that are either focused to benefit or include priority populations, or proposals that aim to address inequities related to local or regional land use planning issues through inclusive planning processes. So this represents a change, obviously, and it's our intention to provide resources to help applicants integrate equity considerations into their applications. So that would include providing guidelines and literature that will be useful to applicant communities in informing an application that has stronger equity considerations. Our regional representatives will be available to help develop those applications. And finally, we have an offer of assistance from the Oregon League of Cities that we are considering to facilitate a cohort model of communities that are awarded grants to help them through this process if it's new to them. And that concludes the proposed changes related to equity to the grant allocation plan. So I look forward to your thoughts and suggestions on the topic.
Thank you, Lee and Gordon. Does that conclude the presentation, Gordon?
Yes, it does, Chair MacArthur. And after questions, you'd get to the issue of the motion, but I certainly will be available for any questions right now or comments.
Just in general, thank you for bringing this to us, and it's really exciting. I mean, the whole day's been exciting in terms of the concrete things that the department is doing in the area of equity. And I was thinking about grants and how making sure that we're embracing equity considerations as part of the grant process, that as the money flows out beyond our borders, so do the concepts and the practices. And so it's just a wonderful way to get the message out and then to incorporate those principles into local action. So I'm really excited that the department has embraced this approach. Questions, comments from commissioners?
Commissioner Lilac has his hand raised.
Lilac, thank you.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I guess I was a little bit surprised with the priorities, given how much we're talking about natural hazards and climate action, that it wasn't maybe the #2 priority. Of course, economic development is important, but maybe economic development in terms of recovering from the pandemic or some specialty is just. It seems like the first 3 priorities could be housing, and then natural hazards and climate. I'm just curious, any perspectives or thoughts on that?
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac. That is an interesting point of view because we did have a lot of some input from our natural hazards team about how they would like to make sure that local governments are aware of this technical assistance opportunity to provide applications. And I think that that's an interesting question, though, about what's more important, natural hazards planning or in climate change or economic development. Traditionally, economic development was actually #1 for many years, and so I that is a policy question, and I think we didn't go that far, but certainly we would. We believe it's very important to consider natural hazards and climate change adaptation applications for technical assistance, and we'll give those a lot of. We don't expect all the money to be, suctioned off by economic opportunities and LLC's proposals. So we would like to, priorities doesn't mean that in the past doesn't mean that we, satisfy all the requests for EOAs, and then if there's any money left, we go to the next priority. It's kind of a more nuanced approach than that. So we will certainly consider those strongly when they're submitted by local governments and others.
Any follow-up questions, Commissioner Lilac?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Warren has his hand raised.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I would just like to second what Commissioner Lilac said about prioritizing climate and natural hazards projects in that list. If we have any say in it, just so you're all thinking what I'm thinking, but I definitely like to second that notion from Commissioner.
So
yeah, Chair MacArthur, it is your decision. So if you believe, the majority of the commission believes that the hazards and climate change category should be flipped with economic development, that is an option that you have if you want to.
Eric, can we show that list again of the different areas, or Gordon?
Certainly. I'll go back to this. Okay. There we go. Can you see that? Let me make it big. Oh, okay. There we go.
Great. So I'd like to see, there's 2 commissioners that have weighed in on perhaps putting natural hazards as number 2 behind housing and putting economic development 3. others want to weigh in on that idea, because this is a recommendation from the Grants Advisory Committee, but it is an advisory committee, and there's good reason probably for the existing hierarchy, and there's good reason for a change to that. So do other commissioners have some thoughts about it? Any preferences?
Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
I hadn't picked up early on that this was a rank order, so I wasn't focused in on too much on that. Maybe I missed that. And then if you said it, I have a little kid at home, so I'm like sometimes turning off my camera. Sorry, if you said it, amount of money, and then does rank determine the scale at which it gets distributed? Like, I just want to know the magnitude of us reordering and discussing things or not.
Commissioner Holova, or Vice Chair Holova, Chair MacArthur, this isn't an absolute in terms of, we would satisfy all of the items under number 2, economic development. If is there any money left over, we'd go to natural hazard. It's a more nuanced item. If a good natural hazards application would outweigh a mediocre economic development application. But by changing the order, you would be essentially making natural hazards and climate adaptation the more important of the priorities. So they are ranked. Doesn't mean that things near the bottom of the list never get funded, but they're less likely to get funded under this priority system.
And if I may add, in response to Vice Chair Holova's question, we're talking about a couple $100,000 here in total, because there in the governor's recommended budget was a rather severe reduction in our technical assistance grants. So if you remember, Gordon said that population research to Portland State is at the top of the list. That's about $500,000. And then Gorge counties is another 240,000. And then by the time you do the small planning grants, that's another couple $100,000 in total. And if my math is anywhere close to correct, you're pretty close to $1 million by that time. And we're now talking 1.2, 1.3 million. So we're looking at a total of a couple $100,000 for these 5 priority items, unless the legislature decides to add back some of the cuts that were in the GRB.
And what is your sense of how likely that is?
Slim and none.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes.
My point was really just to say I was surprised. If anything, I guess I would support putting number 2 and 3 together as both as 1, 2, 2, and then 4, 5, or just putting on. I really respect our advisory committees and certainly don't want to go against their recommendations. They spend time, and I want to honor their work. That's just a follow-up thought.
Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
I mean, economic development in communities that have had fires could be fire. Couldn't they be the same thing depending on what community you are? So I was sort of like, maybe economic isn't bad to be number 2. It just changes depending on where you are, and that might have something to do with fire related issues.
I agree. That was kind of my point with I wasn't sure what might be the emphasis of economic development because it's such a big category.
And it seems to me when staff comes together and I don't know if the committee actually selects the grants, or is it really staff? Could you clarify that for me, Gordon?
Yes, Chair MacArthur, it is a staff level decision. We once we know how much money's in the grant fund, we do solicitations to local governments and rank them based on the criteria that are set forth in the plan. And so it is a staff level.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then generally, I mean, what's the unmet need? Give us just the ballpark figure on that. I'm sure it's huge, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, the unmet need is huge, and it sounds like it's going to be even huger this time, unfortunately, unless something unusual happens in the last days of the legislature.
Well, so just so my fellow commissioners, it feels like first of all, there's not much money. If there were a lot more money, perhaps this would have more relevance to figure out a ranking. But I think we're talking to the people that Gordon and staff who will be looking at these grant applications. And I think what you're getting the signal from us to especially look at grants that might check a couple of those boxes. Maybe it's housing and economic development, maybe it's economic development and hazards. I mean, and I think you're already probably doing that in practice, but I think that's the gist of the conversation. I would agree with Nick. I don't have enough information and there's so little money. I'm not really inclined to suggest a different hierarchy or priority, I guess, of grant allocations. If anyone disagrees with that position, certainly raise your hand so we can discuss that and kind of move on from there. But that's kind of what I was thinking. Don't see anyone weighing in that way. So I think the idea is we'll keep the existing priorities for now. Hopefully we'll have a huge infusion of cash next year at this time, and we'll have a more robust conversation about priorities. But yeah. Anything, Commissioner Pearmine?
I have a clarifying question because I may have missed it. Does the staff propose the priorities to the committee and the committee agrees? Is that the way the priorities are created?
Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Pearmine, yes, we prepared the draft and then the committee reviewed it. So that's the way the process has worked in the past and worked this time as well.
So Gordon, I thought that was part of our policy package, not the policy package, our policy discussions. I thought the commission had weighed in on these priorities in the past. I didn't think it was, I thought the commission had some role in that.
Chair MacArthur, the commission does adopt a grant allocation plan every 2 years, and with the recommendation of the grant advisory committee, and then using those recommendations, the plan, the department staff awards the technical assistance grants. I think we report to you on where they are on a regular basis, but the commission doesn't have a direct role in choosing which programs actually get the funds. That's the department's role.
So just to summarize, then, it's the best guess of the department in terms of creating a priority list that this is where the needs might lie. But when the applications come in, you'll think that through and kind of make it work to the extent that you can.
Chair MacArthur, that is a good way of putting it. We would follow these priorities. We wouldn't change them later, but we can certainly look for projects that check more than one of the boxes that come in and give them. I think that's good commission direction to us when we're administering the program to look for those kind of projects and applications.
Commissioner Pearmine.
So to that end, I ran a grant program, so I have the same kind of, we were really guided by those priorities and the applicants, if they weren't meeting the priorities, would often not make it, right? So it would be interesting to know how much, like Chair MacArthur was mentioning, what is the gap? So reporting back to us on how many applications, what the different, what wasn't funded and what themes are coming through. But often I think what we don't see is people not applying because it's not a priority. So there is this piece of do we want equity to be a goal? Do we want to have sort of inclusive process be a goal? Communications, like the things that, so I think you don't receive those kinds of applications because they're not priorities. And I hear that it's a small amount of money, but I don't know, it may change, and I think we should hopefully fundraise for this and try and get more money in this pool in the future.
We're always trying to get more money for this, and I think that the legislature was and the governor's office perhaps were involved in those conversations as well. So you're right. But just to get back to your point about equity, I mean, I thought that Lee, every single one of these applications has to follow through on some equity considerations. And so it's not as if there is a grant to do an equitable thing. I mean, this is a new way of doing it. And I think every single application will have equity outcomes and equity lens as part of it. So it's not as if we're not funding equity. We are. That's the intent anyway. Is that my understanding? Am I correct, Gordon? I mean,
yeah, Chair MacArthur, you're correct. The idea is that, for instance, if we got an application for an economic opportunities analysis, the applicant would need to address how they're going to perhaps go beyond the, looking at standard, business issues in their community and look at, how to promote minority-owned businesses or how to promote businesses that, certain ethnic groups tend to predominate, and how to go beyond the planning hasn't taken those facts into consideration, and the application would need to address how the local government is going to include those kind of ideas or aspects into their grant plan.
That's helpful. Thank you. That's a good clarification for me. Any other questions, comments before we entertain a motion, perhaps? Seeing none, I think the motion yeah, Esther's so great. She's going to put it on the screen. I don't have to refer you to a page in the staff report. Would one of my colleagues like to make that motion?
I move the commission to approve the 2021-2023 grants allocation plan as recommended by the Grants Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second
it.
Oh, good. I can defer.
Second it.
Second from Vice Chair. The motion was made by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Vice Chair Helova. We don't need any more discussion on this. So Esther, would you call for the vote?
Yes. Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Piermine.
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Vice Chair Helova.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Sandoval excused. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Gordon. Good work. Yes, and we definitely need more money in this. As you know, it's very important. Maybe some of that extra revenue could come our way and fund these things, because that would be awesome. Moving on to agenda item number 18. It's our final sort of substantive agenda item, legislative update. And we want to welcome Palmer and Emma.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. This Palmer's here. Do we have Emma?
And Chair?
Yes.
I think I noticed in the schedule you were supposed to have a break.
Oh, right. You might have been out when I said that.
Okay.
It gave us one 15-minute break because we were behind schedule.
Yeah.
And that was the break we just had a few topics ago.
Okay,
So
got switched.
Okay,
I'm good. I'm good.
Thanks for asking. I don't like to miss those.
Sorry, I missed that.
Well, thanks. Palmer.
So I appreciated asking the question, Commissioner Helova, because I'm trying to get a hold of Emma. I think she must have thought that there was a little more time.
Oh, yeah, of course that could be. So we can, what we could do is there anything else? I guess the final agenda item was other business. Why don't we turn to agenda item number 20 for a moment to give Palmer and Emma a chance to get set up. Is there anything else, other business the commission or staff wants to impart on us? Jim, you have any jokes? You're on mute, so we can't hear your joke.
No, there's no joke.
Chair MacArthur?
Yeah.
Good, this is Kirsten. Esther, Emma is in the attendee group. If you could bring her over, thank you.
Thank you. So that just to kind of finalize the agenda item number 20, it sounds like we don't really have anything on the other business item. Sorry to confuse people if I'm doing that. I'm just trying to be efficient. Maybe it's confusing. Okay, so there's nothing for other business. We'll go back to agenda item 18, which is our legislative update.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, Emma. Thanks for joining us.
Let me get our presentation pulled up really fast. Okay. Does everyone see that? Great. Okay. Well, good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Emma Land. I am the legislative coordinator here with DLCD. I'm also joined by Palmer Mason, and we're here today to give you an update on the 2021 legislative session. So for our agenda, we'll do a quick update of just kind of the big picture overview, what's happening right now. Then we'll of course spend most of our time trying to discuss some of our high priority bills and then move into discussion and questions. So to remind everyone, the session began on January 19th. It has an anticipated end date of June 18th. Although June 27th is the constitutional sine die date. And with the current status of where session is at right now, we're likely to go pretty close up to that date. With the primary focus of this long session being the 21-23 biennial budget, the big things that you have heard of already, as you heard from Director Rue yesterday morning, the May revenue forecast came out on Wednesday, and that was on May 19th. So with that forecast, we're expected to see an additional $1 billion in tax revenues, which is great, unexpected. There's also the potential for the kicker tax rebate to happen as well. So basically the May forecast determines the size of the general fund resources that are available for the upcoming budget. And it's basically very bright news for that. There's, of course, the Federal American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, and I believe that roughly $2.6 billion has been allocated to the state and $800 million is to counties. With the tri-chairs of the Legislative Ways and Means Committee, they've worked on a budget framework, and about $780 million has been designated for new investments to revitalize the state's economy and, of course, provide resources to our communities for recovery from COVID-19. So with that, DLCD's budget bill, our bill is Senate Bill 5530. And we are expecting that this will get scheduled for review and vote within the next 2 weeks or so. It's in the Joint Committee on Ways and Means, and this is the committee that handles pretty much all things budget related. And they typically go for smaller agency budgets first and work through those and then move forward to larger agency budgets. And we've already seen several agencies get scheduled for next week. So we're hopeful that ours will be scheduled soon. I think I want to pause for a second and let Palmer A, introduce himself, and then B, contribute anything to these items.
So thank you, Emma. I already made the introduction, and I really don't have too much to add, except to emphasize again what I think you heard from Director Rue yesterday and Emma just now. We are looking at a much rosier budget picture, and that with that comes the hope that our budget will benefit, and we'll see soon. I don't have anything else.
So I have a quick question. Thinking about Commissioner Piermine's really good question about more resources for grants. And I know the department has worked on that throughout the process, but given that our budget is up for adoption in the next 2 weeks, and that's just on the heels of this rosier revenue forecast, is there any last ditch effort we can make or have our colleagues at the local level make to have that pot of money increase? I think I know the answer to that question, but I thought I should ask anyway.
So I guess I can start, Chair MacArthur. Unfortunately, the agencies are wedded to what's in the governor's recommended budget. And it doesn't ask for the increase that I think the commission's been talking about. That doesn't mean that AOC or LOC couldn't lobby for an increase. And that is certainly something that could happen. And, you know, commissioners in their individual capacities can make those kind of pleas. One thing to think about that doesn't show up in a conversation only about our budget, a bill, Senate Bill 5530, is there are a number of policy bills that are also down in the same Ways and Means subcommittee that Emma was talking about. And those are all laying claim to a certain amount of general fund too. We'll cover some of those later in the presentation. So there may be a little less than we might all hope for in the way of available funds because of these policy bills. But really, if someone's going to advocate for it, it unfortunately can't be the department, and it would have to be somebody else.
Thank you.
Okay. So here we are with our list of bills.
I had a quick question, sorry.
Yeah.
Chair. You were saying, Emma, you said something about new investments, and I don't know, I honed in on when you said new investments, and then you said something after that, and something about recovery from the COVID. And
yeah.
And so I didn't know is there a difference between new investments and recovery from the COVID, or are those trying to be the same thing?
I believe that they're linked. I can find, there is guidance for the ARPA funds that's been released recently. And I can find that information and share it with you, because that's kind of how they've identified this amount of money and what it's going to be allocated for. Okay. So with our list of bills, this, of course, you know, are the bills that we've been marked as our high priority work that we've been involved in. It's definitely not all of the bills, but to save you from an inundation, we'll just kind of stick with these. Palmer also mentioned a number of these bills are in the Joint Ways and Means Committee because basically policy bills with fiscal impacts go to this committee. It's kind of the ultimate dealing with all things budget related. And so again, now that the revenue forecast has come out, we are expecting the committee to start scheduling some of these policy bills. So we're hopeful of some of the ones that are connected with the LCD. To start with the climate and equity section, the governor's recommended budget has identified package 90. This is, of course, one of our high priorities in the 2021-23 budget. It does have two parts. The first one includes $1 million for DLCD to identify equity-driven strategies to increase resiliency in rural transportation. And we have a proposal of a way to potentially do this, and it would involve providing direct technical assistance and financial assistance to rural communities, those that have transportation disadvantaged populations. And essentially, this assistance would help prepare and equip these communities to actually, you know, compete for Department of Transportation funding opportunities for transportation projects. So we are hopeful, of course, that this will get funded and we can move forward with that. And then, of course, the second piece of the package 90 is $800,000 with a focus on environmental justice and land use scoping. And that ties to House Bill 2488, which you've heard of, and we've given you an overview last time we had a meeting. It's a bill that was proposed by the environmental community. It's gone through many iterations. Throughout the process, the department worked closely with the proponents of the bill in an effort to create a framework for how we could potentially spend the funding identified in Package 90. Last time we presented, the direction of the bill was focused on directing the commission to adopt a new statewide planning goal 20 that would address climate, equity, and environmental justice. That direction has since changed. It's now been shifted to focus solely on updating Goal 1 relating to citizen involvement, and it would be to address equity and modernize the requirements that are in the goal. Local governments would be required to update their citizen involvement programs, and they would essentially incorporate practices that would engage the community, specifically calling out disadvantaged groups and priority populations on climate justice, environmental justice, and equity practices. So some of the modernizations would include things like current technologies, like the internet, that didn't necessarily exist back when this goal was originally written. But it would also go further to link not just improving the communication and involvement, but ensuring that both access and accessibility of information that's used during the land use planning and decision-making process is fully available. So there's still going to be a tiered implementation schedule for cities and counties to comply with the goal. Of course, it would start with larger populations and trickle down, and the schedule would come into play after the 2021-23 biennium, so it would start in 2024. Questions, or shall I move along?
Chair MacArthur, can I just ask one quick question?
Sorry, of course.
Thank you. I just pulled the bill up, and so I see the $800,000 allocated to the effort. I assume that must be in addition to the grants that we just previously discussed. So this would be a different pot of money, either for DLCD or for local governments to implement 2488. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, the $800,000 is basically specifically linking the $800,000 that was identified in the governor's Package 90. We're essentially trying to link those with a policy bill of how to implement that. So it is separate from the grants and technical assistance that you just spoke.
And Chair MacArthur, if I might add to that, Commissioner Lilac, the $800,000 that Emma's talking about that's in the governor's recommended budget that's referenced in this bill is only for the purpose of staffing the department and going through the public process to develop the goal. And it doesn't contemplate or include money to even do rulemaking. It's strictly to revise and update the goal. And then there's no money for local government implementation, which is an issue that's been talked about and flagged by AOC and LOC. However, they are having conversations with the proponents of the bill about potentially preparing a budget note. So it's a narrative that travels along with budget bills that would have the department reporting back to the legislature before the next, before the 23 long session on what the cost might be for implementation.
That's helpful. Thank you.
But Chair,
yes, please.
I was going to say, but there's always cities and counties and entities doing public participation, like regardless. So this is just saying when you do what you're already doing, if that bill passes, you have to think of it this way instead of the way you've been currently thinking of it.
Yeah, Commissioner MacArthur, Commissioner Holova, that's right. You're right. There's local governments are already doing outreach, engagement. They have websites and other things, sources of information that the community can access and participate in the process. This is, though, trying to not only update the goal, but address what I think we will find in some of communities where we're not doing enough around environmental justice and equity, and really trying to not only bring the goal in line with what local governments are doing, but also make sure that local governments have a legal requirement through the goal to do these things.
It's a real opportunity. It's underfunded, as we all know, but it's a real start. There's both direction from a bill that hopefully becomes law, as well as some money. So I think it's a start. I think what we're all saying is that it's just underfunded, and I know, Palmer, you know that, and Director Rue knows that, but it's a start, and I think we need to go embrace that and see what we can do with that and move on.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, as I like to say, if the bill happens, and even if the bill doesn't happen, so long as the $800,000 is in our budget, we can still do the work and still bring a goal revision to the commission. But if those things happen, we will finally have a goal 1 that actually mentions the word equity after 50 years.
Right. And we have a brand new Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee, which will get a name change, hopefully, that can certainly aid in that process as well. So it's kind of a nice day to think about both those pieces of it.
Great, thank you. So I will touch on Senate Bill 286 now. This is the governor's bill relating to environmental justice. One of the major pieces is that it would change the Environmental Justice Task Force to the Environmental Justice Council. It would also direct the Oregon Health Authority and the Department of Environmental Quality to develop an equity mapping approach and process for evaluating equity concerns in the natural resource agencies. And just to note on this, the agency has flagged for the governor's office that in addition to the environmental health impacts that are definitely being included for this equity mapping, infrastructure is a key piece that needs to be included when you evaluate equity impacts in communities, because as you all are well aware, and where you live and the resources that you have access to, such as public infrastructure, transportation, libraries, parks, green spaces, those things play a really major role in the quality of life. And so we think that would be important to include in. Okay, well, I will pause for a while and let Palmer take on wildfires.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. So as you all have heard before, and certainly read in the newspapers and social media, wildfires is one of the most important issues coming into this session. There's really 2 parts to it. There's the whole conversation around wildfire recovery. How do we help the wildfire impacted communities get back on their feet and hopefully build back better? And then there's a second conversation happening in the legislature about how do we prevent and mitigate and suppress future wildfires. So this mix of bills, or this list of bills, is a mix of both issues, and I'll try to help you steer you in the right way for each one. I'm going to focus first on Senate Bill 762, and I want to focus on that one more than the next bill, House Bill 2722, because the sense in the Capitol right now is that Senate Bill 762 is the chief omnibus wildfire prevention bill, mitigation, suppression, prevention bill. It's a bill that was introduced by Senator Golden, who's from the Ashland area. Now the governor's office is pushing this bill, and it covers many features of wildfire mitigation and prevention, from addressing the dangers or risk of wildfire, from utility lines to modernizing the Department of Forestry's both cash flow management as well as their firefighting equipment, to having the state fire marshal develop, continue to develop and expand defensible space standards, setting a higher bar for building codes and hardening for wildfire protection. And of course, there's a section there, section 11 in that bill around land use. And the land use language is pretty general and high level. It directs the department to produce a report on how wildfire risk mapping, which would be developed by the Department of Forestry and look to classify wildfire risk based on the type of fuel sources and level of development and so forth, that wildfire risk mapping and wildfire risk minimization, how those two issues can be brought into the state land use planning program and local comprehensive plans and zoning codes. And our report would be due to the legislature in October, the end of October in 2022. And there's an appropriation to provide a position or maybe a position and a half and some additional resources, engagement outreach resources, as well as some research dollars, legal costs to support that analysis by the department. And then that would go to the legislature, the idea being in the 2023 session for them to decide what, if any of those recommendations they want to take and make law. And so that's the basic gist of what's in Senate Bill 762 right now. There is a pretty robust conversation happening in the legislature on something that isn't on the surface that looks explicitly like land use, but it has a connection, or at least some stakeholders feel like are arguing that it does. And this is the work that the Office of the State Fire Marshal would do to set standards around defensible space. And there's a number of stakeholders who believe those issues have very clear land use implications. So if you think about, in particular, extending the international wildfire urban interface, the WUI as it's called, to more parts of Oregon, and out of that you are setting different types of distances between buildings, and you're requiring different types of vegetation management and setbacks and things like that. That can certainly be a standard that could affect how one could develop their property and how much density could happen in a given area. And personally, I think this has gotten the most focus in those places where the WUI would be expanded to areas that are inside city UGBs, but not necessarily within the city itself. So these are the areas that are going to really grow, over the next 5, 10, 15 years. And as cities are thinking about levels of density that are appropriate and the type of infrastructure, if the state fire marshal has standards that haven't thought through those implications, there could be land use issues there. So that's really the active conversation that's happening that relates to us in Senate Bill 762. Maybe I'll stop a moment, see if there are any questions before I continue with the other bills. Okay, not seeing any questions, then I'll move on. The next bill, House Bill 5042, is actually a budget bill that was a budget rebalancing bill that would take effect as of this biennium. So within the current biennium, which ends June 30th of this year. And I'm happy to report that because of the work of Representative Clem, the LCD was given an additional $100,000 to spend within this biennium to help the wildfire impacted communities deal with the backlog of land use permitting and land use approvals in those communities and help those communities continue rebuilding. Moving on to House Bill 2289. This is a bill that's really focused on wildfire recovery. And it's a bill that will create an alternative process for people who in those wildfire impacted communities lost either homes, businesses, or other non-residential structures, get those facilities and homes back as quickly as possible. So it changes some of the zoning requirements and procedural requirements in those communities so that, let's say, a homeowner trying to restore or repair a dwelling does not have to go through a land use decision where the approval is granted by the county or the city. It can occur right at the counter when they come in for their building permit. They're given a little bit of flexibility on where the exact footprint of the new structure will be, the size, and they're able to build to, particularly if it's a newer structure, they're able to build, or excuse me, an older structure, they're able to build to an updated but not current building code. So the building code would be 2008 rather than the current, which I now think we have a 2021 building code. An older home would be able to build to that 2008 building code. So those are some of the things that are in the legislation. And then quickly, Senate Bill 405 is also another wildfire recovery bill. This helps those who have non-conforming uses continue the activity that was previously approved. So if I had a non-conforming use which was interrupted by the fire, or not only by the fire, but by the emergency orders that came around the fire, that time that I'm not able to use or undertake that non-conforming use doesn't count as an interruption or abandonment of my use. The time is tolled. And I also have time up to 2025 to resume my non-conforming use. So again, just a series of bills, both dealing with prevention as well as helping people try to recover and restore what they had. Happy to take any questions. Okay, I guess I'm not seeing any questions.
Palmer, did you want to mention House Bill 3127 briefly?
Yeah, thank you. Good. That's a good catch, Emma. So what Emma is referring to, House Bill 3127, is a new bill that's coming out of the House Wildfire Recovery Committee. This is basically a funding bill that would be used to help communities, again, get back on their feet. It funds a variety of activities, from restoring critical infrastructure to helping with planning. I'm happy to report there's $400,000 in there for DLCD to continue providing experienced contractors to help the fire impacted communities with land use permitting and approvals. So we now have $400,000, if the legislature approves this, into the next biennium that would provide, we can continue to provide those services. So it's an omnibus funding bill for wildfire recovery in those impacted communities. And I guess there's not any questions, we can move on to housing. I think I have the first bill here, right, Emma?
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to housing, another very important topic for this session and obviously for DLCD. I'll start with House Bill 3155. We talked about this bill before in front of the commission. This is a bill that continues work under House Bill 2003. And specifically, it ensures that the metro cities will be on the schedule to undertake housing needs analysis. And more importantly, after doing those analysis, they have a housing shortage, they will be required to do housing production strategies. There was some parts of the legislation, it wasn't really clear how that would be triggered in the metro area. So this corrects some of those problems. And again, make sure the metro cities, our fastest growing, most dense region, is that where there are housing shortages, those communities will actually do housing production strategies. It also has some language that we advocated for that allows DLCD to provide our grant money from House Bill 2003, fingers crossed we get that we can provide that to cities under 10,000. That was not something that was allowable before, and we worked to clarify that. So smaller communities who don't have to do housing needs analysis or housing production strategies, but still have housing shortages, can access the money and undertake those two tasks.
Chair? Palmer, I didn't understand the first part of what you said, because the way you said it to me sounded like what the cities are already supposed to be doing. So I didn't understand what the bill was making them do that was different. I understand the money part.
It's
Okay,
community
right.
Under 10,000.
Yeah, so Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Holova, what I was trying to explain is, unfortunately, the way the bill was, House Bill 2003 was written in 2019, it didn't make it clear. There was a hang up in the legislation that cities in metro over 10,000 would be required to do a housing production strategy if they had a housing shortage. And this fixes that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving on. I'll take House Bill 3261. So this is a bill we did speak about last time. It's a bill that would require local governments to allow the conversion of property from the uses like a motel or hotel to then be used as an emergency shelter or affordable housing. And these projects they only apply within the urban growth boundary, and local governments have the ability to impose standards that are related to natural hazards or, natural disaster or hazard mitigation. And this bill has actually moved through the process and been signed by the governor. So it's now at the Secretary of State waiting to get its chapter number. So it has moved through. I can move to House Bill 2006. So this is House Speaker Kotek's emergency shelter bill, and it expands transitional housing and supports shelter development. So it essentially requires local governments to approve emergency shelter developments for lands within the urban growth boundary, or if there are areas that are zoned for rural residential. But of course, it excludes lands within natural hazards or floodplains. And it also has moved through the process and been signed by the governor. That's another really key important bill that's been moved through successfully. I'll move to Senate Bill 8. So this is a bill that would restrict local governments from denying or limiting the approval of affordable housing projects. It does lay out certain zoning and property ownership conditions for this kind of situation. And it also provides specific density standards and conditions under which local governments can approve. And it's currently in the House committee being discussed. There is a work session scheduled for this bill, and it seems like it will probably likely move through the process.
Chair? Emma, are we saying that this House Bill 3261, 2006 and Senate Bill 8 are all kind of doing the same thing, which is let affordable housing and shelters happen with few hurdles?
Yes. Sorry, there was a very loud motorcycle. I apologize. Yes, these bills are all related very similarly to those issues.
Okay. I was trying to like understand the nuances between them because they all sound the same to me. But yeah.
Yeah, if I might, Chair MacArthur, just to provide a general observation, I actually think we're going to see more of these type of bills in coming sessions. I think the legislature is increasingly stepping in to tell local governments that you have to allow certain types of development, or you have to allow certain types of development in an expedited way. I think this is a fairly recent trend over the last several years to see more of this type of legislative action on home rule. So probably in the housing arena, we'll continue to see this for a while.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder like why these three couldn't have been combined in the.
Well, that's a good question. And Commissioner Holova, they're all separate. They have separate bill sponsors. And there's a logic sometimes in tying concepts together, certainly on a policy, but politically, you may not want to tie your idea to another bill, even though they seem related, because the vote count isn't there. So sometimes it's sort of better to take, the many paths to the goal rather than the single path.
Yeah, and I guess if any of these come to us, let's say all three of them pass, I like how the 2001, 2003 was together,
Right. Yeah, that it helps to be the speaker. You can get a lot done as a speaker if that's your sponsor.
I guess, sorry, I was saying in our rulemaking, if we are responsible for any rulemaking to start to group things together in a more comprehensive way.
That's a good question about like, I mean, I think we will have to do some conforming rulemaking on these, and I think you're right. I would assume that these will be in the same divisions where a lot of our middle housing rules are, but that's really a question for, say, Gordon or somebody like that. Maybe Steve can answer.
But we can definitely anticipate that. Well, let's move on to this regional housing needs analysis budget note. Palmer, I'm going to let you kick this one off.
Oh, okay. So you all, of course, have heard a great deal about the regional housing needs analysis, the methodology, and the work we did to evaluate it, and the report that Sean Edging and others in the housing team presented to you on what future implementation, the policy issues and considerations would look like. What's been interesting is a group of housing advocates have approached the House Speaker and the chair of the House Housing Committee, Chair Fahey, about actually providing money to DLCD and Oregon Housing and Community Services to continue that implementation work. And there's an active conversation about providing money to the two departments, most of the money coming to DLCD in a couple different ways. Some of that money would be available to work with Portland State's Population Research Center to get additional data that we don't really have or use in our current housing production, or excuse me, in our current housing projections. And most of our projections are done at the city level through housing needs analysis. And those analysis don't look closely at the housing needs for certain races and ethnicity. They don't really provide any information on the housing needs of tribal nations. So this is partially a request for money from the legislature to go to Portland State and start to collect that data and be able to have that data available and make more refined and more useful and, quite frankly, more equitable housing projections. And then the other part of this money would be available for DLCD, again, with assistance and consultation from OHCS, to have a stakeholder process to continue looking at some of the methodological issues in the analysis, and more importantly, some of the policy issues about how this could be implemented in the future, and possibly come up with a set of legislative recommendations, maybe even a proposal for the 2023 session on how the RHNA could be implemented and be made the law of the state, and require local governments to do a better, more equitable approach to projections, but also make allocations from a regional standpoint and allocate to individual cities their regional amount, and look at the accountability that would be necessary to follow through on that type of system. And I'll stop, see if there's any questions on that issue. All right, not seeing any questions. I guess we can move on to energy then, Emma.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to report that House Bill 2109, this is our agency bill that would provide a technical fix for 2019 legislation so that counties won't need reimbursement for Measure 56 notices related to renewable energy facilities. This bill is currently in the governor's office awaiting signature. So it's really good news for our agency to help save us unnecessary funding constraints. That's all I'll say on that one. Palmer, if you want to.
All right, yeah, not seeing any questions, then I'll move on to House Bill 2520. This is a bill that I would say is an alternative that certain legislators were interested in lieu of amending Goal 13 to address renewable energy facilities. That's a topic that this commission has seen discussed several times over the last few years. I honestly don't think that conversation is going away totally, but this was a piece of legislation that the department could agree on with those stakeholders who are promoting renewable energy facility and our other key stakeholders, both the local governments, the Farm Bureau and 1,000 Friends, and a group of legislators. And this is a piece of legislation that would require the department to go through a rulemaking and the commission to adopt a rule by June of next year. So it's a pretty aggressive rulemaking schedule. And this rulemaking would look at the reasons a county could justify an exception that would allow for a renewable energy facility to occur on lands that would otherwise not be allowed under the goals, particularly Goal 3, Goal 4, Goal 5. This was a pretty controversial issue, but we worked through the concerns and we're able to come up with what we think is a workable piece of legislation. And this is a bill of the type that I was talking about earlier in the presentation, where it has a fiscal impact on the department. It's sitting down now in Ways and Means, and we shall see if the legislature wants to fund the bill and the rulemaking that we would undertake.
So Palmer, can you help me understand the connection between this and the work we did about 1.5 years ago on solar siting? I mean, does it dismantle that? Does it, what's the connection, if at all?
That's a great question, Chair MacArthur. It does not dismantle the solar siting rules. So those rules would still stand in place. And what I understand here, and John Jennings is really a better person to explain it than I can, is that, and maybe Steve can help me here if I get something, I miss something here, is we really don't have clear rule language on what it takes for a developer of, let's say, a solar siting facility. But I want to caution to the commission, this rulemaking in this bill does apply to other renewable energy facilities potentially. So wind, geothermal, things like that. But if we using the example of a solar developer, that developer doesn't have the greatest clarity in our rules on what are the exact reasons and what are the tests that I need to meet in order to allow a county to grant me an exception, say in an exclusive farm area for solar siting. And this helps clarify that. So I guess in short, it's intended, and we would need to look at this, it would dovetail with the existing rules the commission has, but provide a little more clarity about how I can justify an exception. And this probably would apply where the solar facility is above the thresholds that we provided in the solar siting rule. But with one caveat, the legislation is very clear that we are talking about an amount of acreage that are below the acreages for FSEC. Those would still go through the FSEC project. So your really large solar developments, your really large wind developments would continue to go through FSEC. This bill is very clear, it doesn't address those thresholds.
Thank you.
So I guess we can move on, Emma, to resource lands. Not seeing any more questions on energy.
Okay, so I can provide an update on Senate Bill 391. This is a bill that I know Commissioner Lilac is very familiar with. He's been involved in assisting on this bill. So it stems from a concept that's been proposed over several legislative sessions. Essentially, it would allow counties to authorize the construction of accessory dwelling units on lands that are zoned for rural residential use. And the LCD's role mainly on this bill was working on an amendment that essentially added some language to protect our working farm and forest lands from the impacts of potential urban development, but more importantly, additional protections related to wildfire risks. So this bill is working its way through. It is likely to pass out of the House committee that it's in, likely to pass out next week.
So does that one require rulemaking on our part, or is it directly applicable?
It would be, I think, non-conforming rulemaking. Correct me if I'm wrong.
If I might, Chair MacArthur, I think Emma's on the right track. We would have to do conforming rulemaking to make sure that our rules recognize this right for counties to allow ADUs in these rural residential areas under the conditions in the bill. So we would have to update our rules to do that. It does require the counties to take a certain number of steps, and Commissioner Lilac can probably tell you more about that than I can. He's certainly thought more about this bill and worked on it longer than Emma and I have.
Do you want me to say anything, Palmer? Or
no, I was just saying you should answer those questions, not me, if they come up. So, but yeah, I think for us it's just a conforming rulemaking.
Yeah, we thank you, and Chair MacArthur. There'll be issues to discuss, such as what does usable floor area mean, whereas sometimes those terms are defined, or what does safe fire access mean. Counties are going to have to figure that out. There's a lot of things that I think counties will have to figure it out. So it'll be an interesting process going forward.
Thank you.
And it does seem to be fairly flexible for each county, depending on what the situation is, to determine those things. Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 16. So this is a bill that would allow up to, I believe, 200 acres of lands that are currently planned and zoned for exclusive farm use in the Eastern Oregon Border Economic Development Region to be rezoned to residential use. And by doing this, they would be rezoned without taking an exception to Goal 3, which is agricultural lands, or Goal 14, which is urbanization. This bill it's currently assigned to the House Committee on Rules. We're unsure if it will be scheduled to continue through the hearing and work session process. I have not heard much about this bill since early April.
Thank you.
All right, well, last but not least, coastal. So House Bill 2603, I spoke on this bill last time. So just as a reminder, this relates to the placement of undersea cables. When we last met, it was originally directing the department in coordination with the Department of State Lands to conduct a study and propose changes to the permitting and siting processes. Since then, it's now been refocused to direct the Ocean Policy Advisory Council to basically review and provide amendments to the Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan related to the placement of undersea cables. And the agency would lead a study of this permitting process and site suitability and other planning regulatory considerations. This is a bill that's in the Ways and Means Committee, so we're waiting to see if it will be scheduled as well.
So thank you both, Emma and Palmer. Questions about this bill or anything else we've discussed today? But you both have yes, go ahead.
I'm just curious, thank you for the presentation and the visual. I appreciate that, and great staff report too. I'm curious if there are other issues that are adjacent to land use, but not land use specific, that will impact our efforts that you've been tracking or we should be made aware of. Housing, agriculture, any other transportation?
That's a great question, Commissioner Paramine. I'm trying to think of anything that directly relates to this, whether to the issues that we really care about. I mean, there's certainly a lot of housing conversation in the space for housing and community services, and they're getting additional subsidies and how they can promote affordable housing. There's probably some issues there that would relate. Beyond that, I can't really, think about other things that would be directly relevant to us. But I can give that some thought, and if there are other things, we can certainly circle back to the commission somehow.
Chair MacArthur, can I just raise one?
Yes, please do, Commissioner.
And I'm curious, Palmer and Emma, and I'm only familiar with this as our county has discussed it, and that is the bill to declare racism a public health hazard. Is the department tracking that at all? I know it's not directly related to planning and land use. I was just curious.
No, we're not tracking it. You raise a good point, Commissioner Lilac, in that equity is an important issue in this session, and there's a great deal of conversation around that. But we pretty much keep our focus on land use related things, and so that's not something that we've been tracking. I would share, I was just looking at this before the commission meeting. We are tracking almost 240 bills, and there are over 100 that are sort of like high priority bills. That doesn't mean we always worked on them. Some of those bills didn't move. So it's a fairly large list of bills, but they're in the things that we either talked about or related to resource lands or other things like that. I'm not thinking of much that is tangential, but yet important.
Chair?
Yes.
I know there's one that's floating around. I don't know where it is, about something about subdividing property to make it easier. And I attended one of the, I think it was the missing middle housing discussions in Gresham, and somebody else brought that up in the conversation, which I don't know how it's crafted. Maybe you know more, but it's land division, subdivision plays a huge role, in my opinion, on what a developer does or doesn't do. Which so you got your land use and your zoning and all that, and then you have this whole subdivision world. And I've had frustrations myself on conflicts between those two, with the land division being not more restrictive, but making the zoning not happen in the way, right, in the densities that the zoning says you can do, and so on and so forth. So this idea between ownership and ownership structures and land use are actually really related. So I haven't followed it, but I'm really excited by the thought because that will help with making smaller size home ownership opportunities, because a lot of those things change the scale at which a developer makes home ownership or not. And in order to make more equitable and affordable home ownership opportunities, you need that tool to go hand in hand. The land use itself won't do it. So if you have a chance to just like track that one, that would be awesome. And then I've heard other ones dealing with resources associated with BIPOC communities and home ownership. But yeah, there's a lot other. What would be great is when they all pass or not pass, tell us what happened that passed. Any ones that passed in relation to House Bill 2003, it'd be really great to know that, because those are going to end up, some of those are going to end up on our housing production strategies list.
We can, that's an excellent point, Commissioner Holova, about what is Senate Bill 458. That's the bill you're actually referring to. That is probably the best example of a bill that is not really land use per se, but has huge implications for housing, and particularly for middle housing, and has a nexus with House Bill 2001 and our work. And that bill is I think it's actually at the governor's desk. So it has passed the legislature and nice. Waiting for action by the governor. And that would simplify the process for developers to build duplexes and triplexes, and allow for the individual units within the structure to be owned fee and simple for those owners. And, it was really important because where you had joining walls, and utilities, how do you sort all that out? And the bill has had a bit of a rough start, but the League of Oregon Cities, the home builders, and Habitat for Humanity worked all their issues out. And like I say, the bill is waiting action by the governor.
Nice. That's exciting.
It is exciting. Thank you. I think Deputy Director Green has her hand up.
Did I not take it down? I apologize. That was Palmer hit the bill number that I think Vice Chair Halova was referring to. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well,
I
think
would
we-
note just one other thing, based on what Vice Chair Halova mentioned, is at the end of the session, once bills are passed, we will be creating a report of all the bills that are related to land use. And so that will hopefully be able to provide you a more robust grouping of all of these bills that we've been tracking, more than just, the couple lines that we've been able to give here. So that will be created soon.
I think that's great, Emma, and I'm assuming that you'll come back, you and Palmer will come back in July, because by then things will have been adopted. The department staff might have had an idea of how to even think about these things and sequence them and see if they require rulemaking, whatever. So I think we'll have a pretty good hopefully we'll have a good conversation on that in time for that in July.
I might add too, Chair MacArthur, is we certainly want to talk about the bills that passed, probably even some of the key bills that didn't pass, but that will also be a commission meeting where you'll want to hear what's in the budget. And that'll be a large part of the legislative discussion, post-session discussion.
Yes, agreed. Thank you for that good reminder.
Chair MacArthur.
Yes.
I just hadn't realized that. Thank you, Commissioner Lilac, for bringing up the that racism as a public health crisis was coming in on a local level, and obviously that will relate to our Goal 1 efforts. And I'm just really interested and would like to hear more about it once we get through the session.
Great. Okay, I don't.
Sorry, I was going to say that also relates to the climate and equitable rulemaking, right? Because health outcomes was one of those in there, and if it gets elevated to the level that it is through bill making, that could have a stronger impact in that work.
Yes, a lot of seeds planted, and it's actually really encouraging that pretty much every direction you look in, there's something happening on the equity inclusion front. So it's very exciting after a long dry spell of nothing happening on that front. So again, good work, Emma and Palmer. You're a great team. You make it look really easy by these descriptions, but I can't imagine how much work it's been behind the scenes and testifying and getting budget stuff together and everything else. So hopefully you're not too weary and can make it through the next 5 weeks with good humor, and we look forward to seeing you in July.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And so I think we are at the end of our meeting. So thanks to commissioners for your patience and endurance. It was kind of a long afternoon, but really important topic. So thanks to DLCD staff, Esther and the whole team, and Director Rue, Deputy Director Green, and all the other folks that have made this meeting happen. Thanks. And have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you all.